Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright series. In this series we will be learning the Playwright step by step, and this is our first video on the introduction to Playwright, so let's begin. Playwright is very much popular these days and it is backed by the Microsoft. So let's understand about the Playwright. What is Playwright? So for that, go to the browser here, go to the google.com here and search for Playwright, and this is the official website. Just click on this one here, and here you will be seeing that Playwright enables reliable end-to-end testing for the modern web applications. So this means that you can automate your web applications end-to-end. So by end-to-end means that you are automating the web applications and the APIs as well. And when we talk about the different features of the Playwright here, so Playwright supports multiple languages. If you go here on the top, you will see that Node.js, Python, Java, .NET, and then we have these docs here. So whatever language you will select from here, it will open the relevant documents. For example, right now is Node.js is selected. If I click on this one, so it will open the relevant documentation with the Node.js. So you see that it's a Node.js documentation here, and if I go here and change it to the Python, now it says Playwright for the Python, and if I click on this one, it will guide us for the Python Playwright. Okay, now if we talk about the API, similarly, if I go here, it will take us to the Python APIs where we see different classes, and we will learn from here step by step. And then we have the community section. If you go here, you will be a part of the community as well, based on what language you have selected. Then they have an official GitHub account with respect to the programming binding here. So if you go here and click on this one, so it will take us to the GitHub Microsoft Playwright Python repository. Similarly, if I go here and change it to Node.js, now it will take us to the GitHub Node implementation. Okay, so this is a complete repository here. And then we talk about, let's go to the main here, and here you can join their Discord. So click on this one, and from here you can join their Discord server as well. So if I go here, click on join server, so it will open your Discord, and here you will be landing on the Playwright Discord. So here you will get a different help, different videos, different articles, events. So all things are available here on their Discord server. Then if we talk about there, you can change this theme from here. If you don't like a dark theme, so you click on this one. If you want to search any specific thing, go and search from here. Then if we talk about different features here, it supports all the latest browsers. So this is that any browser, any platform, one API. So it supports cross browser, which means it's including all the Chromium browsers, WebKit and Firefox. Then it supports the cross platform, which means you can run your test on Windows, Linux, Mac, and so on. And similarly, we have a support for the multiple languages, which we saw earlier. And you can also test the native mobile emulation of Chrome, Google Chrome for the Android and for the mobile Safari. Then if we talk about the features itself, they have resilient no Locators, and they have provided the auto-wait. They have provided the first web assertions. So what is these? So Playwright assertions are created specifically for the dynamic web. Checks are automatically retired until the necessary conditions are met. Right, then they have a tracing feature here. Then there's no trade-offs, no limits. So when we talk about no trade-off, no limits, it means that if you are working with the multiple things like multiple tabs, multiple origins, multiple users, so it would be very easy and you can make them a part of a single test. Then you have different event handling is pretty much easier here, like hover elements, interact with the dynamic controls, right? Then you have when we talk about the different test frames like shadow DOM, right? So it's pretty much easier to handle. Then we talk about the different features for full assertion and fast execution, browser context, login ones, and then there are powerful tooling available for the recording as well. So Codegen is basically generates the test by recording your actions, save them into any language supported by the Playwright. Then we have a Playwright inspector through which we can inspect the page, generate the locators, step through the test execution and see click points and explore the execution logs as well. Then we have a trace viewer in the Playwright which captures all the information to investigate why your test got failed. So Playwright Trace contains the test execution screencast, live DOM snapshots, action explorer, test source, and much more. So we will be looking into these features step by step in our tutorials. So this is the main documentation, and this is all about in terms of introduction to Playwright. So before we end the session, so let's summarize this. Playwright is by the Microsoft. It provides multiple language support, it provides multiple browser supports, it provides different very good features like auto-wait, web first assertions, tracing, multiple origins, multiple tab support, short DOM support. Then you have a powerful tooling like Codegen, you have a Playwright inspector, trace viewer. So we will be looking into these features step by step in our upcoming tutorials. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to install the Playwright with JavaScript using the different ways. So let's begin. Playwright supports the multiple languages and we need to ensure that if we are on the website of the Playwright, we have to check that Node.js is selected here. And once the Node.js is selected, go to the documents here, and here just go to install the Playwright here. And you will find the different commands, npm command, yarn command and pnpm commands here. Now just go to the desktop here, create a new folder and I'm naming it as Playwright install. Okay, and before that we have some prerequisites. So prerequisites are basically you need a node. So this is a nodejs.org website. From here you can download the node. Here on this website you will find the node for the Windows, Mac. So you need to download and install as per your operating system. And secondly, you need an editor. For these tutorial series I will be using a Visual Studio Code here. So simply go to code.visualstudio.com/download, and again here you have a multiple options. For example, if you want to solve for Windows 8, 10 and 11, if you want to install for the Linux or the Mac, so you can install as per your operating system again. So once you have these things, you need to verify that node is working fine or not. For that, open the command prompt here, and in command prompt what you need to do is that you need to type node-v. So if node is installed and configured properly, you will see the node version here, and similarly you need to check for npm-v, so it should display the node npm version. And after this, simply now go to the desktop here, and what we need to do is that we need to open the Visual Studio Code, and inside this we need to open the folder which we created right now. So the folder is basically Playwright install. Click on this one, and this is the empty folder right now. So simply what we need to do is that go to the terminal here, click on new terminal, and on the terminal what we need to do is that simply going with the npm. So I'm copying this command from here, go to Visual Studio Code here and paste this here. So as soon as you paste this, it will ask for the different options. So when you are going with the node implementation, you can go with the TypeScript or the JavaScript. So in this tutorial series we will be using JavaScript, so I'm selecting the JavaScript from here, and then where to put your end-to-end test. So this is the name of the folder. I'm going with this default one. You can change this one as well. And similarly, if you want to add a GitHub action flows, you can go with the option here. You need to provide true or false. Right now by default is false. We will see in the later tutorials that how we can go with the GitHub action workflow here. And then finally it's asking for install Playwright browsers. Okay, and here again you have option for true and false. I'm going with the true, and it will start installing all these things, and Playwright will be installed successfully. So all browsers and all things will be done. And here you will see that you have node_modules, you have a test folder, you have a test examples here, and you have package.json. Here you have different configurations about this particular package. So this is the first way to download and install the Playwright into the Visual Studio Code. Now let's see the second way to download and install the Playwright. Simply what we will do is that we'll go to the desktop here, create a new folder here, and I'm naming it as Playwright VS Code. So in this second method, what we will do is that we will be installing the Playwright from the Visual Studio Code itself. So go to Visual Studio Code here, go to file, again open the folder, and now open this recently created folder, and this is again an empty folder here. Now you need to go to this extensions sections here, and here you need to search for Playwright, and this is a Playwright test for VS Code. Click on this one. This one is already installed for me, so that's why saying there's uninstall. You can install from here. Once it will be installed, what you need to do is that go to this go option, on the view option, go to command palette, and here type install Playwright. So click on this one, and here again it's asking for the different browser. Use JavaScript. If you want to add the GitHub action flows, I'm skipping this one, I'm skipping this one, and simply clicking OK. So it will automatically open the terminal and start installing the Playwright based on our specification. So if I go to here on the Explorer, you will see that we have all these options again here in the Visual Studio Code. Now let's see the third method here, and simply on the browser, what you need to do is that you need to go here and go to npmjs.com, and here you need to search for Playwright, and this is a Playwright here. Click on this one, and here again you will find the same commands here, but here you will find the different things here. If you want to create a new project with installation, you can use this command. If you want to install the latest version, use this command. If you want to install the things manually, so you can use these commands and these commands. So simply again what I'll do is that I'll go here, create a new folder from here, and Playwright npm, so this folder, and here simply what I'll do is that I will go here and open the folder here, Playwright npm. This is an empty folder, and again go to the terminal here, and here what we need to do is that go to the browser here, and now let me go with this command directly and go here and paste it here and see what happens. Again it's asking for TypeScript or JavaScript, test, false, true, and now it will install the Playwright in our this folder, and we will see all these folders like test, then we have test examples, node_modules, and we see this Playwright here. Under the bin we will see this Playwright core files here, and inside this package.json we have a basic information about this package like name of the project, version, description. Then we have a dependencies, and Playwright test is a dependency which is added here. So we will talk about these different folders in our upcoming session. We will talk about how we can run the test provided by the Playwright itself. So this is a test river. Let me open this one. So you see this is a test written here, and we will see that how we can run this one on the different browsers. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will be learning about the Playwright architecture. So let's begin. The first thing we need to understand is that we have a client side. So by client side, we means that we have a different programming languages through which we will be writing our test scripts. So in client side, we have different languages such as we have JavaScript or the TypeScript, we have Python, we have Java, we have C#. So using these languages, you will be writing your test script. So once you write your test script, what happens is that you will be connected to Playwright server using a WebSocket, and then Playwright server will execute your test on the different browsers. So this is a very simple architecture, but the main thing, the important thing here to understand is about the WebSocket, how WebSocket works, and this WebSocket actually makes it different from the rest of the tools such as Selenium and Cypress. So let's understand how this WebSocket works here in between. So simply you have your clients like JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, Java, C#, and you will be sending a request. So in whatever language you write your test script, it will send a request to your Playwright server. So it will send a request to the Playwright server. What happens now is that now Playwright will do a handshake and establish a connection between the programming language or client. Okay, so it will generate or create a handshake between the client, and then it will become a bi-language traffic, and here is the WebSocket comes in. So basically what happens is that you will be sending a request using your programming language, whatever you're using. It will send a request to the Playwright. Playwright will do a handshake here, and after doing a handshake here, it will create a permanent connection, and it will be a two-way connection. So after this, you don't need to develop another connection. You will be just sending your commands, you will be sending your test script request, and Playwright will be doing whatever the request you are sending and executing those according to your browser. But in other protocols, just like HTTP protocol, what happens is that you will be sending a request, and every time you will be getting a response, and after getting the response, your connection or the protocol disconnected from here. But in WebSocket, it is different because it will develop a connection once here, and you will be getting a continuous traffic, and just because of this, the Playwright works very efficiently and it's very fast because it makes connection only once as compared to the HTTP protocol. So let me summarize the architecture. So simply what happens is that we have our clients, right? We have our client here, and in client we have different languages: JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, Java, C#. Using these languages, we will be writing our test scripts. Then these test scripts will send a request to the Playwright server, and this all communication is done using the WebSocket server. It will send a request, it will do a handshake and make a connection once, and so that there will be no multiple connections and there's no discontinued connections between the client and the server. And then Playwright will execute your test script on the respective browsers like Chrome, Firefox and Edge. So this is a very simple architecture. The only key here is to understand how WebSocket works here, and this WebSocket makes it different from the rest of the automation tools like Selenium and Cypress. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will be writing our first test, so let's begin. In our previous tutorials we learned that how we can install a Playwright. So now let's go to the Visual Studio Code here, and inside the Visual Studio Code here we will be writing our test inside this test folder. Okay, and for this tutorial I will be using Orange HRM demo website. So let me go here and open Orange HRM demo website. So this is a demo website and we will be using this for our tutorials. And for our first test, what we will do is that we will be navigating to this website and then we will be asserting the title of this particular page. So for title, so simply what you need to do is that right click on the screen, go to inspect here, and here in the head section you will find a title. So this is a title and this is something which we need to verify using a Playwright script. So this is our first test here, and let me go to the Visual Studio Code here, and here let me create a new file here and I'm naming it as Orange HRM and title dot spec.js. So basically you need to have extension .spec.js. In some cases you might be using, or you may use .js as well. Okay, so this is our file, and here the first thing we need to do is that we need to have some intelligence required while writing our test. We need some support, right? Just like we do in Cypress and any other tool. So you start typing something and Visual Studio will support you and guide you what you're gonna write. Okay, for this what we need to do is that simply just at the start of the test write /add ts-check. That's it. Now in order to write a test in the Playwright, we would be using a test block here. So test add, let me type it again. So simply test and test, and now inside the test what we will do is that we will be writing the title of test first. So the title of test is basically validate Orange HRM website title, and now we need to use a async function here, callback function, and inside that callback function we will be isolating the page because we are visiting the page here, so we'll be isolating that page. So simply we will be using an async keyword here, and inside this async keyword we need to provide a page and here, and as soon as you type the page you will get the details here. Okay, and now we need to provide an arrow function and the body of the arrow function here. So simply here you see that we are getting error and it is not displaying any kind of information here. The reason is that we need to import the Playwright test here, so we require that one. So simply const, and here inside this curly braces we need to type a test, and these tests are basically equals to, then we need to type a keyword called required, and here we need to provide the Playwright as a test. So just click on this one, and now you see that the error has gone, and now you get all the information regarding this one. So test, title of the test in terms of a string, then your test function, then okay, so this is all the information provided here. And similarly, if I go here now into this async page, you will see that isolating a page created for each test. Pages are isolated between test due to fixtures.context isolation. Okay, so we will be isolating this page and we will be using the async here. And now the first thing is that we need to visit a website. So simply type page dot go to, and we need to provide the URL here. And let me go back here and let me provide the URL here. So this is a URL, so let me copy this one from here and let me go back here and paste it here. And when we are using an async here, we need to use a keyword called await. So await will be using for synchronization in the Playwright. So await page.goto and the page which we want to visit here. Okay, and at the end we have a termination, and then what we need to do is that now we need to verify the title of the particular page. Again, await, then expect page and page to have title. Okay, and again, this is not giving us any information here, so for that we also require a expect here. So simply just give a comma here and type expect here. That's it. Now you will have this particular method here. So let me retype it again. Dot to have title, and inside this we need to provide the title which we want to assert here. Simply I will give a / here, and I will give a orange HRM, and we'll give another / and this one. So this will be matching this title. Okay, so let me save this one, and now what we need to do is that we need to run this one. There are so many ways in the Playwright to run your test, and we will be learning those all different ways in our upcoming tutorials. Right now just simply run this one, and we can run this by simply using a command called npx node execute, and then we will be writing playwright here and space test, and now we need to provide the name of a test here. So this is orange HRM underscore title dot spec dot js, and there are two modes of running the test. One is headless and one is headed one. So headed means that it will open a browser and execute test, and on the other hand, if you go with the headless mode, it will not open the browser and it will run in the headless option. So simply I will go here with the headed here, and before we execute this command, let me show you this playwright config file here. And here if I scroll here, you will see that we have all these browsers, and when we install all of these ones, but after that I have commented this one because I don't want to run them at the same time or the parallel execution or one by one. Simply I want to run my test on the crew. Okay, so that's why this particular section is uncommented. We will be learning these things in our upcoming sessions step by step, but right now I just want to show you this one, because when you will be executing your test, it will open the three browsers here. So let me go with the headed one, and it says running one test, opening the browser here and opening the website here, and our test got executed successfully. Okay, and now let me write another test, but before that simply we can go here, and this is a press play sign here, and if I click on this one, it will again execute your test here as well. So there are multiple ways. As I said, we'll be learning different ways in our upcoming sessions. And now I'm going with my another test here, and let's go here and let me create a new file, and again I'm naming it as orange HRM, and this time we will be verifying that this orange HRM website URL must contain this maybe orange HRM, okay, orange HRM life. So this is our test. So underscore URL dot spec.js, and I will be copying this all the lines from here, and these are very basic tests. We will be writing our tests step by step, and here instead of this particular line, what I need is that simply I will be using await again, then expect, and page is isolated already, then to have and run, and inside this we will be asserting our pattern here. So simply my pattern is that it should contain for example orange HRM life. Okay, so this is what I want. So simply / and you're done. Now save this one, and now let's run this test. And again, simply what we will do is that we'll be writing the same command here, and here we will be changing the name of our test, which is orange_hrm underscore URL dot spec.js, and enter this one. It says running one test. It's opening the browser, going to the website here, and our test got executed. And you see that it says to open the last HTML report, run npx playwright shows me. So let me copy this one and let me paste it here and hit enter. So it will open the last report here. So orange HRM website title, and you'll see some details here. We'll be learning about these reports in our upcoming sessions. Right now we just want to learn that how we can run our very basic test in the Playwright. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn different ways to run the Playwright test. So let's begin. There are multiple ways to run the Playwright test. First we will see what are those ways, and then we will see them practically. So we have multiple ways. For example, if you want to run all of your tests, then you will be using the command called npx playwright test. If you want to run a single test, simply you will be writing a command npx playwright test, and you need to provide the name of the test. And if you run a set of test files, then you need to write command npx playwright test, name of test 1, test 2, and so on. Then if you run a specific files containing the specific words, then you will be using npx playwright test and word. So here word is basically the name of your test file. Then we have another way to run your test script, running the test with a title. So title means the title of your test, and the command is npx playwright test -g and the title of your test in double quotes. Then if you run your test in your headed mode, then the command would be npx playwright test, then name of the test, then double dash, and then followed by a keyword called headed. And if you want to run your test on a specific project or the browser, then your command will be npx playwright test, name of the test, then dash dash project equals to Chromium in the example here. Now we will go to the Visual Studio Code and see these commands one by one. Now let's see our first command practically, and the first command is to execute all the tests. So the command is npx playwright test, and let me go to the Visual Studio Code. Here in the terminal we will be writing this command npx playwright test. But before executing this one, let me show you the playwright config file, because this is very important here. When we installed the playwright, it asks for the browsers to be installed. So in Playwright, they are known as projects, and you see that it's Chromium, Firefox, and this WebKit. So when I start executing all the tests, it will start all the tests on all the 3 different browsers here, and it will execute all the tests. So if I go to this example.spec.js, it contains 2 tests, 1, 2, and this contains 1 test, and this contains 1 test. So total there are 4 tests. 4 tests will be executed on 3 different browsers. So 12 tests will be executed here. So let me start this one here and see what happens. So you see that running 12 tests using the 4 workers, and it will be executing on the Chromium, Firefox, and the WebKit. And once it would be done, we will get the report here, and it start executing. Now it's executing on the WebKit, and you see that all of our tests now got executed. 12 tests are passed, and the command is npx playwright show report to show the report. So let's see the report here, npx, and this is a command line execution. You won't see a browser opening itself, right? So simply this command, and it will open a browser, and here you see that all 12 tests, and here Chromium, Firefox, WebKit, Chromium, Firefox, WebKit, and each of these details are present here in this particular report. Now let's go to our second command. If we want to run a single test, then we can use a command npx playwright test and name of the test here. So simply here what we need to do is that press Ctrl C, then Y, and here now we need single test to be executed, npx playwright test, and the name of the test, so I'm giving a name here as orange HRM underscore title dot spec dot js, and press enter. Now it will execute a single test, and 3 workers are working here, and there will be a total 3 tests. 1 is on Chromium, 1 is on the Firefox, and the last one is on the WebKit. So it's executing right now, and just wait for its execution, and the execution is done. So I'm executing the same show report command here, and the new report is open, and here you see that only the specific test got executed on the 3 different browsers here. Okay, now the third option is that if we want to run a set of different files, not all of the tests but a set of limited tests, so npx test, the test 1 and test 2. So go back to the Studio Code here and press Ctrl C, then Y, and here npx playwright test, and tests are under test / orange HRM underscore title, and the second one is basically tests is under the test folder. So simply go here and we will see that as tests, and here same command will be used, tests brackets orange hrm underscore url, and press enter. So it will execute those tests here and see what happens. It actually executed only the one test. The reason is that we haven't provided the full path for the second test here. So it's basically here is test. Now press enter. Now you see that it's running the 6 tests here using 4 workers, and again each test on the 3 different browsers. And once it will be executed, we will have the similar report here. So just wait for its execution and we will see the results. And again we will be using the same command here to show the report here. And here you see that these 2 tests got executed only and on 3 different browsers. Now what we need to do is that again press Ctrl and C, Y and enter. And now let's move towards the next way to execute our test. So running the test file that contains the specific words. So hrm underscore title is a specific file name. So the command is basically npx playwright test and the word. So npx playwright test and the word orange hrm underscore title, and that's it, and press enter. So you see that it's executing the one test and it is executing on the 3 different browsers, and it will be executed just by providing the name here. And now let me open the report here and you will see that our test got executed, and it got executed on again the 3 different browsers. Now the other way is to run our test using a title of the test, and here the command is npx playwright test -g and the title in double quotes here. So go back here, press Ctrl C then Y, and now npx playwright test -g, and in double quotes we need to provide the title of the test. So here I'm giving this title. This is the title we provided for this test, and here let me provide this one here and press enter. So now Playwright will execute this test on the 3 different browsers, and you see that validate orange hrm website URL, and this specific test got executed on the 3 different browsers. Just wait for its execution and see the report as well. So it's executing one by one, and it's now executing on the WebKit, and all these executions are basically done on the command line, and they are not opening the actual browser. For opening the actual browser, we will see how we can do it. So one test got failed, no problem, we will look into this one, and the report is opened here automatically because this time it got failed, and you see this particular test got executed. And if I click on this, the test timeout exceeded, unable to open this website, and we got some details here in this particular results here. Now if we want to run these tests on the headed mode, for example if we want to execute these on the actual browser opening this website and performing the test, so for this one we will be using this command with the keyword called headed. So for example if I go here and Control C Y, and if I go with this previous command, and if I just add headed here, so now what happens is that this single test will execute it in a headed mode on 3 different browsers. Now you will see a 3 different browser opening in front of you. You see that 3 different browsers opening, and it's just opening the website or hrm.com and executing our test. So headed command can be used with any of the above methods here. So if you want, so we have learned all these methods, so you can use dash headed with any of these here. And similarly, now if we want to run this on particular browser, so we will be using this approach: npx playwright test, then the name of the test and the test project equals to Chromium. So if I go back here and here head it and then dash project, and project is equals to Chromium. So this is equal to Chromium. So let me see the spelling: CHROMIUM. So MIUM. So now what this command will do is that it will execute a test having this title in a headed mode and in the Chromium. Okay, so it will execute on only a single browser, which is a Chromium, because we have specified that it should be executed on the Chrome browser only. So it will open the website and then execute our test here. So these are the different ways you can use these commands in order to run your test. There's another thing which we really need to understand here, is that how we can run our test in parallel. So Playwright provide us a way to run our test in parallel. Right now they are executing one after one, but we can run them in parallel as well. So that's actually very simple here. So what I'll do is that instead of running it on a single project here, so I will remove this one. So instead of using this one, I will mention here workers equals to 3 or workers equals to be more. So when we define the workers, it will start with that number of workers, and you see that it got executed in parallel and it will be very fast in execution. So when you have to work with the parallel execution, you have to define the workers count here, how many workers are required. So it depends on the number of execution you want to do. And let me show you here. If I increase the number of workers here to 6 and see what happens. But here you see that it only have 3 workers, because 3 workers are more than enough or required for executing on the 3 different browsers, right? So even if you have not sure about the number of workers you need, you can define n number and it will automatically pick the required workers for the execution. So that's how you can run your test on different ways. So before ending or concluding this session, just let me go to the slide here, and here you can see and we can recall all these commands here. You can also take the screenshot of this one for the future reference. So if you want to run all the tests, simply npx playwright test. If you want to run a single test, npx playwright test, and you need to specify the name of the test. And these all executions are basically on the command line, and you will not see a physical browser here. Okay, then running a test on a set of files, you need to provide test1, test2, test3 and so on. And if you want to run a files containing specific words, then npx playwright test, and you need to mention the word. And if you want to run a test with a specific title, then the command would be npx playwright test -g and then the title of test in double quotes. And if you want to run all of these in the headed mode, then use --headed. And if you want to run all these on the basically a different or the specific browser, then you have to add --project equals to Chromium, Firefox or WebKit. So it will execute on that particular project or the browser. So you can use these commands with all of these. And similarly, if you want to run in parallel, define the workers and the count of the workers, just like we did here in our previous commands. So that's all about running the Playwright script in the multiple ways. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to generate the test script using the Playwright Codegen. So let's begin. In Playwright we can generate the test script using the Codegen just like we do with the Selenium IDE, and here the command is really simple. Here simply what you need to do is that type npx playwright Codegen, and if you need to know more about the different options available for the Codegen, simply type --help here and press enter. It will open the different help options. So we have different options available. If you want to save the generated script into a file, then you can use -o. If you want to generate a script in a particular language, you can also specify the language here. Then if you want to record on a particular browser, you can use -b, and so there are so many other options available here. And if you want to run the Codegen simply, so what you need to do is that instead of --help, use npx playwright Codegen and press enter. It will open the code generator, and here the browser is opened, and on the right side you see this Playwright inspector. On the left side we have a browser and it says locator body HTML, and the reason is that we still haven't opened any of the website. So let me go to google.com for this one first, and then we will see some other examples here. So as soon as I type and press enter, you see the code is generated, right? And similarly, let me search for Playwright in Google. So you see that as soon as I am performing some actions, the code is getting generated, right? And let me click on this one, and you will also see the locators. As soon as I hover on any of the elements, you see the locators as well, right? So this is really simple here, and you see this we have this Playwright inspector here. From here I can stop the recording. I can again start the recording, and I can copy the code from here. And in this Playwright inspector we have a target, and the target is basically, if I click on this one, so by default it's a test runner. Then if I click on the library, so it's created this particular script. If I want with a Java library, so this is a complete Java code for these particular actions. Similarly for the Python and for the C#.net. So this is really easy to generate the code. And here you see that if you want to clear these options, just click on this clear and everything will be clear here. And this is basically if you don't want a black dark theme, just click on this one. You have a light theme here. The good thing is that if you are working on a Playwright script and you want a locator of a particular element, you can simply go here to a pick locator, and now hover any of the element. You'll see that you will get the locator of this particular element, and you can copy from here, and you can also use this in your Playwright script. And simply again click on this one and click on any of this, you will get the locator from this one. And let me change it back to the test runner here. Let me go with the dark theme here, and now let me start the recording from here. And this time let's go with the Playwright website, and let's explore, get started, writing the test, going to docs, then going to Trace Viewer, and you see as soon as I'm performing the actions, the script is getting generated. And if you want to close this one, simply close, click on this one. It will close the Playwright inspector and the browser as well. But let me show you here. You see everything is closed now. So let me go here again, and what I'll just do is that you can you can provide the application URL here as well. So it will open the code generator as well as it will open your website. So if I go with the old HRM demo website, let me copy this one from here and paste it here. And now if I press enter, what happens is that code generator will open and it will open the website as well. So let me shrink this one for a moment here, and you can see this. We have this particular page, then we have to provide the username, we have to provide the password here and click on the login button, and you see the whole script is generated here, and it has also captured more details. So after generating the script, you can remove the unnecessary code so that you have a optimized code here. And now let me copy this one from here and close this one. And now inside the test, let me go here and create a new file, and let me name it as orange hrm codegen.spec.js, and let me paste this code here. And now if I go here in this script, this particular line is not useful here, so let me remove this one. And even if you don't click on the particular field, you can directly provide the username and the password, so you can remove these lines as well as per your requirement, right? And now let's see if this generator script is working fine or not. But before that, let me change this to orange hrm codegen. This is the name of our test. Codegen, name it as codegen. Okay, and let me copy this one because we will execute using this test title here, and simply npx playwright test -g and the title of your test. So npx playwright test -g and the title of your test here, and just press enter and see what happens here. So what happens is that it says no test found here. The reason is that we haven't saved our script so far, so let me save this one. And now let's run this again here, and now it should run this particular test, and yes, it's executing our test. And if we want to run our this test on the browser, so we can use the -- edit option here. So let me go here and -edit. So we already learned the different ways to run our Playwright scripts. So if you haven't checked that video, just go and check out that one. And meanwhile, you can see that it went to the website, provided the username, password. So Playwright execution is really quick here, right? Now we have more options here, right? While recording, we can use the specific browser. And here right now what you have seen is that we have generated the code, we copied the code here, right? But what I can do is that I can simply generate the code here into my test folder. So what happens is that here, if I go back to this help option, you will see that it says that if I want to save the generator script in some folder and options, so I can use -o here, right? Now let's use this option here, and simply what we need to do is that npx playwright codegen and here -o and simply .test. So inside the test, now we are creating our new file here. So the file will automatically be created here, and let me name it as playwright codegen.spec.js. okay, and just press enter. So once we generate a script, it will automatically create a file and it will save the code here. And here, let me go here and now go to Playwright website, simply www.google.com and search here Playwright and Playwright. Just click on this one, then click on any of the options here. So some code is generated, right? So as soon as now I click or close this particular browser, it will close the Playwright inspector as well as this browser, but at the same time it will generate the file with the code. So let me close this one, and here you see this, the file is generated, playwright codegen.spec.js. If I click on this one, you see the code is already present here. So this is the beauty of the Playwright code generator, because there are multiple options here, and if we want to run on any particular browser here, so simply -b and we can select the browser. So let's go with the Firefox this time, and simply npx playwright codegen -b and go with the Firefox. Now Firefox instance will be opened here, and now you can record into the Firefox itself. So let me go with here again. Let's go with the google.com, search for Playwright and go to the website, and you can see that you can record your test on any of the browsers here. So let me close this one from here, and if I go back to more options here, you can record, you can bypass the proxy, you can define a proxy server, you can define the particular device. If you want to emulate iPhone 11 for example, you can give all these options while recording your scripts. So that's the beauty of the Playwright code generator, because you can generate using the code gen from within the Visual Studio Code. You can run the command, your Playwright inspector will open, just perform your test case steps, it will generate the steps, and automatically it will generate the code. And whatever the code you need, you simply have this particular code and remove the rest of the code from your script. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about the Playwright locators. So let's begin. Locators play a really important role when we are locating the elements, and in Playwright they play really important role because in terms of auto-waiting and retrying. So here are some common locators. The first one is page.getByRole. So using the role you will be accessing or locating the element. Then we have getByText, so you can locate the element by the text of that particular element. Then we have getByLabel, you can locate the element using the label of that particular element. Then we have getByThePlaceholder, so if there is an element having the placeholder, so you can locate that element by the placeholder. Then we have getByAlternateText, so if there is any alternate text available, usually when we are talking about the images, so you can locate the images using its alternative text. Then we have getByTitle, so you can locate the element by the title attribute. Then we have a very good locator called getByTestID, so you can locate an element based on its data-testID attribute. So this attribute needs to be defined and configured first, then you will be able to locate the element using this particular locator. So these are few of them, and in this series we will be covering more of the locators like CSS and XPath as well in our upcoming tutorials. Now let's go to the Visual Studio Code and see how these work actually in practical. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code here, and let me create a one new file here, and I'm naming it as orange hrm locators dot spec dot js. So this is already created, so let me give it another name here. And what we'll do is that we will use the previously generated code here. So what I'll do is that I'll copy this code from here and now go to this file here, and here let me remove this line of code from here. And what it will do is that it will simply go to Orange HRM website, and once it will land on Orange HRM website, we will identify the element using these locators and will perform some actions on this one. So let me save this one and let me open the browser here, and let's go to Orange HRM website here. And once it will land on this one, so this is a login page of Orange HRM, and now we will try to locate the elements present here. So first we will do it using a label, and here we talk about this password field. Right click on this one, go here and inspect this one here. So you see that this particular field has different attributes like placeholder, name, type, but there is no label here, right? So in order to do that, so if I inspect here this particular thing, so this is a label here, so I can locate this element using get by the label locator. Okay, and here what I'll do is that simply I will go with simply, let me go back here and we use await, then page dot get. So here you see that we have different locators available. So get by label, and the label here is basically, let me go back here, so the label is basically a password. So let me copy this one from here, let me go here. So in this way you can locate the element using the by get label. And here what I'll do is that I will simply print this one because we cannot perform any particular actions on this one. So what I'll do is that simply console.log, and inside this I will copy this one from here and paste it here. Okay, and let me save this one and let me change the name of this one, and I'm naming it as locators demo, and I will be running this test using this test. So here simply npx playwright test -g, name of the test here, and I will be executing in the headed mode. So press enter and see what happens. So let me save this first and let me run it again. So this is opening the website here, and here you see that the locator is printed here, right? And now what we will do is that let's fill the username field and the password field using a placeholder, because we saw that they have the placeholder. So if I go here and inspect this one, so you see that this has a placeholder equals to username. So simply what I'll do is that here await, then page dot get by placeholder, and what is the placeholder here? We need to tell the placeholder. So let me go back here, and the placeholder is username with the capital U. Go back here, provide this username. Now what I need to do, I need to perform some action, and here in this case I need to provide the username. So in Playwright, if you need to type something, you need to use a fill here, and whatever you need to fill, you need to provide in the double quotes here. So the password is admin here, and that's it. So let me go back here and confirm. Yeah, that's the username is the password. Oh, sorry, admin. And here, let me save this one. And what I'll do is that I will put some weight after this one so that you can see that it's actually working. Page dot wait for timeout, and I'm giving here 10 seconds. And let me save this one. And now let's execute this test and see what happens. So it will open the browser, go to this website, then it will fill the username field with the admin. So you see that with the admin here it got filled, right? And similarly, what I'll do is that I will using the same approach here, and I will provide the password here. So let me go here and using the placeholder, I will go here and scroll it a bit here. So this is a password field, and here the placeholder is with a capital P and simply this one, and here I'll provide the password, and password is admin123. Let me save this one, and now let's execute this one and see what happens. So it should go to this website, it should fill the username with the admin and password with the admin123. So yes, that's done successfully here. And now let's talk about get by the role. So role can be the buttons, checkboxes, headings, links, lists, tables, and so many things. These are the basically rules. So you can identify the element using the role here. And if we talk about this particular login button here, so the role of this particular element is a button, right? So we'll go here. So it's a button, right? So what I'll do is that let's locate this element using a button here, and now await page dot get by role. Okay, and here first you need to provide what is the role. So here you see that it's the alert, it's a banner, it's an article, it's a button. So there are so many things. These are the role of the different elements, and here I am providing the role as button, and then comma, then two curly braces, and inside this we need to provide the attribute, right? So here the name of this particular element is basically a login, right? So what I'll do is that let me go back here and provide name colon, then in quotes we have login, and then what we need to do, we simply need to click on this one here and save this one. So now let's run this again and see what happens. So I should provide the username, password, then click on the login button in order to log in into the system. Yes, it's successfully logged in into the system. Now we saw that we have covered get by the label, we have covered get by the placeholder, we have covered get by the role. Now let me show you get by the alternate text. Okay, so if I go back here and if I provide the username as admin and password as admin123, so it will log into the system, and here you see that this is the image, right? So if I go here and this is the image, and this image has an alternate text called profile picture, right? And as soon as I click on this one, this particular menu will be opened here, right? So let me go back here and simply what I'll do is that await page dot get by alternate text. Okay, and we need to provide the alternate text here. Then what we need to do, we need to perform a click on this one, right? So let me go here, and the alternate text is this one, profile underscore or space picture. So that's the alternate text, and let me save this one, and let's run this again and see what happens. So it should logged in successfully, then it should click on the user profile area. So logged in, and you see that it clicked on this picture and this menu is appeared here. Okay, and if I go back here and if I click on this one, and now if I inspect this logout button, so this logout is basically here, it's a link, it's a href, it's a link, and you see that this has a text called logout. So now I will locate this element using by get by the text method here. Okay, so simply what I'll do is that await page dot get by text, and here the text would be basically a logout. So let me go here and copy this text from here and go back here, and now simply I will click on this one so that I can log out from the application. Okay, and let me save this one, and now let me run this again and see what happens here. It will go to the application here, it should logged in, then click on this button and then log out. Right, so that's how you can use these core locators using these are core locators because in Playwright they play really important role in terms of auto-waiting and retries. So get by placeholder, get by role, get by alternate text, get by text, so get by label. So we have learned these in this tutorial, and in our upcoming tutorials we will explore more about locating the elements. We will cover more locators, we will cover CSS, XPath and so on in our upcoming tutorials. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about the Playwright CSS and XPath locators, and we will also be looking into the very good extension called SelectorsHub. So let's begin. You can locate the elements in the Playwright using the CSS and XPath, and simply what you need to do is that you need to use page.locator method and you need to provide the CSS and XPath here. And if we talk more about this particular CSS and XPath here, so basically in Playwright, it comes with, when you have to provide within the page.locator, you can provide in two ways. Either you have to mention that CSS equals to this or XPath equals to this. This is the one way. And the second way is that the Playwright is very much intelligent and you don't need to provide CSS equals to or XPath equals to. So let me show you an example here. So page.locator, and here we are mentioning that this is a XPath and the XPath is equal to this particular XPath of the element. Okay, and you can also provide without mentioning XPath equals to. You can directly provide the XPath, and the Playwright is very much intelligent here and it will automatically understand that this is a XPath. So now let's move towards the Visual Studio Code here and we will see it practically how it works. For this tutorial, I am taking an example of Orange HRM which we used in our previous tutorials, and if I go back to Orange HRM, so let's go to the browser here first and go to Orange HRM demo live website here, and here you see that we have username field and password field. So let me create the XPath from here and then we will use in our script. So let's go back to the Visual Studio Code here. Let me create one more test file So I'm naming it as orange HRM CSS and XPath CSS XPath.spec.js. And what I'll do is that I'll copy the previous test from here, and we copy this one here and paste it here. And in this test, what we did is that we open the Orange HRM demo website, we get the label, we also learn about how we can use the get by placeholder, we also learn get by role. So what we were doing here is that we were providing the username, password, clicking on a button, and then we will clicking on the profile picture, and finally we were clicking on the logout. So what we were doing is that simply, if I go here, we were providing admin as a username, admin123 as a password here, and clicking on this one. And once it will log in, what we are doing is that we are clicking on this picture and then clicking on logout. So this was a test we did in our previous tutorial, and we used the different locators here. So now what we will do is that we will be doing it using the CSS and XPath. So simply I just go to this field here, right click on this one, click on inspect here, and now press Ctrl and F. So you will see that find by string selector or XPath here. So what I'll do is that I'll start typing the XPath here, // and the type of field is basically input field here, and it has the following attributes like name, placeholder. So I can utilize these attributes to write a XPath here. So simply // that's input, and then brackets at the rate, now any attribute, like if I go with the placeholder is equals to, so the placeholder is equals to the username with the capital U, so username, and we will be closing the bracket. So you see that one of one found, and the particular field has been identified perfectly. Okay, we can also change the attribute here. For example, if I go with the name here and if I provide U here, you can see that the field has been successfully identified, and this is the correct XPath, and this is a unique as well because this is one of one, right? So we can use this one from here. So let me copy this one and let's go back here, and instead of this particular line, so let me comment this one as of now. Let's go here, simply await page dot locator, and here we need to provide the XPath or the CSS of this one. So simply using this one, and here you see that it's not getting recognized, and the reason is that in Playwright you need to provide the double quotes with the value. So here instead of this, so double quotes here, and what else you need to do, you need to put whole of the locator in single quotes here, just like this one. So now this is fine, and here instead of clicking on this one, just fill with the username, so dot fill, and here the value is admin, and that's it. So let me save this one, and now let me change the name of the test here. So Orange HRM CSS XPath demo. So let me copy this one from here, and here we need to use a command, and here simply we need to provide the name of the test. Okay, so before executing, let's save this one, and now this page.locator should automatically understand that this is XPath, and it should execute our test and should fill the username field with the admin. Now let's run this one here and see what happens here. So it should open the browser, it should go to the website, it should go to the username field, and you see that it has successfully provided the admin here. So this XPath is absolutely working fine. And as we learned that we can also explicitly provide the keyword or the prefix as the XPath or CSS. So simply what we need to do is that we need to go here and we can provide with the prefix. So just like if I go here and show you, so XPath equals to this. So here we are using the XPath and simply XPath equals to this one, and let's save this one. And now let's run this again and see what happens now. So this should also work as expected, and it will again go to the website here. It will provide the username, yes, and provide the password, and it's logged out again. So this also works perfectly. And in similar way, you can use the CSS here, and for using and identifying the element using the CSS and the XPath, I would recommend you to use the SelectorsHub Chrome extension. That's very helpful. You just need to install that into your browser, and what you need to do is that simply hover the element and it will generate the XPath or CSS for that particular element. So let's go to the browser again here, and now here search for selectorshub.com. This is a website, and here you will see that SelectorsHub, XPath and Selectors plugin. So if you click on this one, so here you see that this is the official website and it's officially available on different stores as well, and you can install this extension on Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Opera, Brave, Chromium, Tor as well. So if you want to install on the Chrome, just click on this one. Else what you can do is that simply go to Chrome Web Store, click on this one here, and here search for SelectorsHub and press enter, and you see that you will find this SelectorsHub. There's two variants, one is simple one and the other one is basically a pro version. So simply click on this one. Currently I have installed this one, that's why it says remove from the Chrome. So what I can do is that let me remove this one from here and let me reinstall this one. So simply add to the Chrome, add extension, and it will install. So this will install successfully, and you will see that remove from the Chrome button is enabled, and this item has been disabled in the Chrome. Enable this item, click on this one, and you see that here is the icon you will find here, right? And similarly you can also use the Task Studio and other very good extensions from the SelectorsHub. So let's go here and let me pin this SelectorsHub here, and now simply let me go back to the channel website and let's refresh this page here, and now simply right click on the element you want, click on inspect, and here click on this one, go to SelectorsHub, and now what you need to do is that simply inspect the element you want, and let me get it down a bit here, and let's go here, and you see that it will generate the particular locators here, and it's not showing because don't use it in a blank tab and open google.com after installation, restart the browser. So we haven't restarted the browser, so we need to restart the browser here. So let me copy the URL from here, and let me close the browser, and now let me open the browser again here, and let me open this one here, and now let's click on this one, go to inspect and go to SelectorsHub, and yes, now it's working absolutely fine, and you see whichever element I am inspecting, it is generating the relative CSS selectors, relative XPath, index XPath, so this is very good, and you can generate the XPath from here. Even you can write, so this is a very good extension. You can just go and explore this extension as well. So here, so let me go with this one, and here the relative CSS selector is basically input placeholder equals to username, and we just saw that in the Playwright, we need to provide this with a double quote. And the beauty of the SelectorsHub is that simply go here, you see that click here to generate selectors with the double quote. Simply click on this one and you are good to go with this one. So let me copy this one and let's go back here, and instead of this one I am providing a simple CSS selector here. And again, we are not explicitly saying that this is a CSS. So let's save this one and run this one and see what happens. So it should work perfectly. You should go to the website, open the browser and provide the username. Yes, you can see it's provided the past username as admin and again logged out. And if I go back here to the browser itself here, and let's go with the XPath here. So let me copy this one from here and simply provide this one here and save this one here, and let's run this again. So again, it should work because SelectorsHub is very good extension in terms of identifying the elements using the CSS and XPath. So yes, it's working absolutely fine here again. And finally, what we will do is that simply I will go with the CSS selector, and this time what I will do is that I will explicitly mention that this is a CSS selector. So let me copy this one here, and simply what I'll do is that let me go here, and here I'll provide the CSS selector, and here after providing the CSS selector we will also mention that this is a CSS equals to, so CSS is equals to this one. So just like we did for XPath, so XPath equals to this, and here we are doing is that CSS equals to this. So let me save this one and let's run this and see what happens. So it should identify the element using the CSS selector here, and it should provide the username as admin. Yes, it provided the username as admin. So in this way you can use the CSS selectors and the XPath to identify the element in the Playwright. And again, I would recommend that you can use the SelectorsHub Chrome extension. This is very good, so you don't need to go and write explicitly the CSS and XPath selector for the Playwright. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about filtering the locators, so let's begin. In Playwright you can filter the locator based on different criteria. So when you have multiple options, you can filter based on the text and the descendant child. So there are four ways. The first one is filter by the text, and the method we will be using is locator.filter. And similarly, not having the text, the child or descendant, you can filter by the child or descendant, and not having the child or descendant. So these are four ways you can filter the locators if you have multiple options. So for this tutorial I will be using the online channel website. First we will see the scenario, and then we will automate or locate the elements using this filter option. So let's go to the browser here and simply go to our HRM website, and here you will see that we have this login page. We need to provide the username here, then we need to provide the password here, and then click on the login. And once you are logged in, now you have multiple options here. You have admin, PIM, then leave, time, equipment, my info, and so on. And if I go here and right click on this one, go to inspect here, so you will see that this is a UL, right? And UL has multiple options here. So if I hover here, you will see that different element will be highlighted here. So here we have multiple options. So what we will do is that we can identify the list first, and then what we will do is that we will filter based on the text here. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code here now, and let me create one new test file here. So I'm naming it as orange hrm, then filter.spec.js, and the first thing is that we need to import the test, then if we need assertions, we will use expect here, and these are basically coming from Playwright. So as soon as you type this one, you will see that we will get this Playwright /test. So then we need to start writing our tests. So test, and here we need to provide a title and then the test function here. So the title is basically filtering locators, and now then we will using async here, and now we will incorporate the page here, simply page, and followed by an arrow function here and body of the arrow function. So in this body, what we will do is that we'll be writing our test. So async, then we have a small brackets here, and inside the small bracket, so we don't need this bracket here, and we need this bracket here, termination. So inside this we will be writing our test. So using await, then page dot go to, and here we will go to our orange hrm website here. So just go back here and let me log out from this one, and from here let me copy this one and go back here and provide this one. And after going to this website, we need to locate the element. So in our previous test, we learned that how we can locate those ones. So let me go here, and here you saw that we learned that how we can use the get by the placeholder, get by the role. So let me copy this one, these three from here, and let me go back here. So the first one will fill the username, the second will fill the password, third one will click on this one, and finally what I will do is that I will put some intentional timeout here so that we can see what is happening. So here, so let me save this one, and now let's run this one. npx playwright test -g and the name of the test. So name of the test is filtering locators, and let me provide this one here. And now what I'll do is that I will run in the edit mode so that we can see the actual execution happening. So it will open the browser, it will go to our hrm demo website, provide the username and password, click on login, and now we are on the dashboard. So once user will land here, now what we will do is that we will locate this leave option here using the filter by the text option. Okay, so simply what I will do is that let me put some comments here. So filter by text, and again here await, sorry, go here, await page dot, then get by role, and the role is basically a list item here. So what I'll do is that I will provide list, then list item because it's a list, and then dot filter, and filter will be based on the criteria here. So I will say has text and colon, then I will provide the text here. So let's go back here and see what is the text. So let me log in again here and see what is the text. So once it will log in, so for the leave option here, so let's open this file. So this is the text. Let me copy this from here. Let's go back here in the Visual Studio Code, provide this, and once this element will be filtered out, so what I'll do is that I simply click on this one. Okay, so let me save this one, and now let's run this again and see what happens. So now I have filtered from the list of options available, and based on that I am clicking on the leave module. So leave module has been clicked successfully, and now the user is landed on the leave module. So what I'll do is that the other way is that I can use in different way. I can use like / so I can use this way to filter the data as well. So let's run this again and see what happens. So it should again click on the leave button, and let's see. So it's opening the application, logging the user. Yes, it clicked the leave option from the list, and yes, it's working absolutely fine. Now the second way is that filtering by the descendant or the child element. So here I will comment this out and simply let me add more comment here. So now we will be using filter by child / descendant. Okay, and here simply await page dot get by role, and again the role will be the list item here, list item. And now the other way of writing the code is that instead of writing the whole complete line in a single way, so what we can do is that simply we can use this way, dot here, then again dot, and it will make us code more readable and more easy to understand. So simply filter, and again here in filter we need to provide the locator of the descendant element. So we have a list and we have a descendant elements in it. So what I'll do is that simply then colon, then I need to provide the locator here. So page dot get element by, let's go with the role here, and what I'll say is that the role will be link here, and then what I need to do is that I need to provide the name of the link. So let's go here and inspect this again here. So you will see that this is basically a link. It has a link, you see it has a link, and what we need is that name of the link. So basically it's a leave again. Okay, so simply what I'll do is that name colon, then we'll provide leave here, and all good. So simply what we will do is that now once we have looked at it, simply click on this one and do it again. So let me confirm the number of brackets here. All good. Click. That's we are done. So simply save this one, and now let's run this one here and see what happens here. So it should filter this element by the child or descendant one, and click on the leave option here. So it's logging in, and yes, it's click on the leave. So So that's how basically you can filter when you have a multiple options. And similarly, let me give you one more example here. If I go here, let me go here in the browser, and if I go to leaf module here again, so what will you see that we have a different options are available. So let's go and inspect this one. So you see that we have a list, and inside the list we have a multiple options, right? So you can locate these elements using filter method. You can have the list of options, and from the list of the options you can filter based on the text, you can filter based on the child or descendant, and not having the text or not having the descendant. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about the Trace Viewer, so let's begin. Trace Viewer is basically a UI tool which helps you to explore the recorded Playwright traces after the execution of your script. Here we need to understand what is Playwright traces. So basically the Playwright trace is a file that records all of the actions that your code takes when it interacts with a web page. So when your script is interacting with your page, so it would be like opening the page, clicking on the elements, filling out the forms and making the network request. So it will capture all this information for you, and after the execution of your test script you can view this information. Now why we need a Playwright Trace Viewer? So basically to understand how your code is executing. The second one is basically when your test is failing, it will help you to debug your test script. So now let's open the Visual Studio Code and see it practically how the Playwright Trace Viewer works. In Visual Studio Code, go to your playwright.config.js file. You will find this here. Just open this file here, and here we need to find a trace here. So scroll down here, and yes, you will find a trace here, and its value is on first retry, which means that the trace will be recorded on the first retry. And if you want to learn more about the trace, so here the link is available. Open this link here, and if you go down here you will see a different options available. So it will provide the actions, snapshot, action log, source code location, network log. All things will be available in this way. Okay, so on the first retry it will work. So on locally, if we want to generate a trace, so what we'll need to do is that we need to provide -trace flag equals to on, which means that when we execute our test we need to provide this one, and it will record the trace for this particular test. So now let me go to a particular test here, and let me open any of my previous test here, and what I'll do is that I will intentionally fail this one. So let me change this to leave 2 here, and now let's run this particular test. So npx playwright test-g, name of the test, and the name of the test is filtering locators. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here. So sorry, let me type it again. So playwright test -g, inside the course we need to provide the name of the test, and I need to run in the headed mode, and also -trace on. So now let me run this one, and but before that we need to save this one. So let me close this one again, and here let me save the file. So let me go back here and let me save this test here, and now let me run this one and using the same command. So let's run this one. So what will happen is that it will go to Orange HRM website here. It will provide the username, it will provide the password, it will log in, and it will try to click on this leave button on the left side under the PIM. So the locator is not correct, so it will fail, and once it will fail, it will try, and after trying it will generate the trace for this one, and we will see in the report which will be generated automatically once it will be failed. So you saw that the particular report has been generated, and it says that this particular line got failed, and if we scroll down here you will see that we got the trace for this one. So there are two options here. One, you can directly click on this one, or you can download from here. So first let me click on this one here. So it will open the Trace Viewer UI. So this is the complete UI. This is a timeline, and it will show how your test was progressing throughout the execution, at what second what was the state of your application. Then here you will see your test steps, and which is basically the actions, then the metadata at that particular step, then what happened before your action and what happened after your action. So you get all the information here. And similarly, as we scroll here, you will see that we are getting some information regarding this particular call. What was the locator, what was the value, and the log of this particular step. Then if we go to the console here, so we get the console details here, what was happened. Then the network calls happened during this test here. Then we have a source. So we click on the source, so you see that it's showing us the exact step where it got failed. So we are getting a lot of information here, and see the target close locator.click. So here it was unable to locate this element, and that's why our test got failed. So this trace viewer is really helpful in debugging your scripts when it got failed. So we actually executed this locally, and if you are working on the CI side, so what you need to do is that, so basically if I go back to the playwright.config.js, so here is the configuration in terms of, let me open this again, let me close this one and let me open this again. And if we scroll down a bit here, you will see that here's a configuration for the CI side, right? So after one retry or two retries, it will generate the trace. And if we go back to the report itself, and if I go back to the report itself, so this is a report, and here we have another option called in order to download this file. So click on this file, your file will get downloaded. So later on, if you want to open this file, you can open this file. So how you can open this file later on? So that's really simple. So simply what you need to do is that you need to type trace.playwright.dev. So it will open an interface, and here you need to drop your file. So simply let me drop this file from here to here, and it will again open your trace file here, and you can easily debug or optimize your test. Even you can see what is happening exactly during your execution. So now let me go back to the Visual Studio Code here, and inside the test results you will find this trace file. Okay, and this is the one way of doing it. Now other way is that if you have a multiple test in a single file and you want to trace a particular test, so you can do it programmatically and using the code. So for this one, I'm going to this example.aspect.js. You must have this file. So you see that it has a multiple test, test1 and this test2, and now I want to trace this test2. Let me change the value here so that it should fail, and let me save this one. And now here simply what I'll do is that I will provide context, and then we need to start our trace. So simply await context dot tracing dot start, and inside this we need to provide the options. We have different options, but we need a screenshot, we need a snapshot. So whatever we need, we will provide here. So we will provide both screenshots and snapshots here. So simply in the curly braces we need to provide screenshots, and screenshots colon should be true, and the second is the snapshots dot colon equals to true, and this is the start, and the end would be at the end of this particular test. So again, await, then context dot tracing dot stop, and here we need to provide the path of the file. So once it will stop, it should generate a file, and I'm naming so we need to provide a path, then path colon the name of the file. So I'm naming it as tracing.zip file, and that's it. And now let's run this test and see what happens here. But before that, we are doing it using the code. So what I need to do is that I need to go to this playwright.config.js, and here let me change the value from CI in terms of the retries. So here you see that retries are doing through the CI process. So what I'll do is that I'll simply comment this line here, and here I will type retries, and the value should be 1 here, okay, and then comma. So save this file and now run this example, and this time we will be executing this particular file here. So here Control C, terminate this one, and simply npx playwright test, and we will give the name of the file, which is example.spec.js dash headed. And this time you see that we are not providing dash trace equals to on. So simply because we have explicitly mentioned in our code, so it will go to this website, will do a retries, and here it will retry manually. You see that it's open again, but when you are doing trace on without providing into the code, it will actually generate that trace automatically. Now the execution has been done, our test got failed. So just click on this one here, and here you see that it got tried for one time. So first execution, and it didn't find this pattern here, so there was a session placed in, so it got failed here. And then in the retry section, so again it retried, and here it generated the trace here. So if I click on this one, so it will provide all the information regarding this particular step. So what exactly happened, what was the timeline, so before and after. And this particular Playwright Trace Viewer is very good because it has a pick locator. So you might be having a problem with the locator, so here you can work with the locators as well, and you can copy the locator from here, and that's very helpful when you are debugging the scripts, when your scripts are failing. So that will be really helpful in these terms. Now if I go back here, and what I'll do is that, so let me go back here, and if I go to Visual Studio Code here, and even if I don't write a specific code here, so let me remove this code from here and this line of the code as well, because it was doing using the code, and I'm removing this one. So now still it will generate the trace, because in the playwright config.js we have mentioned that after one retry. So here you see that on the first retry generate the test, and how many retries we have defined? 1. So it will generate a trace as well. So see, let's run this and see either it's generating a trace again here or not. So simply run this again and see what happens with this particular test. So again, it will execute and see what happens, and again this time it should got failed. It's retrying for the first time, and here it will not be able to find this one and your test will be failed. And again you see that our test got failed. And if I go to this retry here and just click on retry, and here you will find the trace again here. So either you provide by the code, so but using the code, what is the difference by providing the code or not having the code? So having the code will specify the block of the code here. So in my example here, what I did is that in this particular file I want to have a trace this particular test. You might have a multiple test in the file and you don't want to trace the whole file, right? So it will obviously decrease the efficiency. So what you will do is that you can do it programmatically, and using the code you can specify the block of code from where you start the tracing and where you'll be closing the trace. And besides that, if you want to learn more about the traces, so just go to the official website here, and here you will find all the information in terms of using the trace. And let me show you one more thing here in terms of these things. So in this folder, again this file exists. So if you go here and go to file explorer, you will find this file here as well. So you see that, so under the test results, example-get started link in the Chromium try 1, under this we have this trace file. So now if I go back to the official documentation here, so this is the official documentation here, and here they provide all the details like action, snapshot, action. We have already seen this one. We have a source code, we have a network logs, okay, we have a meta tags. So we have covered pretty much all of these things here, but still if you want to learn more about this one, just go to this official website and you will find all the documentation in terms of using the Playwright Trace Viewer. So in the last, I want to tell one more thing regarding the Trace Viewer. So if I go to the Visual Studio Code here, and if I go to this playwright.config.js, here you see that I have provided an option called on first retry. This is a standard and I think you should go with this one, but still if you want to change this one and you want to know what are the other available options, so simply again go back to the website here, and here you will see that you have a different options. So on first retry, record a trace only when retrying a test for the first time. On all retries, record traces for all the test retries. Off if you do not want to record a trace. On, record a trace for each test, which is not recommended as it's a performance heavy. And again, return on the failure, record a trace for each test, but remove it from the successful test runs. So these are the options available, and using these options you can utilize the trace viewer and debug, optimize your code efficiently. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about the Playwright UI mode, so let's begin. With the Playwright UI mode you can explore, run, debug your test with a time travel experience complete with your watch mode. So now what you will have options in your UI mode, what you can do with the UI mode here. So basically you can filter your test, you can run your test, you can view the test traces, you can see the actions, metadata, you can also see the source, console, log, network, attachments, DOM, timeline view, pick locator and watch mode. So this interface is pretty much similar to the trace viewer, So, but besides that trace viewer, you will have a different options here. You can run your test, you can filter the data, and the best part is the watch mode. So now let's go to the Visual Studio Code and see these options practically and how it works. In Visual Studio Code, if you want to open the UI mode, so simply what you need to do is that from the terminal, you need to type command called npx playwright test -UI and press enter. So it will open a UI for us, and we will see that we have a different options available here. So this is the complete UI here, and here we have a different options. So if I go back to my presentation here, so you will see that we talked about that we have a filtering test option. We can run our test, we can we can see our test traces, action, metadata, and so on. So let's explore these options one by one here. And here on the left top, what you can do is that you can toggle between a dark and light mode here. Okay, so if you click on this one, it will change into a dark or the light mode accordingly. Then if you want to reload this interface, just click on this one. So you see all your tests appear here and they got reloaded. And if you click on this toggle output, it will show the output of your execution here. So right now we haven't executed any tests, so we are not seeing anything here right now. And here you can filter based on the text. We can also filter based browser, pass, fail, and so on. So before we actually filter these ones, let's run these tests. And from here you can run all, you can stop, you can watch all, then you can collapse all, right? And if you want to run the single one, you can run the single one. And simply if you want to open this in the VS Code, you can click on this one and it will open in the VS Code. And then we have a watch option. So we'll learn about these options very soon in this tutorial. So let me run all these tests first here from here in the UI mode. Previously what we were doing is that we were executing through the command line. We were using different commands in order to execute our test, but right now we are using this Playwright UI mode in order to run our test. So I have already made some changes in my test so that we face some failures. And here you saw that our first two tests got failed. And here in the log section, because this log section is open here, if I click again on this one, so you will see that we are getting the complete logs and we are getting why our test is failing, where our test is failing, and what is the timeout. So all details you will get here in the output. So it's basically a console here. You can clear the logs from here and rerun again. Okay, and here you see that we got these failures. So if I click on this one, let me close this one. So here you will see the actions, the step by step, just like in the trace viewer. We have a metadata, then we have a pick locator, we have action before and after, just like a trace viewer. We have a timeline here, just like we have in the trace viewer. So if you haven't seen my trace viewer video, just go and check out this one, because these options are already covered in this particular tutorial. However, let's see here. Now I want to filter my test based on which ones are failed and which ones are specific to the Chromium here. So let me click on the failed ones. So now you see that I am getting only the test cases which got failed here. If I click on this one, so I will get the test cases from here. Similarly, if I want to filter using text, so what I will say is that, for example, let me put example. So here, based on the text, we have filtered our test here, right? And we haven't learned about the text as of now, but whenever we will cover those, so you can filter your test using the text as well. Now you can run the individual test again here. You can open the code here, and the beauty of this UI mode is that now we saw that our two test cases got failed. We got the source here, we got the console here, we got the network calls made, we got the attachments and times and all the things, right? So in the source it says that this test case got failed here, and then this test case got failed here, right? So these test cases are failed now. And if I click on this watch, so what happens is that whenever I make any changes in my code, it will automatically start the execution here. So I have select this one, and now what I'll do is that because this test case got failed, let me select the failed one here, and I have marked it as a washed here now. So what I'll do is that simply I will click on this one. It will open this code in my VS Studio. So here my test is open, and I have intentionally failed this test because the title of this page is Orange HRM, not Orange HRM 123. So what I'll do is that I will make these changes and just save this one. So as soon as I save this one, you will see that the execution started again, and you will see the changes here. So now it's got passed because it's no more showing in the field section, right? So it's definitely passed now, right? And similarly, let me go to the field once again here, and here this is my failed one. So let me open this test from here, my Visual Studio Code, and here what I did is that, let me go here. So here basically we have intro in our URL. So as soon as you go here and click on anything, so you will see that we got the intro here. So let me show you this one, and so that you can understand in a better way. So let me open the browser here, and here in the browser we need to open the Playwright website. So let me search for Playwright here, and here click on this one, and here if we click on the docs here, so it says that Playwright /docs/intro. So basically your URL has this keyword, so we are matching this one here with this one. Okay, so that's why here it should be intro, but I'm matching it with the intro 1 2 3. That's why it's got failed. Let me save this one here, and now you will see that. But here again, because I was not watching this one, that's why it didn't get executed. But if you were watching this one, so it will automatically execute. So it will really helpful in your in debugging your test, in executing your test, fixing your test, optimizing your test here. So let me execute it manually from here, because I want to run this single test again, because I believe that I have fixed this one, and see that the failed one was removed from here because now it got passed here. Okay, and again here we have a different option called network attachment, all this information. And just like a trace viewer, you have your pick locator here. So for example, you are on this particular page here, and here on this page you're getting some locator failure, right? So go to this pick locator here, and for example, if you want to click on running the tests, you want a locator of this, right? So just click on this one, and here click on this one. So here you will get the locator. You can copy the locator from here and directly use in your test. Furthermore, what we can do is that if our test is failing, we can also click on this one to open a snapshot in a new tab. So this is a new tab here, and here if you want to right click on this one, go to inspect, and you can use developer tools. You can write your XPath, you can locate your element, so you can do whatever as from your requirement based on your network settings here. Okay, so this is a good option here. And again, you have action before and after duration, your browser, your viewport. So we haven't covered the viewport yet, but viewport is basically the size of your screen. So what is the width of your screen, what was your height? So when we actually doing the compatibility testing in terms of different screen sizes, so we would be using the viewport, and we will be executing our test on different viewports. So here the viewport is pretty much similar to what we have done in our Cypress. So in Cypress we have a viewport as well, where you can define the different screen resolutions and you can run your test over there. And now if I go back here and let me go to the log here again, so you will find the log here, right? So log will only appear when there is a failure. right? So you can clear the log, you can rerun, or you can reload this one. So let me reload this one. So if you have added one more test from the Visual Studio Code, and if this is not appearing here, so you just go here and reload this one. So here you can filter, you can run your test. This is a watch option, and you can open your test from the Visual Studio Code. So all of these are basically done through this UI mode. So you can filter test, you can run, you can view the traces, actions, you can see the metadata, you can see the source, you can pop out and inspect the DOM just like we did. You can see the timeline, you can work with the pick locator, you can use a watch mode. So this watch mode was basically very helpful when you are working and debugging, because just like if you are watching some test, you can watch all, right? You can click on watch all, or simply you can go with the one which are failing. So usually when you're working as an automation engineer, you need to go and check for the ones which are actually failing, and that's why you are making some changes, then you are checking again, then you are making some changes to make sure that your script is working as per your requirement. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the radio and the checkboxes. So let's begin. So first let's understand what is the difference between the radio boxes and the checkboxes. So for this example, let me go to the browser here, and we will be using this demoqa.com/automation-practice-form. So in this form you will see that we have different fields here. So this is basically a student registration form, where you have to fill your name, last name, email, gender, and here you have options. So these are basically known as the radio options. So at once you can select only one options from the given options. Okay, so you can either select male, female, or you can go with the other. Okay, and when we talk about the checkboxes here, so these are the checkboxes, and checkboxes are different in the sense that you can check the multiple options here. Either you can check multiple options, you can uncheck multiple options. So this is basically a difference between the radio options and the checkboxes. So now let's go to the Visual Studio Code and see how we can work with these. So simply go here and let me create one more file here, and let me name it as radio button.spec.js, and let me copy previous code from here. Let me paste it here. The first thing we need to change the test title here. So let me change it to handling radio button. And the second thing is that we need to change the URL. Let me copy this from here, and let me go back here and paste it here. Now let me remove this line, we don't need this one as of now. The first thing we need to do is that we can use different ways here. The first thing is that we can use a click option here, we can use a check method here. So we can use both of those. So we will learn with both of these. So simply let me go back to this form here, and let me go to this mail option. Okay, so let me go here, go to inspect here, and I'm using the SelectorsHub here, and here I will find the locator of this particular gender, which is male here. And so this is a relative XPath. So let me copy this one here, let me go back here, and now await, then page dot locator, and here we need to provide the locator. And what I can do is that I can use here a click method here to select this radio option. So this is a one way here, and let me save this one. And now let me run this test here. So simply I need to provide the name of the test here. So the name of the test here is handling radio button. So this command is very simple. So npx playwright test-g, name of the test, then I'm running it into the headed mode. So let's enter here and see what happens. So it should work here because the click method also works for the radio boxes and the checkboxes. So it should click on the mail here. So let's see. So test got passed. So we haven't seen because the execution was quite fast here. So what I do is that let me go to any of my previous tests and let me copy this wait for from here, and now let me paste it here, save it here, and now let's run this one again and see what happens. So it should select the mail radio option, and let's see. So it should select the mail here. Yes, the mail got selected here and the click method is working here. So this is the one way of doing it. Now other way is basically using using a check method here as well. So what I'll do is that I will copy this one and paste it here, and instead of male here I will go with the female here. But let me go here and check and inspect this one. So let me go here, select this one, and here. So this is this one we need to copy from here and go back here and paste it here. And now this time we will not be using a click method here, simply we will be using a check method here. And first it will check the male radio option, then it will check the female option here. So let me save this one here and let me run this again. So it should work here in this case as well, and it will open the website. It will go to this particular radio option. First it will select the male, then it will go to the female. So yes, it's selected the female here, and so both click and check are working here. So as we know that we can only select one option from here, and we can also cannot do uncheck here. Okay, so now let me create one more file here and let me name it as checkboxes.spec.js, and let me copy this whole bunch of the code from here and paste it here, and handling radio buttons I will go with the checkboxes. Okay, and here again let me go to this website here. Similarly we can even use a click here. So let's suppose if I want to check this sports, okay, and here let me copy its relative XPath here, and now what I need to do is that simply I need to provide this one here. Okay, and the second thing is basically using a check method. So I need to go back here, and let's suppose I need to check this music as well. So let me inspect this one here, and this is a relative XPath. Let me copy from here, let me go back here, and let me paste it here. So let me save this one, and now let me run this one. So let me copy the name of the test from here and go back here, and here I need to provide the name of the test here. So simply press enter, so it will execute this particular test, and it should select both sports and the music. So with click and with the check method here as well. So let's see what happens here. So you see that both sports and music got selected or checked here. Now what I'll do is that I can now uncheck this one here. So for this one, what I'll do is that simply I'll copy this one here and let me paste it here, and here we have a method called uncheck dot uncheck. Okay, and now let me save this one. So sports will be checked first, okay, using the click method. Then we will be checking the second checkbox, which is music. Then we are unchecking the sports, and finally what I'll do is that we can also uncheck using the click method again. So let's run this one first and see what happens here. So let me run this one here and see what happens here. So at the end we should have only the music checkbox selected here. So it should go here on the page, select the both, then uncheck the sports and see what happens here. So you see that only the music has been checked and the sport is now unchecked here. So even now what we will do is that we can uncheck using a click method here. So what I'll do is that instead of this one here, what I'll do is simply let me go here and I'll provide the click method here, and let me save this one here, and now let's run this again. So click method again will work as for unchecking this one. So it will go here, check them first, and then uncheck this particular sports checkbox. So yes, it's working absolutely fine here. So using both click, check and uncheck methods, you can work with the checkboxes. Now there's one more thing is regarding regarding the checkboxes is the assertions. So we haven't learned the assertions as of now. So when we will learn about the assertions, so what we will do is that we can check that either the particular checkbox is got checked or not. Okay, we can put assertions on this. So what we will do is that once we will learn how to handle the different basic elements, and then we will have a session on the assertions where we will put assertions on these different files here. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the select based dropdowns. So let's begin. There are multiple types of the dropdowns. For example, one is known as select based dropdown, others are autocomplete, some are having the multiple selections. So there are different kinds of dropdowns available. So we are starting with the select one. So in this tutorial we will cover the select based dropdowns, and after these tutorials we will cover the other dropdowns as well. So first we will understand what are the select based dropdown, and for this tutorial I will be using a website known as sourcedemo.com. So let's go to the browser here and go to sourcedemo.com, and here you have different users and with the passwords available. So simply what I'll do is that I will use this username here and I will provide this password here and login. So after logging, this is basically a simple sort of a e-commerce website, and here you will see that we have different products. You can add these products to the cart. Then we have this cart here, and furthermore you can see that we have this drop down here as well. So in this particular website, this drop down is basically a select based drop down. So how you will identify that what kind of a drop down you are working with? So simply right click on this one, go to inspect here, and here basically you will see a select tag here. So whenever you see a select tag, this means this is a select based drop down. Whenever we talk about others drop downs like autocomplete and multiple selection, there you might not be find this select tag there. So whenever you see select, means this is like this drop down, and if I click on this one, so you will see a different options with the values here. So there are 4 options here. You can sort the products from with the name from A to Z, from Z to A, from price low to high, and price high to low. So these are different options here. So again, this is under the select tag. Okay, So what we will do is that we will log in into this website and we will interact with this dropdown. Okay, so for this, let's go to the Visual Studio Code here and let me create one new file here, and I'm naming it as select dropdown.spec.js. and the first thing we need is that auto completion help, so ts check here, and we need to import the Playwright test here, so const, then we in that we need to provide the test here, so const then test. So if you are using the assertions, which we haven't learned yet, but if you are using the assertions, so you can use expect here as well, and which is equals to require, and require will be having the value of the Playwright here. So basically here you need to select add Playwright test. So this lines need to be written here, and after that now we will start with the test. Okay, and the test is basically the name of the test, so I'm saying as handling select based drop down, and then async, and we need page here to incorporate, so page, and then what we need here is that we need a arrow function here and the body of the arrow function. So inside this we will be writing our code, so you must be aware of this right now. So simply the first thing we need to do is that we need to visit our website, so await and then page dot go to, and inside this we need to provide a URL of the application. So let me go back to the browser here and let me click on this one. Let me log out this one from here. So this is the URL, so let me copy this one and let's provide this URL here. And the first thing is that we need to locate the username field. We need to provide the username, then the password, then we will be clicking on the login button here. So simply what I'll do is that here, if I go here, so let's go here and go to SelectorsHub and simply just go here and inspect this one. So this is XPath here, copy this one from here and just go to Playwright here, and again here simply await, then page dot locator, and inside this we need to provide a locator and we need to fill our value here, so fill method will be used here. And what is the username here? So simply let's go back and here let's copy this from here, standard user, and go back here, and now similarly we'll go with the password and the login. So let me copy this complete line from here and paste it here, and similarly paste it here. Now let's go back here and inspect the password field here and copy the relative XPath from here, and now change the locator here, and the value of the password is basically secret underscore source. So let's copy this one, and now we'll provide the password here. And the third thing is that we need to click on the login button in order to log in into this particular website. So just go inspect this one, relative XPath, copy this one, go here, provide this locator here for the login button, and now we don't need to fill here, we just need to click this button. So simply dot click method will be used here. That's it. So now we are done with the basic steps of this test, and what we need to do is that, so basically after logging into the system, we need to go and select the different value from the select based drop down. So let's log in again here, and let me show you different values available there, and then based on those values we will be automating that particular drop down. So log in this one, and after logging this one, so first thing we need to do is that basically we need to locate this drop down, right? And this is the drop down, and now what we will do is that we will simply copy this XPath here. So you can use any other locator, so I'm using the relative XPath here. So here again await, then page dot locator, and inside this we need to provide this particular locator. And here in Playwright we have a method called select option. We have a method which is known as a select option. So we just need to provide the dot here and then select option, and now here you can select the option whichever you want. So for example, here when we talk about the select based drop down, we can select the value in multiple ways. So for example, if I go here, and here you will see that we have a value available, right? So based on the value, we can provide the value here. We can also provide the label here. Okay, this is the value, this is a label, or this is a text. And the third thing is indexing. So when we talk about the select based drop down, this means that we are talking about the indexes here. So the first ever the value in this particular is basically on 0 index. So 0, 1, 2 and 3. So we can actually select values based on the label. We can select the value using the value option, and then the index as well. So the first thing what we need to do is that simply in the select options here, so you will see that we need to provide a string value here. And now let's go with the one by one. So let's go with the, for example, what is the value of this low to high? So the value of low to high is LOHI. So let me copy this one, go here and provide this value. And that's really pretty much, really simple to work with this one. And what I'll do is that I will put some weight here, weight page dot wait for timeout, and let me add some value here, and let's save this one. And now we will run this one using command npx playwright test -g, name of the test. So the name of the test is basically handling select based drop down, and we will be executing this in a headed mode, and press enter. So it will start execution and see what happens. So it will log in, and you see that the execution was really fast and it changed the value from low to high. So whenever you log into the application, it was not the same one. And now what we'll do is that, let me show you with this with another value here. So similarly for high to low, so let me copy this one and let's go back here and let's provide this value here. And again let's run this here and it will now high to low. It will select high to low from the select base dropdown. So you see that so our price is now from high to low. This value got selected from the dropdown now. And now what we will do is that we will be using the label and index. So as we learned that the index start from the 0, so 0, 1, 2. So the index for selecting the price low to high will be 2, 0, 1 and 2. So here if we need to provide an index here, that's pretty much simple again. So simply in the curly braces we need to provide, for example, index and the index colon. So whatever index we need to provide, we just need to tell this one, and that's pretty much easy. So index is 2, so whatever value is present on the index 2 will be selected here. So let me save this one and let's run this again and see what happens. So it should select the value. So low to high is selected because it is on the index 2 value. So let me show you again, and with the index 1 or 0. So let me go with the index 1 here and save this value here, and now let's run this here. So now the value which is on index 1 will be selected. So on the index 1 the value is named from Z to A. So the first value is basically, we'll go back here. So the first value is name A to Z, the second value is Z to A. So 0 index A to Z, 1 index is Z to A, then index 1 is basically 0, 1 and 2 is basically price low to high, and so on. And now based on the label, we can also sort based on the label here as well. So simply what I do is that instead of index, what I do is that I will go with a label here, and we need to provide a label here. So basically when we talk about the label, so label will be provided in a quotes here. So let me go back here and let me copy this value from here. Okay, let's copy this one and paste this value here. So price low to high based on the label. So based on the value, based on the index, based on the value, we can do with this one. So let's save this one, and now let's run this one and see what happens. So it should select a value here, and you see that price from low to high is selected here. And one more thing we can do here is that if we don't the value, what I will do is that simply if I remove this one from here and simply I provide the label directly, or the text will be provided directly here, price low to high, and simply run this one, and again it should select the value here. So you see that the price from low to high is selected here. So let's try another value with this one as well. So simply we can go here and let's select name Z to A. So this is again a text or a label. So simply let me go here and I can simply directly provide this value here and save this one. And now let's run this again and see what happens. So it should select the value name, starting from the Z to A. So basically that's how you can work with the select based dropdowns. In our upcoming tutorials, we will learn about the different types of dropdowns as well. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the multi-select while using the Playwright. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that how we can select the value from the drop down, right? And in this tutorial, we will be looking into how we can select the multiple values. And for this tutorial, I will be using a particular website. This is a demo practice website. So I will provide the link in the description. So here you see that we have different drop downs here, and this one is basically a multi-value drop down. So basically what you can do is that you can select the multiple values from this particular drop down. So if I want to select pizza, burger, donut, so I can select the multiple values from this particular drop down. Now let's go to Visual Studio Code and see how we can automate this one. So simply go here. I am creating a new file here. I am naming it as multi-value dropdown .spec.js, and the first thing what I need to do is that I need a special help here. So for that I will be typing here simply / at ts-check. So it will help you to write a rewrite code here basically. And the first thing what we need to do is that we need to import the Playwright test here. So simply const, then in the curly braces we need to provide test, and usually when we are writing the test, so we also need to assert the values. So simply you can do the expect here as well, and require, and what we need here simply we need a Playwright here basically. So in double quotes, so you will see that it's at Playwright / test here, and that's how you can import this into your test. Now the first thing is that now we need to create our test. So test, and this test will actually the name of the test, so we need to provide the name of the test. So name, let me name it as multiple select values from drop down. And now I will be using async here, and inside this basically I will be invoking the page, and in the curly braces invoke the page here. And after that what we need to do is that we need to use a callback function here, and here basically I'm using the arrow function. And now our test body is ready. So inside this, the first thing is that we need to visit our website. So await page dot go to. This is really easy to write a script in the Playwright, and inside this we need to provide the URL of our application. So let me go back here. Let's copy this one from here, and now go back to the Visual Studio Code here. Provide the URL here. So now we will able to visit this page. Now the first thing is that we need to identify this particular multi-select or multi-value dropdown. So let's go here, right click on this one, click on inspect here, and here we need to identify this one. So click on this one and go to this arrow buttons, go to SelectorsHub, and let's copy the relative XPath from here. So you can go with CSS as well, you can go with any other locators available in the Playwright. So let me go back to my Visual Studio Code here, and here await then page dot locator, and here I need to provide the locator. So this is a locator, and as we saw that in our previous tutorial where we were handling the drop down, we were selecting the value from a drop down. So we saw that we have a method called select option. So using that select option, we will be selecting the multiple values, and let's see how we can provide our multiple values to that particular method. So simply select option, and inside this, so whenever we need to pass our multiple values, so you should be going with the array here. So I will be going with the string array here. So this is the first value, then comma, then second value in quotes, then the third value. So that's how it's really simple in this way. Now what I need to do is that, so let me go here and let's select this all three values. So the first value is pizza. So let me copy this one from here and let me go back here and provide this value. The second value will be like burger. So let me copy this value from here and let's go here. And now the third, let me go with the donut here. So let me copy this value from here, go back to the Visual Studio Code and provide this value here, and that's done. You are done with this one. That's how it is easy. So save this one and now let's run this one. So in order to run this one, so npx playwright test -g, name of the test. So name of the test is basically multiple select values from the drop down. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here, and we'll be executing this one into a headed mode. So let's press enter and see what happens. So it should go to this particular website and we got some, so it got passed, but it was really quick execution, right? So what I will do here, simply await, then page dot wait for timeout, and I'm giving a value as a 10 seconds here, and let me save this one. So now we will see, and now execute the same test again here and see what happens. So it should go to this particular website and you see that these three values, pizza, donut, burger, is selected. So even if you want to select all of the values, so you can also do that. So simply the fourth value is basically Monda. So I will copy this one and let me go back here and simply comma quotes and save this one. And now let's run this again and see what happens. So all the values, because it's a multi-select value, so you can select all the values from the dropdown as well. Okay, and this is how you can actually work with the multi-select dropdowns in the Playwright. Furthermore, what you can do is that you can also select the value based on their labels. You can also select the value based on their index. So when we talk about the index, I already covered this in my previous tutorial, but for this one as well. So basically the values we have are based on the index, right? So the first value is a 0 index, the second one is first, then second and third. So we can select the multiple values based on their index and also based on their labels as well. So for this one, so let me write a code for the index one here. So simply go back here and inside of this, so when we let's remove this one and index colon, so I am selecting a value which is on the index 1, then comma, same goes for index colon, let's go with the 2, and now let's save this one and now run this one and see what happens here. So simply I'm selecting a value, but now based on the index. So 0 index is for the pizza, index 1 is for the donut, and index 2 is for the burger. So index, we are going with the index 1 and 2, that's why it got selected. And if I go here with 0 index and index 2, so now let me save this one, and now let's run this again. So now you will see that the first value of the dropdown will be selected and the third one. So pizza is selected and burger is selected. So similarly, you can use the label for identifying or selecting the value from the dropdown. So that's how you can select the multiple values in the Playwright using the select option. You will be providing an array of elements or the values, and that's how you can select the values and you can perform some actions on that one. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn different ways to work with the auto selection in the Playwright. So let's begin. In our previous tutorials we learned that how we can work with the dropdowns. So auto selection is pretty much similar in working. So let me show you how autocomplete works and then we will see how we can automate that using different ways. So for this one I am taking this example website. Let me copy the URL from here and open the browser here. And here you see that this is a country drop down. So basically if I go here and if I start typing AS, so all countries will populate here based on this AU criteria. So you see that Australia has AU, Austria. So all countries containing AU are listed here. And you need to select a value from this particular selection drop down. And in a similar way, if I go to Google search here, and so this is a search bar and this is dynamic in nature. So for example, if I write here automation testing, so you will see that we are getting different sessions here, but here these sessions are dynamic in nature. So tomorrow you might be seeing a different sessions here, but in either case, in today's tutorial we will learn that how we can work with the static values as well as with the dynamic values. So now let's go to the Visual Studio Code itself and let me create one file here and I'm naming it as autocomplete.spec.js, and let me copy a basic line of code from the previous script, paste it here. Let me change the name of the test to autocomplete. And now what we need to do is that we need to go to this particular website. So let's copy the URL from here and paste it here. So this is the first thing which we need to do. Now let's go to the website itself. The first thing we need to do is that we need to locate this particular drop down or autocomplete, or in some cases you might heard of auto selection as well. So right click on this one, go to inspect here, and I'm using the SelectorsHub here. So this is the particular locator or XPath for this field. Let me copy this one here. Now go to this one here, and we don't need to select the options from here. Simply what we need to do is that we need to identify this one, and after identifying this one we need to fill this one. So simply a fill method will be used here, and let me type A. Okay, so let me save this one, and now let's run this one. Simply npx playwright test -g, and the name of test is basically auto complete, and I will be running in the headed mode. So let's see what happens. So it should go to this particular website and you see that it typed A. Now I need to select a value from the list, right? And let's see how we can do this. The first method is basically based on the keyboard events. Okay, so using the keyboard events I can select the value. So simply await, then page dot keyboard. Okay, then what we need to do, we need to press on the keyboard, and what we need to press, so you see all the things which you can do using this one. So this is a keyboard event, and we need to press arrow down here. So arrow, and arrow down, right? So this will press arrow down once, then again press arrow down, and then press enter here. So simply press enter. Now let me save this one here, and now let's run this one here. So you will see that now it will go to 2 down and select the value. And let me show you here. So what happens is that here simply the script went here, typed A, and then using the keyboard, so 1 and 2, and then press enter. So that's how we can select a value using a keyboard events. Similarly, what we can do is that we can select a value using a mouse click here. Okay, so in this case, for example, if I want to select Albania, okay, so let me right click on this one, go to inspect here, A, then on the Albania right click on this one, and you see this is selected here, and go here, go to SelectorsHub, and we are getting a one more relative XPath here. So it says option 2. Okay, now let's go back to Visual Studio Code here. So instead of pressing the arrow down and pressing the enter, simply what I'll do is that let me remove these lines of code from here and await page dot click, and inside that we need to pass a locator of this particular element on which we want to click. So let me save this one here, and now let's run this test again and see what happens. So it should select Albania here, and yes, it's working as per expectations. And now here in these two approaches, the problem is that if the value is dynamic in nature, so tomorrow on the third value is maybe Australia, it might be Kenya, it might be any value, right? So when you execute your test, it will pick up the value on that particular place, right? So it will be any value, right? But if you want to select a specific value, then how you gonna do that? Just like we saw example of Google search. So you want to type some value and you want to select a specific value from those sessions. How you can do this? So for that, let me take an example here, similar one. So let me go here and let me show you. So for example, if I type CH here, and we got a list here, and now what I want to do is that I want to select the China specifically from here, and China right now is on the 3rd place right now, but tomorrow it may be on the 5th place, 6th place, maybe on the 10th place. Okay, the place can be changed here if your auto session is dynamic in nature. Then how you gonna select a particular value? Okay, so let's try this one here. Go to Visual Studio Code here, and now let me do a couple of things here. So in this case, first what we need to do is that we need to define. Okay, so what I am doing is that I am defining a value. I'm taking a variable, okay, and I'm naming it as search value. Okay, and the search value is equals to basically ch. Okay, this is one variable, and now I'm taking another variable which actually I need to be selected here. So const, and let me name it as a select value. So this value needs to be selected here. So in this case, this is China, and once we do this, we'll be going to this particular website. Okay, and then what we need to do is that we need to go to this particular field here. So you can go with the fill here as well, but you can do here is that simply go with dot type. Okay, and insert the type. What I'll do is that by giving a hard-coded value, instead of giving a hard-coded value, what I will do is that I will provide a variable here. So I'm passing a variable here. So this variable contains a value ch. Okay, and at the same time I'm giving here some delay so that we can see the things in the working state. So delay con, so I'm giving it 100. Okay, now once we have identified this box, we are typing a value, but here it's not a static value, we are passing a variable here. And now what we will do is that we will be creating one more locator here. So I am creating const and values, and here basically page dot locator, and inside that we need to create a locator in in such a way that we should have all the elements coming up in the list. So let me explain you this thing here. So let me go here, and if I go here, so if you type ch here, so we are getting list. So I need a locator which will get all these values, either it's a 5, 4 or 3. So how we can do this one here in this scenario? If I right click on this one, inspect this one here, and if I go here, so basically you see that it's a UL, and inside the UL we have allies, right? This is option 1, then this is option 2, this is option 3. So what I can do is that I can write a locator here which will get all the allies referring to that particular UL. So how I can write XPath here, or the path here? Simply go here and click Ctrl plus F, so you will get this part. And now simply double / UL, and inside the UL I would be saying at ID, and ID equals 2. So let me see the ID of this UL. So it's autocomplete list box, right? So this is autocomplete list box. So let me just move this bit here. So here is UL, and this is the ID. So let me copy this one from here, paste it here, and this needs to be pasted in double quotes. Okay, and if I close this one, so you see that it got highlighted and we are getting 1 of 1 because we need to create a unique locator. So yeah, we have successfully identified this particular field here. Now what I need is that I need all of its descendant elements which ally. So whenever I type something here, I will get a list here. Okay, so simply /li. Okay, and now here you see that we are getting the 11 results here, 1 of 11, 1, 2, 3. So now you see that if I use this locator here, so what happens is that this locator will give me all the list elements of this particular search. So once I have that list, what I'll do is that I will simply use a loop, and using a loop, what I'll do is that I will exactly pick up the value which I need here. So simply let me copy this one from here, and let's go back here, and let me provide this one here. So now this values has these all the allies coming up. So here what we are doing is that we are using a ch to search in the box, and we are using a dynamic value here. We are not passing a static value, and once this value will be searched, what I'm doing is that I'm getting all the allies using this one. Okay, now simply what I need to do is that if I want to count suggested values, so I can simply const, and I'm giving it as count values equals to await, okay, and values dot. So simply what I'm doing is that I'm counting these values here and saving it in this particular variable which is known as count values. Now we have this counted values here, and now we have all the values here. So simply what I will do is that I will iterate through each of these values, and once I will be iterating, I will be using if condition, so that whenever they are iterating and if they find China, then China would be selected. So this is what I need to do here. So simply what I'll do is that I will write a for loop here. Okay, so for, and let I is equals to 0. Okay, I is less than the counted value. Okay, and then I plus plus. Okay, now inside the body of the loop, what we need to do is that I'm taking an other variable to get the text of these values. So simply what I'll do is that I'm using one more variable, const, and I'm naming it as text. Okay, and this will be equal to await, then values dot nth, and I'm passing I here because we are inside the loop. We will be iterating through the loop. So in first iteration we will get some text, in second iteration we will get some text, in the third iteration we get another text. So simply text context here to get the text, and now inside this one what I will do is that I will use a if. So if now text is equals to now your select value, and the select value is basically a China, right? And here if this is equals to this, now the body of if, so inside this if body, if the text is equals to China, then what it needs to do, so simply await values dot nth I dot, if you find this one, just simply click on this value, and obviously when you find your desired value from the loop, you don't want to keep it running, right? So there might be thousands of values. So as soon as your loop finds a particular value which you're looking for, you should terminate this one. So simply you would be using a break keyword here to break the loop here. And now let me save this one and this here and see what happens here. So I should go to this particular website, and again China should be selected here, and yes, it's absolutely working fine. Now let me this third approach where we need to have a dynamic values, we need to select the values. So this script might be looking a bit complex, but let me go through this script once again so that you can understand it properly. So simply what I did is that I created one variable with the name of search value. So this search value has a value which needs to be searched. Why I did this? Because I don't want to pass a static value here. So tomorrow if you are doing data driven testing and you want to pass a dynamic value, so you can do this. Secondly, I have created one more variable here, select value. So this is a value which actually I want to be clicked, right? And now I'm going to the website here, I'm typing ch here, right? And after that, typing this one, simply what I'm doing is that after typing ch, so I'm getting a list here, right? So this is a huge list. So it may contains 3 values, it may contain 15 values, it may contain 1000 values, right? So I need to get all those values. Okay, so how I can do this? So here when I inspect the HTML, I saw that this is a URL. So UL contains the list. So I created a one locator here basically, okay, so which is giving me all the LIs, and these LIs are being populated after typing this value. Okay, so these are total 11 and I'm getting this 11 values here. So now I have all this locator is giving me all the values, okay, which are allies. So it is giving me all the values, which means it has Chile, China, it has Czech Republic, all these values which are coming here. So I'm getting all these values by using this particular locator. And then what I'm doing is that simply I'm counting these values and storing in another variable called count values or counted values. And using this counted values, I'm iterating the values one by one, okay, and I'm getting a text of that particular value. And again, each iteration I'm getting one value here. So if I go here and if I go again here, so you see that we have these 11 data is coming against the LIs. So I'm getting first text, I might be getting CAD, then China, Czech Republic. So first iteration will give me first name, first text, then second iteration will give me the second text, second name, the third iteration will give me the third name, and so on. So based on this one iteration, inside the loop I am using an if else. So now if else is basically what it is doing that. So this is giving me a text against each and every iteration, right? So if will checking is that if text is equal to my selected value, which I need to select. Now this selected value is basically the China here. So maybe in iteration 3 or maybe in iteration 4, the value this loop will get is China, and it says that if China is equals to China, yes, if yes, so it will go inside this if else loop and it will click on that particular value, and once it will done, it will break the loop. So that's how you can actually work with the auto sessions. Again, let me conclude and summarize this one for you. So we learned 3 ways here. First, simply using the keyword events, you need to press down arrow key, so how many times you want to press that, and similarly you're pressing enter to selecting a value. Then again, the second approach is after typing, you're not using a keyboard events, you're using a mouse gesture to click a particular value. And in the third scenario, basically we are neither using a keyboard or the mouse clicks here. What we are doing is that we are simply traversing the values we are getting, and we are getting so many values from the search, and based on that we are selecting the value which we need and we are clicking on this one, right? So these were the 3 ways which we learned today to handle the auto sessions or autocomplete. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the different alerts in Playwright. So let's begin. First, let's understand about the different types of alerts available. So for that, let me go to the browser here, and I am using this website for the tutorial purpose. So let's go to the browser, open this one here, and here you see that we have 3 different buttons here, which is one is alert, the second one is confirmation box, and the third one is prompt. So if I click on this one, so you will see, so this is basically an alert, and here this is a simple alert, and you can simply click on OK and it will go away. And then we have a confirmation box. So if I click on this one here, again it looks like the same way, but here you have 2 options. Either you can click on OK or you can cancel this one as well. And the third one is basically a prompt here. If I click on this one, here you can type, for example, I'm typing testing defender, and you can click on OK. So you can provide some data into the input file. So these are three different alerts, and let's see how Playwright actually works with them. So for that, just go to Playwright official website here, and as we are working with the Node.js or JavaScript, simply go to the documents here, and inside here, so you need to find a dialog. So this is a dialog box, and basically again here you see that Playwright can interact with the web page dialogs such as alert, confirm and prompt, as well as before unloaded confirmation. So here if you see that by default dialogs are auto dismiss. This means that if Playwright encounters with any kind of alert here, so it will automatically dismiss that one. So in other words, we can say that Playwright will automatically handle them, right? But obviously as a testers, we need to test either there is a proper text coming up into the particular the alert, is there a particular OK is being done properly or not. So for example, if I go back here, if I click on this one, and now this is a text. I am alert is a text on this particular alert box, and our test case is that we need to ensure that the text is I am alert and the user can click on OK. In case of confirmation box, it says I am confirmed. This is a text of alert, and here you can either click on OK or cancel this one. And then the third one is basically a prompt. Here user can give an input here, testing function, and click on OK or cancel. So we need to test this one. But if Playwright is automatically handling this one, how we can verify this one? So if I go back to the website here, so the Playwright team says that however, you can register a dialog handler before the action that triggers the dialog. So basically we need to use a handler, we need to register a handler, and using that one we can do different kind of things, just like dialog.accept, this means clicking on OK, dialog.dismiss means clicking on the cancel one. So this is how you can use, so page.on then dialog, and that's how we can do this. So in short, what we need to do is that we need to register a dialog handler, and using this one we can work with this particular alert types. So now go back to Visual Studio Code here. Now let me create a new file. I'm naming it as alerts spec.js, and let me copy code from my previous test here. Let me paste it here, and let me change a name here first. So our first test is basically a simple alert, and so this is the website. Let me copy the URL from here and go back here, and let me provide this one here. So this is our website. First thing we need to do is that we need to go to this particular website, and after going this one, first let me show you if I click on the alert what happens. So simply if I go here and go to this one, so let me right click on this one and let me use the SelectorsHub. So this is a relative XPath, so let me copy this one from here, and now let me go back here and provide this locator here, and what I'll do is that I will click. So as soon as I click on this button, a pop-up should appear, right? And as we recently learned that Playwright automatically handles this one or auto dismiss this one. Okay, so now just run this one simply npx playwright test -g, and we need to provide the name of the test. So it's a simple alert, and then we are using a edit mode here to run this one. So let's see what happens. It will be a very quick execution. So let's see what happens here. So whenever an event got triggered, Playwright will automatically handle this one. And you see that the execution is passed, right? Execution is passed because it's going and clicking on this one, and as soon as a user clicks on this one, a pop-up is generated and which got handled by the Playwright. And if I go back and if I use the different locators, for example, locator for this one as well, and go here, copy this confirmation one and go back here and provide this one here and save this one here, and if I run this again, you will see that again it will be handled by the Playwright. So you won't see any kind of a pop-up coming up on the screen, and eventually your test will be passed. This is because the Playwright is handling it by itself. And similarly, if I go back here and if I go with the prompt, so these are three different ones. So let me show you with all of these, and let me copy this one and let me change the locator here and provide this one. And now let me save this one and run this one here, and again it should work fine, and because it should automatically handle this one. Yes, so again our test case is passed. It says pass, nothing happens, but we need to work around with this one as the Playwright suggests. So simply what I'll do is that I will be using page.on here, and so after going to this page, what I'll do is that I will be using await page.on. So this will actually trigger an event, and we are asking to trigger an event, and the event is basically a dialog, right? So this is a dialog here, and this is async call. So async, and I'm taking some variable called a here and callback function. So inside this callback function, we will be writing our code. So now we are actually triggering it or controlling this one. Okay, so before clicking on this particular link, what we are doing is that we are triggering the event here, just like Playwright suggests us. So simply what I'll do is that if I want a text of this one, so await, okay, then using a dot, and you see that we have accept, we have dismiss, we have message, so we can do all these options. So this is our message, and let me put in this one into the console.log so that we can see the output here. So let me save this one, and we are clicking after this one. So first we are triggering the event, and after that we are clicking on this one. And now let me run this again and see what happens here. So you see that the pop-up appears here, and okay, so we haven't changed the locator here. So let me cancel this one here, and let me go back here. But you see that it's already printed that I'm a prompt. So we don't need a prompt here. Let me go back here. So we are working with alert here. So let me copy this one and let me go back here and paste this one here. So now let me run this one. So it's already printed for the prompt, but let me run this again so that we can see that it should print now the alert, right? Because we clicked on the alert one. So I am alert is clicked, you are seeing on the screen, and the text should be logged as I am alert. So if I go to the console, it should already be there. So you see that I am alert is printed in the console. So now this is a very basic thing. So I can verify this one, I can work with this one. So here we are just, getting the text of that particular alert. Now what else I can do? So basically I want to click OK. So that's really simple. A.accept, and that's it. So simply this one. And now let me run this one here and see what happens. So this time it should also log the value or the message of the alert, as well as this will click on the OK as well. And the execution is really fast. You won't be able to see what is happening, but your test case is passed because A.accept means it is clicking on the OK button. And now let me create one more test here instead of creating a multiple files. So let me create one more test here, and here I will say confirmation alert, and here let me change to another value. So b.message and b.accept, and here we need a different locator for the confirmation. Let's go to the website here, and now let me click on the confirmation box from here, and this is the XPath. So let me copy this one from here and go back here, and let me provide this one here. So the locator is changed, everything seems like good to go. And here if you have a multiple test, so what I can do is that I can use skip, so that while executing this one it will skip this one. Okay, and here, or simply you can provide the different test case, it will pick based on the test case name here. So confirmation alert, and now let's run this one. So let's see what happens. So it should accept, this means that it should click on the OK, and it should work as per the expectations. So the test case is passed, I am confirm, and this is what exactly is coming on. If we click on this one, I am confirm, and it is accepting this one. Now if we want to click on the cancel this one, that's again really simple. So simply instead of accept method, we will use the dismiss method here, and that's pretty much easy here, right? So let me save this one, and now let me run this test again. So again, in this case, it will dismiss or click on the cancel, and it will also copy the text which is I am confirmed, right? And our test case is passed, and it says that I am confirmed, and test case is passed here. So we have seen simple alert, we have seen the confirmation one, and now the third one, which is again very easy. And let me copy this whole test from here and paste it here, and let me put .skip here, save this one, and here it's a prompt alert, and then I need a different variable here, so I'm naming it as C. So c.dismiss c.message. Okay, and let me save this one, and now here this is a prompt, right? So first thing I need to do is that I need a locator of this prompt. So this is a locator, copy this one, and let me go back here and provide this one here. And now the thing is really simple. We will be using the same accept method, and using that method we will be providing a value. So simple, instead of dismiss here, this is method c.accept, and here, so you see that this method where you can enter a prompt as well, accept where you can enter a prompt as well. So simply I will writing here testing funda tutorial. That's it. So that's what we are giving an input. And so how it works is basically take input as this one and then click on OK using this accept. Okay, so simply save this one, and again both our tests are basically skipped, and the name of this test is prompt alert here, and simply let me change the name, and the name here is basically prompt alert, and let's run this one. So again this should work fine. It should trigger the event, it should capture the text, it will provide the input in the prompt, and click on OK as well. So here you see that it says I am prompt here, right? It says I am prompt here. So this is a text which we are getting on the box itself. So what you can do a lot of assertions, the more assertions you can do here as well. So simply if I want to check the type of this one, so simply I will use expect, and here c dot, you will get a method called type, and having this will get the type of the alert. Okay, and what we are doing here is that the type to contain, so there are so many assertions, right? So to contain, and here we need to give a value. So this is a prompt, so I'm giving it here as a prompt. So let me save this one and let me run this one again. Here, if the assertion will pass, we will not see anything here. It should work as expected. And after this, what I'll do is that I will intentionally fail the assertion here. So instead of prompt, what I'll say is that it's confirm. Okay. And now if I run this again, it will fail this one now, and we will get the assertion errors. So it tried 2 times and we got the report here as well. So here you can see that our assertion got failed, and it says expected substring. We are expecting to have a confirm, but we received a prompt. Alright, so you can see on which line we are getting this one here. And if I go back to Visual Studio Code here, so you can also see these details here. So similar details are present here. Expected substring confirm and received string is prompt. So that's how you can actually work with the alerts in the Playwright. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to upload the file using the Playwright. So let's begin. Uploading files is very much common nowadays in web applications. So in Playwright it's really easy to handle the upload file feature. So let me go to the browser here and let me go to the Playwright website here, and here let me go to the documents here, and here just scroll down a bit here and you will be going to this actions here, and here you will find that upload files. Just click on this one. So in Playwright you can easily upload files. So they have provided one method, and the method is setup input files. So you need to find an element, then you need to use this set input files method, and using that you can provide the file inside that one and you can simply upload the file. So that's really simple. And here if you want to upload the multiple files, simply again you will be using that set input files method, and inside that we will be providing an array of those files. Okay, and in case if you want to remove the uploaded files, simply again using the same set input files method, and here we will be providing an empty array. And in case if you want to upload a buffer from memory, so this means that you want to create a file at the runtime and you also want to upload that file, so you can also do this. And here the challenging part here is that this whole only works when there's a input type, right? So input to an input element, right? So HTML should have an input type, so this will be applicable. In case there's some uploaders where basically you don't have an input tag, and for that they have also provided a method. So simply we will be using this one. So we'll be creating const file chooser promise. We will be using for wait for the event, and the event is file chooser basically, and we will be clicking on this one, uploading a file using this way. So we will see all these things step by step, and for these tutorials I will be using a couple of websites here. So this is the first one. So let me copy the URL from here and let me go to the website here and open this one. So this is a sample website here. So here you can see that we can select the file, and again we can select the multiple files from here. So if I click on this one, so if I want to select single file, I can select a single file, and it says that one file javascript-logo.png is uploaded here. Now if I want to select multiple files here, simply again I need to select the multiple files here, and you see both files are being selected here. Okay, and if I want to remove these files, again we don't have an option here, but using the Playwright we can do this one. So now let's go to the Visual Studio Code here, and let me create one file. I'm naming it as upload file.spec.js, and let me copy the previous code here and paste it here. And the first thing is that I need to change the name of the test. So the first test is a single file upload, and first thing is that we need to provide the URL. So let me copy this one from here and go to the Visual Studio Code, and now provide me this one here. And now the second thing is that once we are on this page, let me remove this line from here, and simply using the set input files, I can directly provide this one. So await and then page dot set input files. So this is a method here, and so inside this method we can provide a single file or multiple files. So in case of multiple files we will be using a array here, and at the same time what we need to do is that we need to identify the element first. So before we can use this method, simply page dot locator and locate the element first, right? And let me go back here, let me right click on this one, inspect this one here, let me go here to SelectorsHub. So this is a relative XPath. Let me copy this one from here. Let's go back here, and here let's provide this one. So now we have selected the element, and after that now we can use this select input files, and so here select input files, and now inside that we need to provide our file. So if your file exists in your project folder, so simply you can give a file name, but right now we are picking up the file from the system. In this case we need to provide a complete path of the file. So if I go to my folders here, so let me my downloads here. So this is a file, so let me right click on this one and go to show more options, going to properties. So this is a path. Let me copy this one and provide the path here, and also here we don't need to use a backward slash, so here we need to use a forward slashes. So forward slash, then documents, then the name of the file with the extension. Okay, so if I go here, so basically the name of the file is Playwright, and again if I go to property, so the name of the file is Playwright and the extension is .png. Okay, so we need to provide the name and say .png, and that's it. This is how simple it is to upload a file in the Playwright. So now let me run this one here and see what happens. So simply npx playwright test -g, name of the test is single file upload. Okay, and I will be using a headed mode so that we can see the execution here. So it will open the website and it should select the file. And why this is tricky, because when we click on the button, so it's basically a window dialog box, right? So that's why it's challenging. And here you see the file is selected here. And why it is challenging, the reason is that if I go here, so when I click on this one, so this is basically a Windows, Windows controller, and changing from web to controller is really challenging in different automation automation tools. But here in Playwright it's really easy, and you can simply select the file. And now we see that how we can select the single file. And now let's go with the multi-file. And here, and let me copy this one and paste it here, and let me change the name here to multi-file upload. And here let me skip this one from one, and here this one. So here we need to provide the files in the form of array. So I will create an array here, and so this is our array, and inside the array we need to provide the multiple files. So my both files are on the same directory level. Let me copy and paste this one here. And now if I go back here, let me see the details of this image here. Go to properties. So this is the name of the file, which is javascript-logo, and again this is .png. So let's go back here and let me provide this one here. Okay, so now we have array, and inside array we have this file and this file. Okay, so this is how it's easy, right? So let me save this file and let me run this one, and instead of a single, it's basically multi-file upload, right? And let me run this one and see what happens. So I should go to the website and it should select the both files. One is Playwright and one is JavaScript logo. So it's successfully selected both of the files here. Now the third thing is that if we want to create a file on the runtime, and we need to upload that one at the same time. So how we can do that? Simply, if I go here, and let me copy this complete test from here and paste it here, and this is basically a buffer from the memory. So if I go here and go to the documentation, so this is upload buffer from the family. So I'm using the buffer name for this one, buffer file upload. This is the name of the test. And again, we need to go to the website, and let me make it skip as of now. Okay, and now the first thing is that the syntax say that first we need to provide the URL. We need to select a file, either it's a single file or it's a multi-file, right? So if I copy this line of code from here and paste it here, let's go with a single file first. Okay, and in a similar way you can go with the multi-file. And here we have provided the file. Okay, and here the thing is that we will not be providing the file in such a way. The reason is that we are creating a file, right? And we will not be creating two files at the same time. We will be creating one file only, right? So simply, first we need a locator, then set files. So here, so let me remove this. And when we are selecting a file, basically, so what we need to do is that we need to provide multiple values. So this curly braces, and inside that, what we need is that we simply need to provide the name of the file name, and let me call it as Playwright dot with extension. And here we need to provide the main type, so main type, and which is basically, this is a text file, so text slash plain. And now the third thing is that we will be using a buffer here, and then buffer dot from, and here this is a test. Okay, so we have provided all the details here, and after this one, so let's see either it's working or not. So in above two cases, you can either select one file or multiple file. That's what we learned. And the third thing is that creating a file in the runtime and uploading it one. And let me save this one here. And here you see that I haven't provided a path here, right? Because we are creating on the runtime. And let me go here and let me run this one. So the name of the file or the test is basically this one, buffer one. Let me go here and change it here. So just give me a moment. So let's provide the name, and then again Hadis mode. Now let's run this one and see what happens. So I should open the website, and it should now create a file and upload or select this file. So that's how you can work with a single file, multi-file, and the file which you can create on the runtime. And if I go back here, and if I go here, you see that this is for the input type of element, right? So if I go here on the actual website, so if I go here and inspect this one into the HTML, you see that this is the input type file. So with the input type file, you can use in this way. But in case if there is no input type file and you need to upload a file, how you will do that? So let me show you one more example here. This is a website easyupload.io, and let me open here. And here, so here you can upload the file. So either you can drag and drop the files, or you click on this one. So once you click on this one, you can select a file, and here this pop-up will appear. So this means that the file has been selected successfully, right? So if I go here and inspect this one, so this is a button. So there is no input type, right? So how we can work with this one? So just like the Playwright have provided this snapshot, so we will be using this one file chooser one event, and we will be uploading a file. So here let me create one more file. So here upload file 1.spec.js. okay, and let's copy the previous code and paste it here, and let me provide the URL. Copy this one and paste it here, and let me change the name to upload file without input type. Okay, without input type. Okay, so the first thing is that we need to go this one. Okay, and let me remove this line of code from here, and so simply const file chooser promise goes to page dot, so wait for event. Okay, so wait for the event, and the event is basically a file chooser. So we need to provide an event here which is file chooser. Okay, so this is an event, and then await page dot locator, and just locate this one, and let me go here, go to this one, and let me go to SelectorsHub. So this is a button, so this is a relative path, relative XPath. Let me copy this one from here and paste it here. Now once you have provided this one, just click on this one first. Okay, so click on this one, and after clicking, now we will create one more variable called const file chooser, okay, is equals to await file choose promise, and then await page, not page. So basically we need to provide the path. So let's go back here, and so we have written this line, we have written this line, we have written this line. So now after this one, so after resolving the promise here, so basically, so here we need to select a file. So simply go back here, and here we will be using file chooser dot set files, and here we need to provide the path of the file. So let me copy the path from the previous script here. So this is a single one, so let me copy this one from here. Let's go here, and let me provide the path of the file here. Okay, so we have completed all the steps as suggested by the Playwright, and now what we need to do is that let's run this one and see what happens. So again, npx playwright test -g to run the specific test here. So the name of the test is this one, and paste it here and press enter. So let's see what happens here, and it should open the website successfully, and it should select the file. So how we'll make sure that file is selected? We will see that particular pop-up which we see manually. So if that will appear, this means the file is selected successfully here. So it's working. Let's see what happens. You see that the pop-up is appeared here and our test is successfully passed here. Let me close this one here. So let me show you manually here. Basically, as soon as you click on this one and select a file, then this pop-up is appearing here, right? So let me copy this one here, and what we can do is that we can, okay, I mean, this line is for, you know, wait for the timeout, right? So that's why our tests were getting failed, because this particular line is getting failed. So if I go here, and because you see that this is failing, but it's not actually failing. If I go here and run this again here, so our test case is actually passing, but this timeout command is actually you know, failing. So this, you saw that it's open the website, this upload pop-up appears. This means the file has been selected successfully here, and now this time is passed, because now the website loaded successfully and the page timeout is basically 10 seconds, because this is a page timeout, right? So it's just waiting for the 10 seconds. If time is, you know, taking more than 10 seconds, this will fail this one, right? This particular line of the code here, which is not actually relevant to the test at this moment. But let me summarize today's tutorial, and here we actually learn 3 things here. So if I go to the Playwright website here, so we learn that how we can you know, select a single file using this one. Then we learned that how we can select multiple files here. We haven't seen this one actually, so let's do this one as well. So, and we learned this one, before one, and we learned this one. So this one is remaining. So let me show this to you as well. And let me go to this upload file here, and in this one, let me remove the skip from this one, and let me put, you know, test here dot skip. Okay, so here we are actually selecting the multiple files, right? So in simple, let me copy this complete code of line from here, and we need to, after wait, we need to put this line, and here it should be an empty array, right? And the empty array. Okay, that's what you know, that's how you can actually remove the selected files, by providing an empty array here. Okay, so we are providing an empty array. And again, let me copy this line and paste it here and save this one. And now let's run this one, and the name of the test is multi-file upload. So this will use to unselect the files, multi-file upload, and let's run this one, and we will see that first it will select the files, multiple files, and then it will actually remove those files. So here you will, let's see what happens. So 2 files got selected, okay, and once the second will be executed, so it will be showing 0 files here. You see 0 files here. So the files which got selected now automatically unselected here. Okay, so let me close this one. Again, the timeout command basically is failing this one, but overall our test is working absolutely fine. So again, let me finally summarize this one. We learned that how we can select a single file. We learned that how we can select multiple files, how we can remove the selected files, how we can create a file and upload that one, means upload buffer from the memory. Okay, this one, and these all are basically applicable when there is a input type HTML, right? And if this is not the case, then you should be using this piece of code. You would be using a file chooser event. You will be opening that one. Then using the file chooser promise, you will be setting, you will be setting the files, this one. So file chooser dot set files and giving the path of the files, right? So we have learned all these in today's tutorial. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn multiple ways to handle the basic authentication, so let's begin. First, let's understand the functionality itself, how basic authentication works. So for that, let me go to the browser here, and this is a very famous internet Heroku app for the practice. And here if you go down here, so this is a basic authentication. So if I click on this one, then the username and password is admin. So if I click on this one, so what happens is that you will get this window, and here you need to provide username as admin and password as admin. Then you need to click sign in so that you can navigate to the website. So once you provide the correct username and password, you will be entered into the website. And in this scenario, it will say congratulations, you must have the proper credentials here. So this is functionality basically, and we need to automate this using the Playwright. Now let's go to the Visual Studio Code here, and let me create one new file here. So I'm naming it as basic auth.spec.js, and let me copy the basic code from the previous tutorials and let me paste it here. So this is the first method here basically, and this is very easy because this is something which is usually people do when they are handling with the basic authentication. And the basically what happens is that if you want to handle this one, you need to provide the username and password into the URL itself. You will be appending the username and password into the URL. So this is the one technique, and rest we will discuss in this tutorial. So let me copy the details from the previous script from here and paste it here. So, and here the first thing is that we will be removing this script here, and I'm naming it as basic auth, and we need to go to this website. So this is a URL basically, and here what we need to do is that we need to append the username and password. This is a really basic thing here. So let me copy this URL from here and go back here, and let me provide the URL here, and let me remove this line of code from here. And here simply what we need to do is that we need to append the username and password. So before the domain name, which is the internet Heroku app, we need to provide the username password, okay, and then @ sign. That's how we can handle this one. And now basically we need to assert this one. For that I'm creating one variable here, and inside that variable I will be capturing the text. And so await page.locator, and now if I go back here, so let me inspect this one here and go to the SelectorsHub here. So this is our CSS selector. Let me copy this one and let me go back here. So from this particular locator, what I need is that I need a text. So text context method will be used here. And now what I will do is that I simply write assertions. We haven't learned the assertions so far, but in our upcoming tutorials I will create a detailed tutorial on the assertions. But right now, if you want to write an assertion, simply expect, and then your text dot to, so there are so many assertions here, to contain, and it should contains, so it should contains congratulations. So that's how we can make sure that our script is working fine here. So simply let me provide this one and save this one here. Now let's run this one. So npx playwright test -g and colon basic auth, and then we will be running this one in a edit mode. So let's see what happens. So it should open the browser and it should handle this basic authentication here. We are landed on the congratulations page, and let's see if our assertion is passed or not. So it will assert this value, and yes, our test case got passed successfully, right? So this is the one way of doing this one, which is the easiest way. And now we will see another way, and in this particular approach, what we will do is that we will define the basic authentication credentials first, then we will encode. So let me write the steps first here, and so that we can understand this thing. So I'm naming this file as basic auth 1.spec.js, and again let me copy this basic line of code and paste it here, and let me open a notepad here so that I can explain what we are going to do here. So simply the first step is that we gonna define the basic auth credentials. This means that we will be defining the username and password. Then we will encode the credentials. We'll encode the credentials as a base 64 string. Then after that, we will set up a request interceptor to fill the basic auth, and after that we will be asserting the results, right? So this is we're gonna do in our second approach here. And now let's go back to the Visual Studio Code here, and I'm naming it as basic auth and naming as basic auth tech. And here now let me remove these lines from this code here. And first thing is that as per our step, we need to define the basic authentication. So const, I'm creating a variable called username, and I'm giving the value, which is the admin, and then I'll be creating a password here, and the password is again the admin here. So this is our first step. So we have basically defined the basic auth credentials. Okay, credentials. Okay, so this is what we have done. This is really easy. Now the second thing is that we need to encode the credentials as base 64 string. So this is what we need to do. Again, I will be create a variable, and I'm naming it as base 64 credentials, and which is equals to, we would be using a buffer interface here, and buffer, and from inside that we need to provide the username, and we need to use this sign here, and inside this sign we need to provide a $sign first. Then in the curly braces we need to provide the username. We are providing the username here, and then after that colon, and again $sign. In the curly braces we need to provide the password here, and once we will do this, simply we need to string method will be used here, and here it would be base 64. Okay, so here basically we are encoding the URL, encoding the credentials as a base 64 string here. Okay, now what we need to do is that we need to set up a intercept here. So let me write the comment here: set up the request interceptor to handle the basic auth. Okay, so await then page dot route will be used to intercept here, and here we need to provide basically this one slash and static. Then we will be using our route here, route followed by a callback or arrow function here, and we will be using a body of this one. So we are intercepting here, and simply const headers is equals to then the braces here. So this is basically authorization here, right? So we'll be saying authorization colon, okay, and we need to give basic then $sign, and then now we need to provide this base 64 credentials, and it contains this one, okay, which is basically used to encode the credentials as a base 64 string. Okay, and now once we done this, now after that we simply need to terminate this one here, and then we will be routing route.continue. So we need to continue to the next page here. So here we need to provide headers and then again a terminator. So once we will do this, simply we need to assert or go to the URL first. So page dot go to, and here we need to provide the whole URL till base auth, right? This is a URL because in this particular URL we are intercepting, we are encoding. Okay, so let me go here and paste this one here, and now simply I will create one more variable here. So page success, congratulations for that. Again await and page dot cater. So basically I'm using the same assertion here, so let me copy these two lines of code from here and paste it here. So we are good to go with this one, and now let's run this one. So again npx playwright test -g, and we need to provide the name of the test, and the name of the test is basically basic auth tech, and we'll be using the headed mode here. So let's run this one and see what happens. So it should successfully intercept this one, and you see that it done successfully, and we are on the basic auth congratulations page, and the assertion should also pass, right? So in this way you can work with the basic authentication. So there are two ways. So one was really basic, and simply here what you need to do is that you need to append the username and password into the URL, and that's it. This is a very simple way. And the second way is a bit tricky here, so let me summarize the second approach here as well. So first what I did is that I simply created two variables here for basic authentication credentials, I provided the username and password here. Then I encode the credentials as base64 string using the buffer. Okay, and then I have I created a request interceptor to handle this basic authentication, and then I went to this page so that this interceptor can intercept this one and encode the credentials and pass this one. And once it will be done, then route.continue will continue to the next page here. And finally, here I am asserting to ensure that we are landing on the correct page. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the iframe in the Playwright. So let's begin. First let's understand about the iframes itself. For that let me go to the browser here, and here let me search for Internet Heroku app. So just go to this one here, and here we need to go to the iframe section. So let's scroll down. And here you will find a frames. Click on this one, and then we have nested frames and iframe. Just click on iframe here, and here you see that we have a text editor where you can go here and you can type something. Okay, so if I go here and inspect this one, so what you will see is that basically if I go here and inspect this particular thing, so you see that is inside the iframe. Okay, so that's inside the iframe. Now iframe is basically full-fledged HTML inside a HTML. Basically what iframes does is that, let me open a paint here and let me explain you. So basically you have this complete page layout, and this is your HTML, right? So this whole page is created using the HTML, and your HTML actually starts with the HTML tag, and here it will end your HTML. Okay, so if I go back here and let me show you, so it's ended here with the hash HTML tag, and it started with the HTML tag here. So the complete layout is basically a HTML, right? And if we want to create a sections of this particular page, and if I go back here, and for example if I want to have this particular area, and so this area can be created in a multiple ways in the HTML, but there's one way called iframe. So if I talk about iframes itself, so iframe, okay, so iframe is basically HTML within HTML. So for example, this complete page has HTML starting from here and here, and then we have HTML for this particular iframe. So starting with the HTML and then again closing with the HTML. So that is basically an iframe. So it will create a section within a page. And if I go back to this website here, and you will see that, so if I go back and let me find that iframe, so let me inspect this one again, and here you see that this is iframe, and inside that we have a HTML tag and we have this closing tag, right? So we have created a one section within a main section, and both using the HTML tags. So this is known as basically iframe. And here iframe are a bit challenging when we actually try to automate using different tools, but it's pretty much really easy when you are working with the Playwright. So let me go here and let's go to the google.com, and here type Playwright iframe, or just go to the Playwright website, and from the Playwright website let me show you. So here we are using the JavaScript Node.js implementation just click on docs here, and here now just type iframe, and here you will see that we have different classes available here as well. So if I click on this one, this is basically release node, and particular release they have implemented this one. So let's click on this one, and here Playwright 1.17 introduces frame locators, right? So using the frame locators, simply what we need to do is that we need page.frame locator. We will locate the frame, and inside the frame, whatever element we want to locate, we will just locate that one, and whatever the actions we need to perform, we will perform that action. So that's pretty much easy here. And if I talk about this one, so basically if I talk about this frame, so this is a frame, and inside this iframe we have this particular area. Okay, so using this approach, let's go here and let me create one file here, and let me name it as iframe.spec.js, and let me copy some basic line of code from my previous scripts to save the time, and let me change the name to handling iframes. And the first thing is that we need to change the URL. So this is the URL, and let's go back here and provide this one here, and let me remove this line of code from here. And now if I go back to the documentation, so say that let's create a locator, create a variable, and inside this variable we will be having this locator of the iframe, and basically this first line is for locating your iframe, and this second dot locator is basically using to locate the element. So based on this approach, we will be going here in this practical. So here again await, then page dot frame locator. You see that this is a method here, and inside this one we need to provide the locator of the frame. And if I go back here, and so this frame has an ID. So when we are writing the CSS, we can, if we have an ID, so we will be using the hash and the name of the ID. Okay, so let me copy this one from here, and then simply hash and the ID. Now because now I need to write inside the text editor. Okay, so I need a locator of this particular text editor. If I go here, this one, so this is basically a body, and again it has an ID. So let me copy this ID from here, and let me go back to the registry code here. So now dot locator, so now we are inside the frame, and here we need this one with the hash again because it's the ID. And once we have this one, what we can do is that, as per the documentation, const, and let me name it as frame area equals to this one. Now using this frame area variable, I would be inserting a text. Okay, so again that's simple. Await, then frame area dot, and using the fill method we will be filling this one. So I'm saying add tutorial y testing filter, and after that, so let me assert this one. So await, and we use expect to assert the things, and here I will be providing the name of the variable here to have dot to have, then we are looking for the text. So to have text, and what text we are expecting here, and text is basically this one which we are providing as a input here. Okay, now we are good to go with execution of this one, and let me go here and open the terminal here, and here simply npx play write test -g and name of the test. So name of test is handling iframes, and here we need to provide this name of test here. Then we will be executing this in a edit mode. So now press enter and see what happens. So it should go to the website here and it should provide the text inside this. Yes, so tutorial by testing funder, and the session should pass successfully because we have successfully able to input in this one, right? And if I go here and change the text from here just to, it will actually fail the assertions. And if we don't go to this frame and with the direct this one, so it will again fail, because when we are working with the iframes, we need to go to that particular iframe, and inside that iframe we would be handling those elements and their locators. We will work with those locators. Okay, thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the nested iframes, so let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that how we can handle the iframes, and it's pretty much easy because in Playwright we have frame locator to locate the frame. Okay, so this was our previous tutorial where we located the frame using page.frame locator. This is a locator of the frame, and then this is a locator of the element. That's how we actually handled the iframe. Okay, now let's look into the nested iframes, and let's go to the browser here, and here we will be using the same Internet Heroku app here, and again we need to go to the frames here, click on this one and then nested frames, and here you see that there are different sections here. Now nested frames are basically, there's a frame within a frame. If we talk about this layout, basically, let me open a paint here and let me explain you. So what happens here is that they have one complete HTML here, and inside this HTML, like in our previous tutorial we learned that this is HTML, and inside that what they did is that they simply created the sections using the iframes, and they have created mainly two sections here, and inside these they have created for the sections. So created 1, 2 and 3. So 3 sections are created here, and this is our first set of frames and this is our second set of frames. So basically here, when you have to use the multiple frames or frame within a frame, okay, in that case you need to use frame set. So frame set is basically a collection of iframes. Okay, and then so basically if we go here, so if we talk about this particular frame, so here if we talk about HTML itself, so it would be like the frame set, and frame set will be closing frame set, and inside that we have basically the iframes. So iframe 1, then iframe 2, okay, and so on. So if I go to the website itself and if I now inspect this one, so you will find the similar thing here. So basically if you go here, you see that this is a frame set and it is covering all the upper portion here. Okay, this is the frame set. Okay, and this frame set is covering up this whole upper part, right? And this frame set is closing here. Okay, now if I close this one, frame set, okay, then frame set has these two frames. This is one, top one, and this is the bottom one. Okay, and inside this top one, you see that the whole row is highlighted. This means that it contains all the three. So if I click on this one, you will find that we have, if I go here, so this document, click on this one here, again you will see that this is a frame set, and inside a frame set we have a frame 1, then 2 and 3. So as soon as I hover on the frames, you will see that it is highlighting on the screen. Now we need to handle this thing because for example you have to locate this middle one, right? So you have to traverse from parent to child, parent, child, child, parent, so in order to work with the internal element inside that iframe. Okay, now let me go to the Visual Studio Code here and let me create one file here. I'm naming it as nested iframe.spec.js, and let me copy the code from our previous tutorial. Let me paste it here, and handling nested iframe, and we need to change the URL. So this is the URL. Let me copy this one from here, and let me go back here and provide the URL here. Okay, so first thing is that we need to traverse here. Okay, let me save this one and let me remove all this line of code from here. Okay, so in our previous tutorial, just like I just shared with you that, so using the frame locator, we can locate the frame easily in the Playwright, right? So first we will do is that we will locate the main frame, and then after that we will go to the child frame. And here, so first thing is that locating the top frame. Okay, and so simply what I will do is that I will create one variable here and I will name it as main or the top frame, then await page dot frame locator. Okay, and we need to provide the locator of the top one. So basically if I go here and inspect this whole one, so if I go back here, so yeah, this one, and we go to the SelectorsHub. So you see that this is the frame XPath and the frame name equals to the top frame, right? And we can also create our own XPath from here because I am seeing that the name is available for this frame. Okay, so if I need to create my own XPath, so that's really simple here. In single quotes we need then brackets name is equals to, so the name is basically frame top, frame dash top. Okay, and now once you are in the main frame, this means that if I go back here, this means that the whole upper part. Okay, and now what I'll do is that simply I need to go to the inner parts, inner iframes. So again, for each iframe I'll create a variable here. Let's suppose left frame is equals to await now main frame. Okay, then inside the main frame we have another frame, so that's why main frame dot frame locator, parent, child. Okay, and now we need to give a locator of the child one. So I believe the names would be in a similar way. Let me go here and let me check the frame. So this is a frame, so name is frame dash left. So simply if I go back here and here inside this one brackets name is equals to frame dash left. Okay, now we are inside this particular frame. That's really easy. Okay, once you are inside this particular iframe, what you need to do is that you need, so for example, for this tutorial, let me log the text so that we can see either we are traversing it properly or not. So dot locator, and we know that in iframes we have a body, so body dot text context, because we need a text, and then what we will do is that simply console dot log, and inside this one we will actually be logging this one. So let me copy this one and paste it here, and that's it. So let me save this one, and now let's run this one. So npx playwright test -g, name of the test, handling iframes, and handling iframes, and we will be running it in a edit mode. So let's run this one and see what happens. So it should log a value here, and it should print a left here. So it's executing right now, and let's see what happens. So our tests pass successfully, and you see that the left is printed here in the console. Okay, and now if you have worked with the Selenium, so in Selenium what you need to do is that you need to traverse back to the parent, then go to the different things. Okay, and now because we are in the mainframe here, so we can easily traverse to the other frames in a similar way. So let me copy this whole of line from here and paste it here, and now I'm naming it as middle frame, and now it should be a frame dash middle. Okay, and here I need to pass this one, and let me save this one. And now let's run this again and see what happens. So this time left and middle should be printed. So simply you need to locate the parent iframe, then using the parent iframe you will be going into its child iframe. Okay, so that's the strategy, and that's really simple here. Okay, here you see that it's printed both left, middle, and our test is also passed here. And in a similar way, what I'll do is that simply if I copy this one and paste it here, and I believe this would be a right frame. Let me copy this one and paste it here, and this should be right, and save this one. And now let's run this one and see what happens. So it should open the side, it should print left, then middle, then right. This is a text inside the body of the iframe. Okay, so it will print all these three. So if I go here, and so you see that left, middle, right, and our test is passed. So let me summarize this one for you so that you can understand. So let me go to the paint here again, and so you have a parent iframe. Okay, so in order to locate the parent iframe, what you need to do is that you need to simply use frame locator to locate the frame. Okay, and what we did is that we saved this in a variable, so we called it as like parent frame, and the parent frame is basically saved in this particular variable. Okay, const equals to const, and const the name of the frame is equals to this. Okay, So that's what we did in our script. So we identified the parent frame using the frame locator, and we saved this into a variable called, here I'm saying it as a parent frame, but in the example I called it as a main frame. Okay, now if I go back here, so inside this one what I did is that using the parent frame, then dot, I identified the child frame or the sub iframe. Okay, so here what I did is this parent frame dot, basically then again I used frame locator to locate the child. Okay, and here I give the locator of child iframe. Okay, and that's how we reached to the from parent to child. And again, if I go to the script here, so simply let me show you. So using this page dot frame locator, we located the top frame. Top frame is basically this one. It contains all these left, right, middle. Okay, then I have saved this into a variable called main frame. Okay, and then using a main frame, again I need to go to another frame which is inside this one. So main frame dot frame locator to locate a frame inside a iframe. Okay, and then inside this particular iframe I was locating a body, and body has a text, this one. So if I go to the HTML here, so basically if I go here, so if I go here, so frame set, then frame and document HTML frame set. You see that this is a frame set and this is a middle one. And if I go here, then we have a frame left, right. Okay, and you see that inside every frame you will see a body, right? So inside a body tag, this is left is written. Okay, so simply that's why after reaching to this particular iframe, I located the body, and from body what I did is that I extracted the text using a text content method. Okay, and then I was printing this one using a console.log. Okay, in the similar way I went to the other child iframes using the parent, then from the parent I was moving towards the middle one, then the same way from the parent I was moving towards the main frame to the right frame. Okay, and then I was logging so that we can see that we are actually into that particular iframe. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to find the broken images on the web page. So let's begin. For this tutorial I will be using a Internet Heroku app. For that, let me go to the browser here and you need to search for Internet Heroku app, and here so basically you will find these broken images. Click on this one and here you find these broken images, and if I right click on this one, click on inspect here, go to network tab here, and now reload this page. So you will see that these are the broken images and it says 404, right? So in order to find the broken images using the Playwright script, we need to find all the images and we need to ensure that the status is not 200. So if the status is 200, this means that they are not broken. Okay, so based on this strategy, let's go to the Visual Studio Code here and let me create one new file here. I'm naming it as broken images.spec.js, and the first thing is that we need add ts check, and then we need const, because we need a Cypress test. So const, then we need test, and then we need expect here, which is equals to require. Then what is required here? We need a Playwright test, because we are writing a Playwright test. Okay, now the first thing is that with the test method here, we need, so what is the title of this test? So find broken images test. Okay, and we will be using async here, and we need to invoke a page here. So page, and now followed by basically, so if I go here, so this will be followed by a callback arrow function. So this is our arrow function, and now inside this we have to write our code. Okay, and the first thing is that we need to navigate, right? So let me add the command side as well. So navigate to the web page. So in order to go this, await page dot go to, and here we need to provide the URL of the application. So let me copy this URL from here, and let me go back here and provide the URL. Now once we have on this URL, but I will do is that there can be different, but the strategy I will be using is that I will intercept the network call. So by intercepting means that the Playwright has the ability to intercept these calls. So these are the on the network calls, right? So what I'll do is that, so let me go here and let me add a comment. So what we'll do that I will enable network interruption. Okay, and here simply await page, and the method we use is that the route. Okay, and inside this route method we need to provide double static, then / static, and comma, then in brackets we need to pass the route, and after that followed by basically a callback arrow function and the body of the arrow function. And here what we'll do is that route dot continue method will be used, and besides that what we'll do is that we will catch. So catch, and here you see that the catch is the callback to execute when the promise is rejected. Okay, and once I will do this again, I will use a arrow function here, and I will try to catch here. Okay, and here we will close this one, and after that we also need to close the main function here, and I give braces and the small bracket and terminating. So await page.route, then route this one, and the curly braces route.continue.catch, then the catch. So we have missed a bracket here, and yeah, so now we are good to go with the route. So now we have enabled the network interruption. So now what I'll do is that I will use a page.evaluate to identify and count the broken images. Okay, so use page dot evaluate to identify the images and count broken one. Okay, so count broken images. So I will create a variable and I'm naming it as broken images, and here I will be using await page dot evaluate and async, and here inside the async again we need to use a arrow function and the body of the arrow function. Okay, and what I need to do is that I need to get all the images and save it somewhere. Okay, so what I will do is that const I'm naming it as images, and because there are more than one images, so I will use array dot from and document dot query SelectorsAll, and I need to query all the images, and this query will execute on the HTML level. So I will give here as an image tag here. Okay, and here it will query all the images. Now I will create one more array here. So simply const and I'm naming it as broken images list. Okay, and initially I'm leaving it as an empty one, and as soon as I find any broken image, I will put or push this here in this particular array. Okay, now what I'll do is that I will using a loop now. So I will loop through all the images here in order to find which are the broken. So through the loop I will go to the first image, second image, third image, and inside the loop what I will do is that I will check either the status is not equal to 200. Okay, so here for const image of images, so I have to traverse through the images. Okay, and here the loop body here and const. Now response is equals to, I'm creating one more here, and await fetch. So fetch will be used for the request, you see. So fetch, now fetch what? I'm fetching the image dot source. I need a source and comma, then curly braces, and I'm using this through a method, and the method is basically a head, so HEAD, and then I will use a catch method here again, and again a small bracket catch, then arrow function and null. Okay, and I'm closing this one here. Now what I'm doing is that I'm looping in, I'm trying to fetch the images using the source, and here the method would be a head. Okay, in simple words. Now inside this loop I'm using the if here, and I'm saying if response is not or response is not, and response dot status, and status should not be equal to 200. Okay, if this is the case, then what we need to do, I need to push this into my broken image list. Okay, so broken image list dot push, and what I'm pushing image source, image dot source. Okay, and once I will do this, now I have to return this one. Okay, so return broken image list. Okay, so far what we did is that we have actually find all the images, and from all the images we are finding the one which are having the status which is not equal to 200, and for that we need a proper source of the image. Okay, and we are pushing that into our broken images list here. So after that, now what I'll do is that I need to print all the things here. Okay, now to print this one, so print broken images details. Okay, and for that what I'll do is that console.log, and here I need to use this sign, and inside this one I will say total broken images colon, and here $sign, then here broken images dot length will give me all how much they are the actually basically it will give us the count in short. Okay, and right, and now then again console.log, and here we need a broken images, so I'm typing something here, so basically so broken images, and here I need the names as well. So with the count I also need the names, so that it would be easier for the developer to fix this one. So images names colon. Okay, and here obviously there are multiple images. For that I need to run a for loop. So for const source of broken images, and here's the body. So here inside this one, so console.log, so source has all these details. So let me save this one, and let me go here and let me navigate. So it's a spelling mistake. Navigate. Okay, and the script looks fine to me, and there are some additional brackets here which I need to remove here, and there's no other errors here. Now let's run this one. So simply npx playwright test, and I'm using through the test name, and the test name is basically find broken images test, and I will be using a headed mode to execute this one. So let's run this one and see what happens. So I should go to the website, and obviously we are using the loops here, so it might take some time in order to count this one. So our test got executed here, and let me scroll a bit up here. So our test case is passed successfully. There are total broken images 2, and broken images names are these one. So let's go to the application itself and see either this is correct or not. So asdf.jpg, asdf.jpg, this is a broken one, and then hjkl.jpg, hjkl.jpg, and we have correctly identified the number of broken images, and we also have the names of those images which are broken. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn multiple ways to drag and drop the elements. So let's begin. Drag and drop is very much common functionality nowadays. So let me go to my browser, and before that, this is the website we will be using for this tutorial. And let me go to the browser here and let me open this one here, and you see that we have some elements here and I can drag them, right? I can drop them, I can drag and drop them. Okay, so here basically I need to tell which allows for the logic in the website, so I need to give a correct answer. Okay, so usually the websites having this kind of a structure where you have a quizzes and all the things, they usually have this kind of functionality. So for example, I need to drag this JavaScript from here and drop it here, but let me change this one with HTML. So it says try again. Okay, then I will go with the CSS. It will say try again. So the correct answer is basically a JavaScript. So if I go and drop it here, it say correct. Okay, so this is what we need to automate. We need to drag this element and drop it on the location. Okay, now let's go to the Visual Studio Code here and let me create one new file. I'm naming it as drag and drop spec.js. Okay, now first we need some intelligence in this one, so ps-check. And now what we need a playwright test here, so const, then we need test. And if you need to assert, you can use expect here as well, and equals to required, and inside that, so we need a playwright test. Okay, now with the test word or test method, we will start, and first we need to name the test. So I'm naming it as drag and drop demo or tutorial, and followed by async. And now we need basically a page fixture here, so page and followed by arrow function. Okay, and the body of the arrow function, and at the end of this one we have to close this one. Okay, so this is our structure here, and now the first thing is that we need to navigate to our website. So await page dot go to, and here we need to provide the URL. So this is the URL, so let me copy this one from here and now paste it here. And now the first thing is that we need to locate the two positions here. So basically, if I go here and let me refresh this one, so this is the one location or the element, and this is the other location or the element. So I need to identify this so that I can drag or drop them. Okay, so if I refresh this one and let me inspect this one here, so it has a class. So when we are using a class, so simply what we can do is that we can use with the dot, right? So when we are writing the CSS, and if there is a class available, then we can use a dot here. Okay, so this is the one, this is not the one, so this is the one we need here. And we'll go here, simply here what I will do is that I will create two variables. So one for my source element and one for the target element. And here this is my source element, and here again page dot locator, and I need to provide the locator of this one. So if I go here, so simply I'll use a SelectorsHub for CSS selector. You see that the CSS selector is with the dot here. So let me copy this one from here and let me paste it here. Now we have a source element. Now we have target element as well. So const, and I'm naming it as target element, and again page dot locator, and you're using a CSS selector here again. And now we need a locator of this one. So go here and inspect this one. So this is basically quiz option is dropped. So this is the one we need here. Again, let me copy the CSS one and let me go back here and paste it here. Now, once you have the locator of your source element and the target element, now simply what we will do is that we will drag our source element to the target element. And this is again really simple in Playwright. So await source element dot. So there is a method called drag to. Okay. So this is a method called drag to, and here where we want to drag, we want to drag it over the target element. Okay, that's really simple here. Okay, and let me put some weight here. Page dot weight for timeout, and let me give here some value here. Okay, and now we are good to go with the execution. This is really simple. We are navigating to the website. We are identifying our source element. We are identifying our target element, and we are just using a drag to method in order to drag and drop the element. Okay, so let me save this one and let me run this one here. So our test name is basically drag of here, and let's run this and see what happens here. So let's see. Yeah, so it's working absolutely fine. It dragged the JavaScript circle and dropped it to the answer one, and that's absolutely working fine here. Now this is the one way, and other way is what we call a manual way, and again we need these locators here, and I am commenting this line as of now so that we can learn the other way. So basically once you have this locator, even right now we don't need to save them in a variable. So we have this page locator for this one, and we will use here a weight, and a weight for this one as well. So we have these two locators now, and now what we will do is that we will simply here I will use the mouse events. So I will hover there, I will mouse down. In simple words, we are using the mouse gestures here. So simply we have hover method here. Okay, so we are hovering on our main element first. Okay, then after that what I need to do is that I will use a weight page dot mouse page dot mouse, then we have the mouse methods where we have click, double click, down, move. So we will be using a down here method. So over then down this one, on these drag this one, then the second locator, okay, and again we using the hover method here. We need to hover on this one and again await page dot mouse dot up. Okay, so that's the again really simple one, and it should drag the element, drop the element. We are using the mouse gestures here. Okay? We are using the mouse events here. Now let me go here and run this again and see what happens. So it should drag the element and drop the element. Yes, it's completely working fine. So that's how you can work with the drag and drop elements. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about the Playwright hooks. So let's begin. There are 4 hooks in Playwright. So we have basically beforeAll. So it will execute once before all of your tests. Okay, so if you want to execute something before all of your tests, you will be using the beforeAll hook. Similarly, if you want to execute something after or before each of your test, so you will go with the beforeEach. And similarly we have afterAll and we have afterEach. So beforeAll will execute once before all of your tests, beforeEach will execute once before each test, and afterAll will basically execute once after all tests, and afterEach will execute once after each test. So now why we need to execute something before and after? So let's try to understand this with an example. So for this, let me go here and let me show you this example. So in today's world, we have different functionalities, different applications, and most of the applications have now login and logout. Okay, so now your approach is that you need to log in, check the functionality 1, and then you need to log out. Okay, so this is your approach, and then you have to log in again, test the functionality 2, and then log out. So here login and logout are something which is repeating, and what we will do is that we will use them as a hooks, and we will use them as before and after each test. So because what we are doing is that we are logging against each test, we are logging off against each test. So if we use beforeEach and afterEach, so this will be the output. So for example, so we will be logging, we will be testing the functionality 1, we will be logging out, and then similarly we will logging in again, we will testing the functionality 2, and we will be logging out. And when we talk about beforeAll and afterAll, so our beforeAll will execute once before your test, and afterAll will execute after all of your tests. So here if we go with the beforeAll and afterAll, so what it will do is that it will log in once before all of your tests, like here functionality 1 and functionality 2, and it will log out. So most of the cases when we talk about the beforeAll and afterAll, so this is really helpful when you are working with some kind of a configurations thing. Maybe you need to connect the database, you need to set some parameters before you want to execute your test. So what will you do that in that case? So in beforeAll, so you will set your configurations. Okay, then beforeAll will be done because it will be done only once for all the test cases. Then your test 1 will be executed, followed by test 2, test 3, and so on. And finally, obviously we have set some kind of a configurations to execute these specific 1 to 3 test cases. Then we need to terminate those configurations, we need to reset those configurations. Then for that we will be using after all. So here we will be clearing the configurations. So similarly, this is not about the configurations only. In some applications you might need to connect to the database. You might need to run some queries before you want to execute your test, and once your test will be executed, then you might need to clear the database connection and all the things. So these hooks are really helpful because it helps you to execute or control the sequence of your execution. So if you use beforeEach, so it will execute before each of the tests, right? And when we talk about afterEach, it will execute after each of your tests. And beforeAll, so beforeAll means before all of your tests, and afterAll means after all of your tests. So in most of the cases, these are two approaches which we need to take when we are working with our automation scripts. So let me go to the Visual Studio Code here, and let me create one test file here, and I'm naming it as hooks.spec.js. Okay, so the first thing is that let me import. So let me import the test and expect, and we are importing it from, we have Playwright. Okay, and first we will go with a very simple example just to understand this one. Then after that we will do some practical example. So if you want to use the beforeAll or afterAll, so simply test dot, you see that we have this afterAll, afterEach, beforeAll and beforeEach. So I'm using with first we will use the beforeAll because it will execute once before all of the test. So right now I'm not opening any application here. I am simply showing you how it works, and in the coming example what I'll do is that I will open the browser and all things. Okay, so we will just see right after this one, just to understand the concept first, then we will execute some example. Now here in before, what I'm doing is that I'm simply going here and logging or printing that this is beforeAll. So in actual, what you will be doing is that you will be having your code inside this one which you want to execute before all of your tests once. Okay, so this is our simple beforeAll, and now what I'll do is that similarly, let me copy the code instead of writing to save some time. So here instead of beforeAll, I will say beforeEach. Okay, and here I'm saying that this is beforeEach. Now let me copy this one and let me go and change this one here. So test dot afterAll. Okay, so this is afterAll, and it will execute only once, right? So afterAll, and then we have afterEach. Let me change to afterEach here, and let me change here afterEach. Okay, now what I need is that I need some test actually. So let me copy this one and let me paste it here, and I'm removing this part from here, and simply I am saying that, so for example, if we want to, I'm saying that this is my first test, and let me copy this one, simply pasting it here, and I'm saying this is my second test. Okay, but here the problem is that it would be hard for Playwright to understand which test we are talking about. So what we will do is that we will be using a title of the test here as well. So simply for async, so what I'll say that this is first test, okay, then comma async, So now we have defined the title of the test here as well. So if you want to invoke the page here, so we can do that, but we don't need a page here right now. Okay, so similarly, I will copy this code from here and I will paste it here, and I'll say this is my second test. Now we have two tests here. This is the first one. Then we have basically test after each, after all, before each, before all. Okay, so I'm saving this one, and now let me run this one here. So let me clear this one and let me run this one. So we don't need a headed mode because we are not opening the browser here. So simply what we are doing is that we are simply executing the block of the code and just printing the things into the console here. So let's execute this one and see what happens here. So you see that our two tests pass here, and let me show you. So here you see that before all, it's executed once. Okay, then before each, this is my first test, so before each will execute once before each of the test, then after each. Okay, then again my second test, so it is also referring to this is the first test case and this is the second test case, right? So again, before my test, then after my test, and this is my second test, and then finally this is after all, which is after all the executions, right? So before all executed once before all of your tests, after all works in the same way. Then we have before each and after each, which will actually work against each of your tests. Okay, now I hope that now you have understood the concept of hooks here. So now let me create one more file here and let's see some examples. So hook example.js. Okay, and let me copy this line of code, paste it here, and again now we will go with the test dot. So I'm giving example of each here. So before each, then here async. Okay, so and now because we are working with the browser or the pages, so simply what I'll do is that we will invoke the page here, or the page fixture we'll be using here, and followed by an arrow function here. And inside this, so what I want to do is that I want to open the browser before each of my tests. So I will go with a very simple and basic example here. So await page dot go to, and here we need to provide the URL. So for this example, I'm using a Chrome or the google.com. So let me copy this one and let me paste this one here. Okay, so this is our before each. So before each will execute against our each test. Okay, so this is each. Now let me copy this one from here and let me paste it here. Okay, now here I will say after each of my test. So simply what I need to do is that I need to close the page. So page dot close, we have this method here, and that's all. I'm not writing something else here. So we have before each, we have after each. Now we need to write a test here. So let me scroll this bit here and here. So simply now we will bring our test. So now our first test is that we need to verify the title of the page. Okay, and now again async, right? And then inside this we are using a page fixture here, and followed by arrow function. Right now inside this we will be writing our first test. So I will be going with the very basic. So I'm creating a one variable called as title, Okay, and I will be getting the title of the page using await page dot, we have a method called title, so it will get a title and save this into a variable which is named as title here. And once it will be saved here, so now I need to put an assertion. So we will cover the assertions in detail, but as of now I'm going with the assertions. So when you have to write the assertions, you will be using the expect here, and inside this we will be providing a title and title to be. Okay, so let me to be, so to title dot to be, but we want the title here, so title is basically let me go and check the title. So what title we are expecting here, so just go here, go to inspect here, and in the header section you will find the title of this page. So the title is Google, right? Let me copy this one from here and let me go here and paste it here. Okay, so this is very simple and very basic our test. Now I'm creating one more test here, and here what I'll do is that I will verify the URL. Okay, and simply I'm creating a variable called URL, and here if we want to get a current URL in the Playwright, so simply page dot URL, we will be using this method here. Okay, and again we will be using assertion here, and the page title is, sorry, the page URL is this one. So here I'm pasting this one. Okay, now our before each and after each is ready, and now let's run this one here and see what happens here. So our file name is basically hook example.spec.js, and now let's see what happens. So once it will execute, I will show you some configurations here because those are really important. So if those configurations are not changed, you will not find this kind of execution here. So we executed without the headed. So what I'll do is that I'll be using a headed mode so that we can see the browser opening and closing and all the things. So it's going to the google.com, and you see that it opened again and closed. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the annotations in the Playwright. So let's begin. Annotations are really helpful when you are actually writing your test scripts. Now let's see what are the annotations in the Playwright. So go to the browser here, and in the browser search for Playwright official website, which is playwright.dev. Then we are using Node.js. Then go to the docs here, and here search for annotations. Okay, click on this one and you see that we have these annotations like test.skip, we have test.fail, we have test.fixme, then we have test.slow. So basically, what is the purpose of these annotations? Playwright test supports test annotations to deal with the failures, flakiness, escape, focus and tag the test. So when you are working with the Playwright test, in some cases you might need to skip the test when you are executing your script. Okay, in some cases you want to intentionally fail the test. Okay, in some cases you want to mark the test as a test.fixme. In some cases you want to make it slower, right? So let's see this one by one, and I have already created a file here and it contains 3 test cases basically. So we are going to Auto-Retrying website here. We are asserting our title here. Then we are asserting the URL, and finally we are verifying the login button. Okay, so if I go to the browser again here and let me show you about these tests. So basically what we are doing here is that we are asserting three different things. First, this URL, then if we right click on this one, inspect, and go to the head section here, and here this is the title, we are verifying this title, and the third thing is basically this login button. Okay, we are verifying the text of this login button here. Okay, so we have these three test cases. Now what you need to do is that, for example, if you want to skip the first test, but before that let me execute this complete test here. So you will see that we have three test cases and we will having either pass or fail. Right now the first test should fail because the title should be Orange HRM, not the Orange HRM 1. So our one test case will fail here, and we'll try for this one. Okay, and this should pass, and again this should pass here. Okay, and you see that our first test is basically failing here. Okay, now basically if we want to pass this one, so simply what I'll do is that I will remove this one, and now you see that our first test is failed here, and it says we received Orange HRM, and but we are expecting Orange HRM 1 here. That's why it got failed now. Okay, now let me go here and save this one and run this again. So you will find that all the test cases, three test cases, will be passed here. Okay, now once it will be passed, we will be using the annotations to understand more about how the annotations work and what is the difference between these annotations, so that when you are working with the actual scenarios you should be aware of these annotations. Okay, so it executing all the three tests, and you see that all three tests are passed now. Now the first thing we need to understand is that if we want to skip this test while executing, so simply test dot skip. Okay, so what happens is that when you will use this one, so you need to use these annotations on the top of this one. So if I hover this one here, so you will see that they have already provided us how to use them. So it should be, executed right on the top of the test. Okay, so when you use test.skip, basically when you execute this one, so this test will not be executed. So you will see that only two tests will be executed. The one verify URL and the other one is the verify login button. Okay, so let me run this one and see what happens here. So it will only execute the two cases, because when the Playwright will go inside the first test, it will find the test.skip, so it will skip the first test and only execute the remaining two tests here. So you see that one test skipped and two are passed here. Okay, now in the same way we need to use the other annotations. So for example, let me go with this and let me change this to the fail one. Now this is a very tricky one to understand, but let me show you. You will understand the difference and understand this annotation properly. So when you mark test.fail, and again if you hover on this one, the usage is basically on the top of the test. Okay, so unconditionally marks a test as a should fail. So basically what it means is that according to as an automation engineer, you know that this should fail, right? But in case if your test is passing, it will prompt you. Okay, so it will work in a reverse way. So let's show this one. See what happens. Right now our test is passing, okay, because the title is Orange HRM, but when we marked it as test.fail, so let's see what happens here. What Playwright will tell us about this particular test, because we have marked it as test.fail, and you see that it's retrying the verified title, this one. Okay, and here you see that it says expected to fail but passed. It's telling us that you mentioned that it should fail, right? But it is not failing, it is getting passed. Okay, and that's why we are getting this one. And here you see that expected to fail, but it is passing. It is doing the reverse of what we are doing in terms of the assertions. Now if I go back here and if I intentionally fail this, now we know that this test should fail. Okay, and we have also mentioned that test.fail. We are telling the playwright that this is the test which should fail, right? So let's see now this time what happens, what playwright tells us about this particular test. So let's run this again and see what happens here. So it will execute these ones, and let's see what information we get about this particular test here. So it's verifying the URL now, the second one, then verifying the login button, and once it will verify, we will get the logs here. So here our all three tests pass, right? Just because that we know that we are telling the playwright that this test should fail. That's why this test.fail is giving us pass, because it's actually failing here. In case if it is passed, so just like the previous one, it will tell us, okay, you are expected this test to be failed, but this is the passing, right? But here it's failing, and we know that it should fail. That's why test.fail is giving us pass. So it's doing a reverse of what we are doing in terms of the assertions here. Okay, now then we have the other assertions, other annotations here. So we go back here. So we saw that how test.skip work. We saw that how test.fail works here. Now test.fixme. Now let's see what it will do. So simply here I will change this to test.fixme. Okay. Now by using this annotation, what happens here actually when you use this annotation, then what actually happened, how playwright will interpret this test here. Let's see. So it is executing all the three tests now, and now you see that one test is skipped and two are passed here. Now what is the difference between skip and fixme? So basically when you're talking about the skip, it will skip the test, right? It will not execute that one. And here you are using test.fixme. That this means that tomorrow as automation engineer, you should remember that there is some problem with this test, and when there is some problem with the test, then you need to fix it tomorrow, maybe later in your sprints, in the releases. So it will help you, okay, in this way. And the second thing is that when we are talking about the skip, so we can skip the test with the condition, whereas in the test.fixme, we will not be providing any kind of a condition here. Okay, so if I go back here and change this to basically to the skip with the condition. So condition can be anything here. So if I go here and let me change this to skip, okay, and now inside this I can provide the condition here. So simply if I go here and assume that in some cases what happens is that we might need to execute some tests specific to the browser. For example, you want to execute some script specifically on the Chrome, maybe on the Firefox, right? So in that case, this is the approach here, so that you can skip the one test here which you don't want to execute on other browser. Okay, so inside this we be going the name of the browser name, okay, and then followed by basically the arrow function, and that arrow function is basically browser name, okay, and what I'm saying is that is not equals to for example Firefox, okay, and it should only run on the Chrome. Okay, so I will give me the information here as Okay, Chromium. So basically this is a Chromium browser, Chromium only. Okay, so this is what I'm doing here. So this test case will only skip if the browser is not equals to Firefox. It should run only on the Chromium. We are using the Chromium right now because if I go to my playwright.config file, so we are executing our scripts in the Chromium directly, right? So if I go here and run this one, so it will work based on this condition. So this is the difference between the test.escape and the fix v. Now the fourth annotation is basically, if I go here and go to the annotations here, the fourth one is test.slow. So basically by default the execution is really fast. Okay, in some cases your application might be responding really slow, and what you can do is that instead of this one, simply go here and make it test.slow. So by default the execution timeout is basically a 30 seconds, and when you use test.slow it will multiply it by 3, right? So you will see the execution really slow in this particular case. So this is the purpose of this particular annotation. We go here, mark the test as slow and triples the test timeout. So by default it's a 30 seconds. So triple means it will be 90 seconds. So if you want to change the timeouts, you can do it in the configuration file. So let me go here and let's run this and see what happens here. Just go here and run this one and see what happens here. So because now we have marked it as test.slow, where it will multiply the timeout into 3 and see what happens. Though the test is failing because the orange HRM1 is not we are getting the orange HRM. The assertion is failing here, but the reason here, just to understand, is that the execution will be slower in terms of execution. Okay, and there's one more thing here. If we talk about test, so you will see that test dot only. Okay, so what it will do, it will only execute this particular test. If we go here, so here if we go here, so it's telling us how to use it. Here in this particular case, it is not suggesting us the way we were using the previous annotations. It is saying that you should use in this way, test.only. So I will remove this line from here and I will go here and use only. Okay, and now if I run this one, so it will only execute one test. You see that one of one Chromium, and it will verify this particular test. So now the question might arise that can we use multiple test.only? So the answer is yes. Okay, so if I go here and use only with this test here, so these two test cases will be executed. This will be skipped. Okay, so here we go here and run this one here, so you see that it's one of two instead of the 3, so it will only execute the first 2 test cases here. So it's really helpful when you are actually working with your tests. You might need to escape, you might need to slow down the timeouts, you might you need to use the fix me notation so that tomorrow you should remember that which test case needs to be fixed and which test cases you are intentionally make sure that these should fail. So these are really helpful. And here you see that 2 are passed, and this is a slow test file. Consider splitting the slow test file to speed up a parallel execution. Okay, so that's all about the annotations in the Playwright. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about the assertions and specifically we will be talking about the auto-retry assertions. So let's begin. In Playwright, assertions are used to verify the functionality of the application. Now let's go to the browser here and learn more about these assertions here. So go to the playwright.dev and go to the docs here, and then now you need to scroll down and go to the assertions here. Here you see on the right side we have auto-retry assertions, non-retrying assertions, then we have negating matchers, we have soft assertions. So in this particular tutorial we will be learning about these auto-retrying assertions. Okay, so when we talk about the assertions, so in Playwright includes a test assertions in the form of expect function. Okay, so to make us an assertion we need to call this method. Okay, we need to call this function and we need to assert the value. Okay, and they have given this example here, and you can see here they have also given this example. And if we scroll down here, so by default the timeout for the assertion is set to 5 seconds. Okay, and now let's understand about the auto-retry assertions here. So following are basically the auto-retry assertions available in the Playwright. And when we talk about these auto-retry assertions, so what it means? So it means that the following assertions will retry until the assertion passes. So basically this, if you apply these assertions, it will keep trying until it will pass, or the assertion timeout is reached. So assertion timeout is basically 5 seconds. So it will keep trying until your test will be passing or it will be reaching to the timeout. So it will try till 5 seconds. After that, it will throw the error that your assertion is failed. Okay, so these are so many assertions available here, and let's go to the Visual Studio Code and try some of these here to understand how these assertions work. Okay, so here just go here and I'm creating a new file. I'm naming it as assertions underscore retry dot spec dot JS. Okay, and now here I will be using our example website. So this is example website. Let me copy this one, go to the browser and open this one here. So here we have a sample form where we have different elements. So we'll try to assert different values from here. Okay, and now the first thing what we need is that we need to incorporate the test and the expect in our test, just like this one. Okay, we are importing this one, and once we have this one, now we will be start writing our test. Okay, now we will be using test and we need the name of a test, so assertions retry. Okay, and followed by async and the error function. Async, then we will be using a page fixture here, page fixture, and now this will be followed by a arrow function. Okay, so this is the body of arrow function. Now your block of test is ready, and inside this we will be writing our test. Okay, so the first thing is that we need to visit our website. So await page dot go to, and inside this we will be providing the URL. Okay, so this is the URL. Let me copy from here and go here. Okay, now the first thing we will be trying to assert here is regarding the checkboxes. So now your test is that you need to ensure that the checkbox is checked or not. This is our first test. Okay, and we will be talking about this one. So let me go here and inspect this one, and here let me copy this CSS selector here, and now go here, and what I will do is that I will create variable, name it as checkbox, and here page dot locator, and we need to provide this locator here. Okay, and we will be using await here as well. Okay, now we have this variable checkbox, and inside this we have the locator of this particular checkbox. Okay, now in order to check this one, simply await checkbox dot check method will be used. So what this method will do, it will check the value of the checkbox. Okay, and now we need to ensure, now our test case is that we need to verify that this particular checkbox is checked or not. So await, then expect function, and we are expecting checkbox, right? Now so you see that we have different methods available here. So to be checked, okay, so this method will actually check either your checkbox is checked or not. And here in this example, we are checking this one first and then we are verifying this one. Okay, so let me save this one, and now let's execute this one. Npx playwright test, and we will be grabbing this test here, and it is assertions retry, and we will be using the headed mode. Okay, so this test should pass, and the execution is really fast, so we saw that our test is passed. Okay, now if I comment this line, this means that now checkbox will not be checked, and see what happens. Okay, so go here and execute this one and see what happens here. So the checkbox is not checked and it will wait for 5 minutes. Okay, and then it will throw an error. Right now we have retries, so it will retry once and then it will throw an error. And now you see that timed out 5000 milliseconds, which is 5 seconds, for expect to be received to be checked, and which is not checked. That's why our assertion is failing here. Okay, now if I go back here and let me uncomment this one. Now let's write another test here, and for example, if I go here and if I want to make sure that this particular element has the keyword known as demo, we need to assign a value of text, not the complete text. We need to verify that this particular element should have a word known as demo. Okay, now go to SelectorsHub and let me copy the relative XPath from here, and again with the same strategy I will create a one variable here, const, I will name it as value, then await page dot locator, and inside that we will be having a locator. Now simply we will be asserting this one, await, then expect, and expect value, okay, to contain text. Okay, to contain text. Now we are asking this, we are verifying that this particular locator have or contains the text demo. Okay, this is what we are asserting here. So I am writing it demo here and save this one. And now let's run this again and see what happens. Now it should contain a demo and the test case will be very quick and fast. But if I change this to demo 1, and now if I run this one, so this time it should retry and fail this one, and again it will be waiting for the 5 seconds because the timeout is 5 seconds, and we will be getting a report that this assertion is failed. Okay, so it's opening here and you see that we are expecting a string demo 1, but we got the demo page. Okay, and now because it is contains, if I change it to demo, so it will be passing, because we are not asserting a complete text. We are saying that it should contain this word demo. Okay, And now if I go back here, let me change it to demo here. Now let's suppose you have a test case where you want to make sure that a particular element should have an attribute and that attribute should have a particular value. Okay, and how we can do this? So simply if I go here, and now for example if I go to this URL link, okay, so this is a link. If I inspect this one, and here you see that we have ID, we have name, we have class, we have href and href. So basically these are known as the attributes with their values. Now our test case is that we need to verify that this value, this link should have this attribute called href, and href should have this particular value. This is something we need to verify. Okay, so simply go here, and again with the same strategy, I will create a variable const link equals to await page dot locator, and inside this we will be having a locator of this particular link. Okay, so let me use the CSS selector here, and let me go here and let me provide this one, and now simply await expect link, okay, to have attribute, because we are now verifying the attribute. So here first we need to provide the attribute which is href. Okay, this is the attribute, and we are expecting this attribute to have a value now. So for example if I go here, so this is a value, right? This is a value, and let me go with this one so that I can show you that this will fail. Now I'm going here and give this one, right? So here you see that /demo_page, however in actual is .com, selenium-based.com. Okay, so let's go here and now run this one and see what happens. Now again it will retry for 5 seconds and then it will be failing this one. I say that okay, we are finding this something different, that's why your test case is failing. Okay, so again it will retry and then it will see how it will work. So it's wait for 5 seconds and now we'll be getting a report, and here you see that it timed out for 5000 milliseconds, which is 5 seconds. And again here we are expecting this string, but we are getting this one. Okay, so let me copy this from here and go here and paste it here. Now if I run this one, it will pass. Okay, and in similar way we'll be learning more sessions. So you see that when it is passing, the execution is really quick. Okay, and now for example if you want to verify the links on the page, okay, so here on this particular page you want to verify that how many links we have on this page. Okay, so how we can do that? So simply what I'll do is that I will create one variable called links, and again await, right, page dot locator. And when we talk about the links here, so links are actually following an anchor tag. Okay, so if I go here, so you see that this is an anchor tag, so every anchor tag should have the link. Okay, so if I go here and now I'm locating the elements having all the anchor tags, okay, or the elements with the anchor tags. So this will have now all the elements with the anchor tags, and every anchor tag will have the link. So this is the logic. So await expect links dot to have, now to have we have a count, so we are giving a count here. So I'm assuming that there might be some 15, but when you are working on actual application you will definitely know how many links on this particular page. But right now, as I don't know. So let's run this one and see what happens. If there are 15, it will be passed, else we will be getting a failure here. So let's run this again and see what happens here. So again, it will retry for 5 seconds. Let's keep trying for 5 seconds, and eventually it will tell us that your assertion is passed or the fail. So it's failed now, and you see that actually there's 7 links, 7 anchor links, and we are saying that we are expecting 15. So if I go here and if I change it to 7, and now if I run this one, this time the execution will be really fast and our test will be passed here. So you see that the execution will be fast and we got the passed here. Now let's do one more and last for this particular tutorial. And here in some cases you want to verify, for example, if and this is a drop down, okay, and if I go here, inspect here, so this particular drop down has a class which now we need to verify that this particular drop down should have this class. Okay, so go here and again create variable const select drop down is equals to await page dot locator, and inside this we'll be giving a value of the locator. Just let's go here, and I'm going with the relative CSS selector here and provide the value, and now simply expect, and we'll be using the await before this, await expect and select drop down. Okay, now dot to have class, okay, and we are expecting a class which is basically, if I go here, the value is select class. So let me copy this one and let me go and save this one. So the execution will be really fast because it should have a class and this test case should pass. Okay, the execution was fast and we got the test as a pass. Now if I change this value here, and now if I run this one, not this time it will keep retrying, either it will be passed or it will be waiting for the timeout, which is 5 seconds, and after that it will say that your test is failed. Okay, and you see that this time is taking time because it will retry till 5 seconds because it's waiting for the timeout, and after that it will throw that your session is failed. Okay, so here you see that we are expecting this like class one, but we are getting this one, and that's why our test case is failed here. So in similar way, basically if you go here, you see that we have so many assertions here, like to be disabled, then we have to be editable, to be empty, to be focused, to be hidden, right, to be visible, to contain text, to have a class, to have a count, to have a CSS, to have an ID, right? So you see that there are so many available, and in case if you don't know what exactly and how, in what case they needs to be used. So for example, if I go here, this await expect this one, this is a link here, so I'm opening this one, it will give you more details. So this particular assertion will ensure that the locator points to a disabled element. So this element needs to be disabled. So where the element is disabled, in that case you need to ensure that either the element is disabled or not. Okay, so element is disabled if the disabled attribute or disabled via aerial disabled. Note that only native control elements such as HTML, button, inputs like text area options, option group can be disabled by setting this attribute. Okay, so disable attribute on other elements is ignored by the browser. So if there is any field which is disabled and you need to ensure that the field is disabled based on this criteria, then again in the similar way you will be creating a variable, then you will be in that variable you will be selecting that particular element using this locator, and then you will be verifying that this particular element is disabled, right? So in simple way, you will also see and go through all these assertions, auto-retry assertions, and you will see how these assertions are actually working. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the assertions which are non-retrying. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that what are the assertions and we specifically cover what are the retrying assertions. So now let's see about what are the non-retrying assertions. For that, let's go to the browser here and go to the Playwright website here, Playwright, and we need to go to the official website here. Go to the docs here, and here scroll down, you will find the assertions here. And in our previous tutorial, we learned that what are the auto-retrying assertions. Now let's scroll down and go to the non-retrying assertions here. And now what are these non-retrying assertions? These assertions allow to test any conditions but do not retry, auto-retry. Most of the time, web pages show information asynchronously, and using non-retrying assertions can lead to a flaky test, right? So preference is always to the auto-retrying, but in some cases you might need to use the non-retrying assertions. And when we talk about the auto-retrying, basically they will keep retrying until the assertion passes or the assertion timeout is reached. Okay, so these are the non-retrying assertions, and simply let me go to the Visual Studio Code here. And let me create one new file here and retry underscore assertions dot spec dot js. Okay, and let me copy this first line of code from here and paste it here. And now for this particular session, I will be using the website. So this is the website, seleniumbase.io. Just copy this one and open this one here, and here you see that these are the practice or demo page. From here we will be using asserting the things here. Okay, and let me go here and let me create a test block here, and I'm naming it as non-retry assertions. Then we need async followed by the page fixture, and then finally we will have a arrow function and the body of the arrow function. So this is our block of test here. And the first thing is that we need to go to the website. So await page dot go to. We need to provide the URL. Okay, so let me copy this URL from here and paste it here. Okay, so the first thing is that let's try to assert the title. Okay, and non-retrying means that if it's failed, it will not retry. It will immediately fail the script. Okay, so const title equals to await then page dot title. So this will grab the title and save this one into the variable known as title. Okay, now we need to use the assertion here. So expect title dot to be, right? And here we need to verify the title. Okay, so let me go to the browser here, right click on this one, go to inspect, and inside the header area you will find the, copy this one, go here and paste this one. Okay, and let me change this one so that we can see the failures here. And now let's execute this one, npx. Before that, let me clear this one. So npx playwright test -g. I will be grabbing this particular test. So test name is non-retry assertions. Okay, and I will be using a headed mode here. So let's run this one, and it will go to the website and it will immediately fail this thing. It will not retry. Okay, so retry in sense of verifying the element. Okay, so we got the assertion here, error here, and we see that this is assertion which called fail here. So expected was this and receive this. Okay, now if I go and let's try to assert more values here. So in terms of asserting the different values from here, so let me look into some variables of some elements to verify. Now let's go with the URL thing here. Let's verify that URL should contain, for example, this demo.describe page, and I will create again a variable here, const page URL is equals to await. Okay, then page dot URL. So it will get the URL and save this into the page URL variable. Okay, now once we have this one, and simply expect then page URL. Okay, so now page URL to contain, and it should contain demo underscore page. Okay, this is what we are trying to assert here. And now let me fail this one intentionally and see what happens here, and execute the command again, see what happens here. So you see that it's immediately failing this one and closing this one. Okay, and again here you will see that the assertion failed. This is the substring we are expecting, but this is not the case. Okay, let me remove this one and go here, and let's run this again and see what happens here. So you see that it immediately passed here. Now what happens if our first test failed here? Okay, let me here save this and run this one and see what happens. So it will fail again, it will fail, and if we talk about this one, it eventually will not execute the second test here because our first test is failing here. Okay, and here you see that this is failing, right? Okay, now let's move here and let's try to set more values. Let's go to the browser here again, and for example, you see that we have multiple checkboxes here. Now let's assert that there should be more than 0 checkboxes available on this page. Okay, and for that, let me go back here and simply I will again create a variable const, and I will name it as all checkboxes equals to await page dot locator. So now I need a locator which gives me all the checkboxes. So if I go here and inspect any of the checkboxes here, so you see that the type is actually a checkbox here. Okay, so based on this one, I can actually grab all the checkboxes from this particular page. Okay, so I will be writing a XPath here. So input, okay, at type is equals to checkbox box. Okay, and so this is a simple the XPath I have written here, and if I go and copy this one, go here and let's go here. So you see that it's selecting the checkboxes here. Okay, 1 of 6, right? So now go back to the code here, and what we will do is that we will get a count of it. So using the count function, I will get the count of all the checkboxes. Okay, so simply expect all checkboxes dot to be. So we have different assertions here. So I will be going with the greater than. So I'm saying that the count of the checkboxes should be greater than the value. So value is basically I'm giving here is 0. Okay, and now we're good to go. Let's run this one and see what happens here. So it should pass basically because it will find the number of checkboxes to be greater than 0. And if I say that it should be greater than, let's suppose 15, and we know that we don't have the 15 checkboxes in this particular page, so this time it should be failing this one. Okay, so you see that we have the failure now. So we have received 5, but we are expecting greater than 15. Okay, that's why we are getting the failure here. So again, I'm going to the 0 here and saving this one. Now if we want to assert the length of any text here, we can also do that. So simply go back here, and so this is written as demo page here. So if I go here, so it's h1 heading here. So let's try to count or check or verify the length of this one. Okay, so simply again I will create a variable const, and here I'm verifying the length. So element length equals to await page dot locator, and I will be using the locator of this one, and from that I will be extracting the text of this one. Okay, and I will be using expect element length, which is a variable name, dot to have length, and I'm saying that, for example, 20. I'm not sure about the length right now. Okay, and here we need a selector of this, the locator of this one. So we have pro path, we have this one. So if I go here, and we are getting the XPath and CSS of this element. Let me go here again and select this one. So this is the selector here, CSS selector. The value of CSS selector is this one. Let me copy this one from here and go back here and provide this one. And now let's run this one and see what happens here. Simply, so as we are not sure about the length, apparently it looks like a less than 20. So it should fail here, and yes, it's failing here. And here you see that the expected length we had 20 and we received 9. Okay, and this is the string we got. So we got all the information here. So if I go here, expected length to have 9, and save this one here, and now if I run this again here, so you will see that this time it should be passing now. And throughout this tutorial, we observe that as soon as the session fails, it breaks our script and it's not retrying this one. But as compared to the retrying sessions, it will try until it will pass, or it will keep trying till the default timeout. So we'll go to the website here just for your reference here. So by default, the wait time is basically the 5 second. Timeout for the session is 5 seconds. So it is recommended that you should go with the auto-retrying assertions in case if there's something which you cannot assert using these ones, then in that case you can go with these assertions as well. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the negating and soft assertions in the Playwright. So let's begin. Assertions play a really important role in verifying the functionality of the application. In our previous tutorials, we learned about auto-retry assertions and we also learned about non-auto-retry assertions. And there are further more assertions available, for example, negating assertions and the soft assertions. So let me go to the browser here. And in the browser, we need to go to this Playwright website, click on docs here and scroll down here and we'll find the assertions. So click on this one. So we have already done with the auto-retry assertions, non-auto-retry assertions. So if you haven't checked those tutorials, just go and check it out. So because we have covered those sessions in a very depth. Now you see that we have negating matchers, we have soft assertions. So if I go down here to the negating matchers, so basically, in general, if we expect the opposite to be true, for example, if you say that there is a text, okay, for example, let's take an example of this particular text. It says negating matches, okay. Now you can reverse the assertion by using not, which means that this text should not contains the negating matches. So opposite of it contains or to contain text. So here you see that they have given the example of this one. So they are using not with the assertions here. Okay. And now let's go to the Visual Studio Code here. And let me copy this complete code. And let me create one more file here. So I'm naming it as non and soft assertions.spec.js, pasting the complete code here, and let me open this URL in the browser so that we can understand. So this was the example or type of website which we used in our previous tutorial, and in this particular tutorial here you see that there is a checkbox, and this checkbox is located using this CSS selector. And we are checking this one, and after that we are asserting and verifying that this checkbox is checked or not. Okay, so here we are saying that it should be checked. Okay, so let me save this one and let me change the name it to non and soft assertions. Okay, so this is the name of the test here. And now if I go here, simply type not. So here we are clicking on the checkbox. So after clicking on this one, so it will be checked, or after, so using this .check method, it will check the checkbox, which means that if I go here, so this is the checked one. Okay, and in the assertion, what we are doing is that here we are saying that this should not be checked. Okay, so in this case, it should be failed here. Okay, so we are trying opposite of the checked ones. Okay, so in order to run this one, simply run this command. So the name of the test is non and soft assertions. Let me copy this one and paste it here, and let's run this one and see what happens. So we will be failing here, and we are using the auto-retry assertions, so it will retry as well. And after retrying, if it still is failing, we will get the assertion error here. So you will see that timed out 5 milliseconds waiting for expect receive to not be checked, but it was checked actually, right? So that's why this assertion is failing here in both retry and the main one, and it's highlighting this one here as well. Okay, and you see that there's no further execution done, though we have the more test cases here, you can see, but there's no further execution done on this one. Okay, so if I comment this line and save this one, now in this particular case, if I go here, so this particular checkbox is not checked. Okay, so now in this case, this particular test will pass because we are saying that the checkbox should not be checked. Okay, now let's run this one again and see what happens here. So this time it should pass because you see one passed and the execution was really quick here. Okay, so that's the concept of using the negating assertions in the Playwright. Now we need to understand about the soft assertions. So basically, if I uncomment this one, okay, and now if I run this one, so this time it will fail. Okay, because the checkbox will be checked before verifying this one either it's checked or not. Okay, so we are saying that it should be checked. So it's not checked, it's checked actually, and we are saying that it should not be checked, so it should fail. Okay, you see that it's getting failed here, and if I scroll down here, you will see that no further execution is done. In the real time, what happens is that you have some functionalities which are critical in nature, some are medium in nature, some are major, some are low, right? So in some cases where your priority is low, where the severity can be low, or the medium, where you want to know about the failures, but at the same time you don't want to terminate the your script, you want the execution to be completed. Okay, in that particular case we will be using the soft assertions. So by default, the fail assertion will terminate the test execution. This is what we have seen right now. Playwright also supports soft assertions. Okay, so what is soft assertion? Failed soft assertion do not terminate execution, but mark the test as the fail. So basically, it will mark the test as a fail, but it will not terminate the test, just like it did right now. So it terminated the test. It is not executing the further test here, and it's done. Now, if we use the soft assertions, so it will actually not terminate the test. It will continue the test, but it will mark the test as a fail. Okay, so in order to use the soft assertion, simply we need to use .soft with our assertion, and that's it. So simply if I go here and if I go here, simply write .soft, and that's okay. So let me show you the previous report, which is open here, and you see that it's not executing the rest of the script here. Now if I go back here and run this one here, so you will see that our tests will be failing, but it will execute all the tests. It will not terminate the test. It will retry as well. So because it's auto-retrying assertions, so it will retry again here. And after this one, we will get the report because test is actually failing. And again, your test is failing. However, if you scroll down here, you will see that it highlighted this particular test which is failing here, but it executed the rest of the test here, which are actually passed, right? So this is the benefit of using the soft assertion, where you do not want to terminate your script because of maybe there's some minor low priority bug might occur, right? So in that particular case, you don't want to terminate. You want the complete execution of your test. And this is the one case. There can be multiple cases where you do not want to terminate your test. You want all executions to be done, and after that you need to know which test got failed and which got passed. Okay, so that's all about the negating and the soft assertions. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to automate and test the REST API with the get method. So let's begin. In Playwright, you can automate and test the REST APIs. So for this particular tutorial, I'm using this particular website. So let's copy this URL from here and go to the browser here. So this is basically, a website here. And let me reload this one. So this is a very basic one, and you need to scroll down a bit here. So you will see that we have get REST APIs, we have post, put, patch, and delete. So first let's with this post one. So let me click on this one. So this post will give me a post of a user one, and this is the method of this particular API is the get. Okay, so you can see that this is a simple URL. I'm just hitting the URL and getting the response. So usually for the get APIs, we don't need to provide any payload, right? Because we are fetching the data from the server. So simply what I need to do is that let me go to the Visual Studio Code here. And inside this one, I need to create a new file. So I'm naming it as REST underscore API underscore get dot spec dot JS. And the first thing I need to do is that I need to import the test and expect. Okay. And now what I need to do is that I need to create a test here. And first, I need to give a name of the test. So I'm naming it as testing REST API with get method. Okay. And it will be followed by async. And here we need to pass request. Okay. And then it will be followed by an error function and the body of the error function. So now this is your body of your test, and which is ready to make a request. So passing a request here means that we will be using this to send a request. Okay. So here I will create one variable called as const URL, and I will give the URL of this particular API. So simply I will go here, copy this one, and let me go back here and provide this one. Okay. Now, in order to, send this request, so simply we will do this await request, okay, dot get, and we'll pass the variable known as URL because you can guess this URL. Now, when I'm using this one, what I'll do is that I will save the response in the response variable so that we can assert the values. So const here and response equals to this one. Now once we hit this one, and simply the first thing we need to do is that we need to assert a status code. So when we talk about this API, so let me go to the Postman here as well so that you can see, because in the Postman we can see the executions manually. We can hit the request and see the output of this particular API. So let me cancel this one, sign out and remove the data. Let me go with the fresh copy of this one, and here and simply I will go back here and copy this one, and so let me open this one again. Let me copy this one from here, and let me go to the Postman here. Again, this is a get call, and simply from here you need to click on the send. So as soon as you hit this one, you'll see that we are getting the status code 200, and we are getting this response from here. And it says that the user ID is 1, title is this, and body is this. Now we need to assert that when we are hitting this particular API, the status code should be 200 here. Okay, this is the first thing we need to do. So simply expect, okay, and in response we have everything available. So response dot status, and then status dot to be. So we are expecting here the status code should be 200. Okay, let me save this one, and now let's run this one. So simply npx playwright test -g. So we'll grabbing this test from here. So testing REST API with get method. Okay, and now let's run this one and see what happens. So you see that our test is passed. In case if I change this to, for example, 203, and in actual the API is giving us a response 200, and here we are expecting it to be 203. So in this case, now it should fail here. So let me go here and hit enter and see what happens. So it's retried, it failed, and you see that our assertion got failed here, expected 203, and we received 200 by hitting this API. Okay, now let me go back here again and let me change it to 200 back. Now we have the body. We have the body here, right? So let's go with some more assertions here, body assertions. So simply I'll create a variable called const and I will name it as response body, and response body should be equal to await then response. So from because it contains all response, that's why we are able to assert this status code. So from response, now we need a body. So response, okay, dot JSON. So it will parse the body for us. Okay, so returns the JSON of the response body. You can see that this is the purpose of this particular method. So it will basically parse the JSON and we will get the response body. Okay, so once we have this one here, now we can start asserting. Okay, so let's start with the first one. Expect response body. Okay, so now if we want to assert the first value, for example, if I go to this postman here, so you see that we have a parameter called user ID with the value 1 here. Okay, so in order to work with this one, so simply response body, and from response body we need a user ID. Okay, and what we are setting that user ID to be 1 here because it's 1, right? So simply I will save this one, Control C, Control, and let's run this again. And this time because user ID value has 1, so it get passed. Now let me change it to 2, for example, and now let me run this one here and see what happens. So you see that it failed and we got the response. So we expected is 2 and we received the ID equals to 1. So in this way you can actually assert the value here. And now in order to assert the other values, for example title from the body, because in the body we have this title here as well, right? So simply this again really easy here, and I'll copy this one from here and paste it here. And now what I'll do is that, so instead of this one, so it will be a title here. So title and title to be, now this is a string, so we need to pass a string here. And let me go here and copy this string from here and let me paste it here. And now let's run this one and let me change it to 1 here. And now Control C, Y, and let's run this one again. So you see that everything is passed. If I change here, add something here now, and let me go with this one again. Now this time it should fail because it should not match the title which is coming from the body, and this is what we are expected and this is what we are received from this particular API. Now the response body is pretty much very easy to work with here because we are getting the very basic JSON object here, JSON format here. Now if I go to the other API which is returning more data, so let me go there and let me show you. So basically if I talk about this post here, let me close these ones as of now. So here you see that we are getting so much data here and we have user ID 1, so much data. So how you will match because here the user ID equals to 1 here, also user ID is equals to 1 here. So the data is repeating. There's so many data which is repeating here. So how are you gonna tell that which data you want to assert here? Okay, so that's again a simple thing here. So let me create a new file so that you can understand this in a better way. So I'll name it as rest_get_json.spec.js. And now let me copy this line of code from here and paste it here, and simply test, and so handling complex JSON response, or asserting is the more appropriate word, asserting complex JSON response. And here again we need to go with the async. Okay, and here we can also go with the page fixture as well. So simply if I go here and I can pass the page fixture here. So this is another way to work with the APIs here. So simply I will go here followed by a callback function, and now here I again so go with the URL first. So const URL is equals to, so from here I'll copy this URL and let me go back here and paste it here. Okay, now once we are done with this, now what we need to do is that simply again const response is equal to await page dot request. So in the previous example I was passing the request directly into the function. So here I'm using page dot request, and inside this one I need to pass this URL. So this is another way, so both will work for you. And here I need to assert different values. So for example, if you want to see that if your API is working fine, so we have one assertion, so await expect response dot to response dot, so await expect response dot to be okay. Okay, so this is the one, and just save this one and Control C Y, and oops, I don't need to run this one. So let's go back here, Control C, and let me change the name of the test from here. So basically it's asserting complex JSON response, and now hit enter. So you see that running one test and we are getting some failures. So basically it says that there's some problem. So page.request, okay, is not a function, because what is the reason here? So the reason is that page.request, and now we need to tell what kind of request we are making. So it's dot get, right? So save this one, let me run this one again, and now it should work fine because we have informed the player that this is a get request. Now it's this pass, and now you see that we have more number of users. So as soon as I hit this API, so you are getting more than one users, right? So user ID 1, user ID 2, right? So let's assert this thing here, and again that would be easier, and simply I will create one variable here, const users equals to await again response dot JSON. Okay, so we'll get the response in the form of JSON here, and from here await, okay, so expect users dot, so we have a method called length, and we are saying that length should be greater than 1. So what we are saying is that we are asserting that there are more than one records. Okay, so to be greater than, okay, so we have to be greater than here, and we are saying it should be greater than 0. Okay, and let me save this one and let me run this one again here and see what happens. So again, our test is passed because we have so many records coming in. And now the tricky part here, which we really need to understand here. So the one thing I want to tell you here is that basically you see that we have user ID 3, 2. So how to assert the user ID in this particular case, because this ID is repetitive here. Okay, so again, that's easy. When we talk about this JSON array, so the first record is on the 0 index. So this is 0 index, this is 1 index, then 2, 3, 4, and so on. So simply using this logic, what I will do is that I will assert a value. So await expect. Okay, now users have all the data, and now we need to use of array here, and we need to pass which record we need from here. Okay, dot id dot, okay, to be and I'm saying it should be 2, and so basically users are here. We need to give a bracket. Okay, so basically 0 index record ID should be 2. So basically if I go here, and so this is index 0, but where here is the ID value is 1, so it should fail here, right? So because we are saying that from users go to the index 0, and from there ID needs to be 2. So in this case it should fail here, right? So let's go here and run this one here, and here you see that we got a failure. So expected 2, but we got the 1, and here's the line where actually we got the assertion here, right? So simply if I go back here, change it to 1 here, and now if I run this one here, so you will actually, this time it should pass, because now the users on the index 0 having the ID equals to 1. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate and test the REST API with the post method. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that how we can automate and test the REST API with the get method. Now in this tutorial, we will learn how to test and automate the post API. Post API is different in a sense because with the URL, you might need to send some specific headers, and also you need to send a body. Okay, so let me go here. Let me go to this website for this particular demo. Let me copy this one and let me paste it here, and you need to scroll down here, and here you see that we have this post, and now click on this guide here, and from here scroll down. So creating a resource, so basically this is a post API, and here you see that it contains a body, it contains a header, and this contains a particular URL. So let me copy this URL and let's run this API in the Postman first, and then we will see how we can automate this in the Playwright. So let me go to the Postman here, and let me create new request here. Let me change it to the post, paste this URL here, and now we need to provide a body. So click on the body here, go to raw, select JSON here, and let's go back here. So this is the body, so let me copy this one from here and let me go back here and paste it here. Here you see that we are getting some errors because in the JSON this needs to be in double quotes, and if we are using some string value, again these values needs to be in double quotes. Okay, so let me change this one here and here and here. This is a numeric value, so we don't need to put this value inside the double quotes, but we need to remove this comma from here. Now there is no error in this one, and simply click on send now. So you see that it got successfully executed. We got 201 created, and this is the response we are getting, and we are getting some headers in the response here as well. Okay, so now let's execute this thing in the Playwright. Simply let me go here and let me create a new file here, and let me name it as REST_API_post.spec.js. The first thing is that we need to import the test and expect from the Playwright in order to write a test and verify using the expect assertions. Okay, so simply let me copy this one from here and paste this here. Now the first thing is that we need to create a test, and here first we need to provide the name of the test. So create a new post here, and now it will be followed by async. Then we need to pass a request fixture here. Okay, so we need to pass a request fixture here and followed by the arrow function and the body of the arrow function. Now the body is ready right now, and inside this we'll be writing our code. So the first thing is that we need a complete URL with the headers and the data we are sending. Okay, so I will create a variable here, const, and I name it as a response and await. Then using the request fixture request dot, so you see that we have different methods available. So post, and here we need to provide the URL. So go back to the postman here. Let me copy this one from here and paste it here. Now this one is ready, and now this is a body of the request. Okay, so we need to provide a comma, and here the first thing is that we need to provide a headers. So headers colon, so here inside this one we will provide the headers. Okay, and here headers will end here, and the first thing is that in terms of the headers, so let me go back here and see what headers they are providing. So they are providing this headers. So let me copy this complete from here and let me go here and paste it here. Okay, so we have provided the headers here, and now we need to provide the data. So simply data, okay, colon, and the starting for the data and closing for the data here, and the data here. So if I go back here into the postman, not postman here, so let me go here. So this is the body here, so let me copy this one and let me go back here and let me paste this here. So this is a body here, and now after the body we need to put a comma here, and let me change the title to this is new post, and the body will be like this is a body, and the user ID would be remain same here. Okay, let me save this one, and now what we need to do is that we need to see what kind of errors we have. So it says that unexpected token here, and here we need to provide a curly braces, and these curly braces will actually be covering this part, right? So here, So we have curly braces start for this one, comma, and the curly braces headers is starting from here and here, and this is start from here and here, and now this one. So let me save this one, and now you see that the errors are fixed now because we have provided the proper body for these ones. Now once we are done with this one, so simply what we need to do is that we need to assert the values, because now you see that we have a complete request here. This is a URL post method, these are the headers, and this is the data which we need to send. Now simply expect, okay, and inside the expect we will be using response dot. So you will see that we have a method for status, and the first thing is that we will assert the status. So dot to be, and that would be dot to would be, and I need to close this one here, and that would be 201. So this is the first thing we are asserting here. So let me do it 200, and let's run this one here, and it's a create a new post, this is test. So let's run this one here and see what happens. So it should fail because the response we are getting is basically 201, not the 200. And simply if I go back here and change this to 1 and save this here, Control C, and run this one again here. Now this time it should pass because now the received status and the status we are expecting is equal. Okay, so this is the very basic assertion here. Now in order to work with the response, so what I need to do is that, because this contains all the information, it contains status, it contains headers, body. So in order to assert something from the body, so I need a body. So I will create a variable called const, so response, and I will call it as response data, which is basically a response body. So await, then response dot. So we have a method called JSON. It will parse the JSON and return the response body. Okay, so this is what we get from here. Now simply we will be using expect, then response data. Okay, and let's suppose we need to assert the title dot. So you see that we are getting this title, and the title dot to be, okay, and to be, and we need to provide the value. So let me copy this from here and paste it here, and let me change to this one because the title we are providing is different, and we are getting some different title in the response here as well. So let me run this one here. So it should fail because the title is different now. So yes, we are expected this title and receive this title in the response. And let me go back here and change this to the post. Let me save this one, and let me run this test again. So here you will see that it should pass now. Now we have assert the status, we have assert the value from the response body. Now the third thing is that we can assert the header value because we are getting some headers in the response here as well. So const response equals to, so it will be response dot. You will see that we have a method called headers, so we will get the headers from this one. And now expect, now because we are getting multiple values, so what we will do is that expect response headers, and from response headers what we need to assert, for example, we need to assert a content dash type, and what we are expecting here is that it should contain and we are saying that it should contain what it should contain. So if I go here and show you, so in the response we have a header, and in the header we are getting this application/JSON. Okay, so we are setting that in the headers response headers we have a key which is known as content type, and it should have a value, and this value should contain application/JSON. Okay, this is what we are trying to assert here, and simply inside this one I will provide this one. And now let me fail this one intentionally so that we can see the assertion error here. So hit enter and see what happens here. So you will see that this is what we are expecting as a substring, not a complete string, because we are using to contain. Contain means that it should be a part of the whole string. Okay, and this is the string we get. So now if I go back here and if I change this to JSON, and now if I run this one, so you will see that our test will be passed here. Okay, so that's how basically you can automate and test the REST API with the post method. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to automate and test the REST API with the put method. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that how we can test and automate the API with the post method. So put is pretty much similar because we are now updating the record which we created using the post call. So simply let me go to this particular website. So let me copy the URL from here and go to the browser here, and there's this here, and you need to scroll down a bit here, and here you see that we have a put call. Okay, just click on the guides here, and now we need to scroll down here. So for the post we created a resource, we created a record, and if we scroll down, so now we will be updating a resource, and here you see that the method is put, and here you see that with the URL we are sending the method and the body as well, including the headers. So your request will consist of your method, your body and header in the case of put as well. Okay, so now let me go to the Visual Studio Code here and let me create a new file here, and let me name it as rest underscore API underscore put.spec.js, and the first thing is that we need to import the test and expect from the Playwright. So copy this one and paste it here, and now the first thing is that we need to create a test. So test, name of test, so I'm naming it as update a new post, and it will be followed by async. And so in the async, now we will be passing a fixture known as request. So this test will be focusing on the request. Okay, so that's why we will be using a fixture known as request. Okay, and this will be followed by a arrow function, and now this is a body of our test. So the first thing is that we need a URL. So const, I'm taking a variable here as response, which is equals to await, now using a fixture called as request. So request dot, so you see that we have a different methods here available. So just go to the put here, and inside this one we need to provide a URL. So if I go back to the browser here, so you see that, so this is a request here, so this is a URL. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here. Okay, now what I need to do, so because our request should consist of the URL, headers and the data, right? So once we have this one, so inside this one comma, and then the curly braces. Okay, so because our request will be consist of the URL, headers, and the data. So now headers. So let me go back to the website here and let me copy these headers section completely from here. So let me copy this one and let me go back here and provide the headers. And now the second thing is that we need to provide a data here. Okay, so I'm naming it as data colon, and let me go back again and let me copy this complete set of data from here. So copy this one and go back here and provide this data. Okay, and in the end we need to provide a comma so that it will be terminated here, and this one. Okay, so now let's save this one, and we are getting allow to set post data for the request. If the data parameter is an object, it will serialize to the JSON string. Okay, no worries. So simply what I'll do is that let me put a comma here as well. So all the comma, all the things here, and we are good to go. So simply again it says the token unexpected token. So here data colon, save this one, and now the error is gone. So because there was a space there, and now our request is ready to send. And now what we need to do is that we need to assert the values. So the first thing is that assert the status code. So simply here, go here and in response, because we have all the details here. Okay, so from response, because response contains all the data. So response dot, you see that we have body, we have response headers, we have status. So we are getting all the information in this particular response. So simply I will go with the status method here, and what I'll do is that to be, so status to be, for example, I'm giving it as 201, and save this one here. And now let's run this one. So the name of the test is update a new post. So let me run this one, and because this should fail here because the status code will be 200, right? So you see that our session got failed, request was successful, and the request received 200 and we were expected 201. So if I go back here and if I change it to 200 here, so what will happen here is that now this time it should pass. So simply I will go here and run this one again, and this time our test should pass. So you see our test is passed now. Now the second thing is that we need to assert the response. Okay, and so for this one, what I'll do here is that I'll create one variable and I will call it as response data, and this response data is equals to await response. So from response, now I need basically a body. So you can go with the body and you can go with this JSON method here, because it will returns the JSON representation of the response body. So we don't need to parse it. Okay, so simply go with this one. Now you have the response, and simply you will say expect. So let's try to assert the response title. So go here and response data dot. So you will see that we have title and title dot to be, and so let's say that the title here is basically, let me copy this one and the title to be, and here we need to provide a title, and I am adding some more characters here. And now let's run this one here and see what happens. So in our previous tutorial, we also see that how we can execute the API in the Postman to compare how things are working. So here you see that we were expected this, and this is what we have received in the response. So that's why it's getting failed here. And simply if I go here and remove this part. Now this is the title, so this is what we should get now. And if I execute this one here, so you will see that this time it should pass because now the expected and actual result is same. Okay, so we have asserted the status code, we have also asserted the response body parameter, and now let's try to assert the response headers. So simply const, so I will name it as response headers, and the response headers is equals to response, okay, dot headers. So from this, because response contain all the things, so now we are extracting the headers just like we have extracted the body. Okay, and simply then again expect response headers, and let's assert the content type here. So content dash type, and the content type dot to contain, and it should contain what it should contain. So basically in the response we will be getting this content type. So let me copy this part from here and let me paste here. So if you don't see how things are working, so simply you need to go to the Postman here, and let me execute this one for you so that you can understand what we are talking about here. So go here, click on new request, set the method to the put, and simply go here and copy this complete URL from here and paste it here, and in the body section go to the raw, select JSON, and now go back to your Visual Studio Code here. So this is the body we are sending, so let me copy this one from here and paste it here. But you see that we are facing some errors because in JSON these parameter values needs to be in double quotes. Okay, so change this thing here, and when we're talking about the string value, also put string values in double quote here, the string values. And now what we need to do is that we need one comma here, and besides that actually we don't need a comma here and from here, so it should work. Yeah, it's working now. So we have the URL, we have a method set, we have the body set. Just click on the send here and you see that our request is success. We got 200 status code here, we got this response body, and so from body we are asserting this value. And also from headers you see that if I scroll up, so this is the headers we are getting, and this is a key which is content type, and in content type we need to assure that we are getting application/JSON here. So this is what we are trying to assert here. And let me go back here and this one, so if I change it to something different, let me save this one, let's run this one again and see what happens now. So it should fail because there's a difference between expected and the actual value. So this is a substring we are looking for, and this is the main string we got, which doesn't match, because this particular string doesn't contain this value, so that's why it's getting failed. So if I go back here and change this to this one and save this one, and now if I run this one here, and this time it should work because now the expected value and expected value is same. So you see that the value is passed now. So that's how you can actually test the REST API with the put method. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to automate the REST API with a patch method. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that how we can automate and test the REST API with the put method. So the patch is similar because put and patch both are used to update the record. Now what is the difference? So for this one, let me open this website which we are using for our tutorials. So let me copy this one. Let me go to the browser here and paste it here. So scroll down here and you see that we have this put, we have post, then we have a patch. Okay, just click on guide here and here. So we created a resource, we created a record using a post. So in order to create a record, in order to create a resource on the server, so basically we will be using the post, right? And in order to update a complete record, so here you see that this is a complete record with the title, body, user ID, right? And now we are updating a complete record. Okay, so when you are updating a complete record, you need to use a put method. Whereas when we talk about the patch, so patch is again used to update the record. However, in the patch, if you want to update the title only, so how you can do that? So that's here a patch comes. So patch is again used to update the record, and here you don't want to update all the records. Okay, you just need to update a particular parameter, for example title, body, or the user ID, so whatsoever. So this is a main difference between a patch and a put. Okay, so now let me go to the Visual Studio Code here and let me create a new file. So rest all things will remain same here because the purpose is same here. The only difference is that we are just updating a one particular parameter from the whole record. We don't want to update whole record here. Okay, simply I will name it as rest underscore API underscore patch.spec.js. That's it. And now what I'll do is that instead of writing the whole complete code, so simply the approach will be same here. So let me copy this complete code from here and paste it here. So basically, if you haven't seen my previous tutorial, just go ahead and check it out. But here I will give you an overview of this particular code so that you can understand. So we are just importing the test and expect from a Playwright because we need a test method. We need a expect to assert the responses of the API. And within the test method, we are passing a request fixture so that this test will focus on the request only. And okay, then I'm creating a variable called response. So response will consist of all the details. So it will consist of my response data, my response body, my response headers, my status code, so everything. Okay, so in order to make this kind of a request, so await, here you see that we need to provide a method. So right now we are using a patch here, so dot patch. Okay, and save this one. And if I go here, you will see that for the patch, this is the URL. Okay, so URL is the same here and the same here. Now when we are sending a request, okay, so in case of put, patch, and post, we need to send a request with some headers and the data which we need to update here. Okay, so in the put case, we were sending all the details here. So right now, as we discussed, in the patch we can only update one parameter here. So I don't need this ID, I don't need this, for example, I don't need this one. So I just need to update the title, okay, for this particular record. Okay, and here the record ID is going here. Now if I go back here, you will see that this particular patch request is sending the headers and the body, and the method is the patch. So in a similar way, we are combining the request with the headers and the data which we need to update here. Okay, and here in the expect section, basically, so we are asserting the status code, it should be 200. We are asserting a title, and here in the response data we are having the response.json. So JSON method is used to parse the JSON. So basically it will return the JSON of the response body. So this method will throw if the response body is not parsable. So it will parse and convert us for the further actions. Okay, so we don't need to parse it. And because as I said that earlier, this response will contain all the data, the response headers, the response body, the status code. Okay, so from that I am actually extracting the response body, and in the body I am just asserting a value. Okay, and similarly from the response I am getting only the headers, and we are asserting the header, and here we are saying that there should be a response header. It should contain application/json. So now let me first run this in the Postman so that we can understand this in a better way. So simply I'll go here and click here, paste this one here, and it will be a patch here. Then go to the body, click on raw, then go to the JSON here, and let me copy the body from put here. So this is the one. So let me copy this one and paste it here. So we don't need ID. We don't need this one. We are just updating the title. Okay. And now our request is ready to send. Simply click on send here, and you see that we are getting some response here. The status code is 200. Then this is the response body. So it contains user ID, title, and body. And here we are getting some response headers here. So the content type is basically application/json : character set is equals to UTF-8. Okay, and now we are asserting these values. So we are asserting the status code. So here if I go down, so we are asserting a status code here. Okay, and then we are asserting a title. So this is a response title. So this is a title. We are verifying this value. And the third thing we are doing in this particular tutorial is that we are asserting that the content type header should contain application/json. Okay, so this is the third thing. So this is a response header, and we should receive a response header where the parameter or the key should be the content type, and the value should contain application/json. Okay, so this is what we are doing here. So simply let me go here and let me run this one here, and this we need to change the title here. So I will change it to patch a new post. So we are good to go, and here the patch is the method. All things are good to go. And now let's run this one here and see what happens. So I should pass because the status code should be 200. And now let me try to fail this one intentionally, and here we are saying that we are expecting 201, but in actual we are getting the 200, so it will fail here. Let me show you the failure in this case. So it retried, and now it's generated a report, and here we were expected 201 and it received 200 here. So that's why it got failed here. Okay, and let me change this to 200, and here instead of foo, let me add some values here. So now the value is foo because we are giving this value and expecting in the response this value, and again these values are different here, and it should fail. So again, if we run this test here, so you will see that it will fail here, and it will show this detail that we expected this value and received this value here. So let me change back it to foo, and let me save this one. And here now we are asserting the header. So let me update this value for you. And now let me run this one again, and again this should fail for the headers because the values are different. And let me show you the result. So basically we expected a substring, so we are using a contain. So we are basically saying that a substring should be this, but this is the main string it got when it actually executed the API. Okay, so that's why it's getting failed. So if I go here and change it to the normal, so now if I run this one here, so it should pass all the test cases for this particular patch API. So that's how basically you can automate and test the REST API with the patch method. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate a REST API with the delete method. So let's begin. In our previous tutorials, we learned that how we can automate the REST API with the put, patch, post and get method. Now let's see how we can automate the REST API with the delete method. So for that, let me use the same website. So let me copy this URL from here and let me open this one here in the browser. So now we need to scroll down a bit here, and here you will see that we have this delete as well. Just click on guide and now scroll down, and here deleting resource. So you see that this is pretty much really easy because we are just sending a URL and with that we are just sending a delete. Whereas when we are working on the port patch, so we need to send the headers, we need to send a body. Okay, so this one is pretty much easy. So simply let me go here and let me create one new file here and let me name it as rest underscore API underscore delete dot spec.js. Okay, and the first thing that is that we need to import the Playwright test and expect. Let me copy this one and paste it here. Now we will be using a test method here, and first name the test. So I will name it as delete a new post. This is the name of our test, and now it will be followed by a sync, and we need to pass a request fixture here. Okay, and once this is done, then this will be followed by an arrow callback function, and now our body is ready here. So the first thing is that let's have a complete response. So const response is equals to await. Now using this fixture request dot, you see that we have a different methods available, so just go with the delete here. And now we need to provide a URL. So let me go back here and let me copy this complete URL from here, and let me go back here and provide this one. So our delete request is ready because we have defined the method, we have defined the URL. Okay, so this is how it is simple. Now simply we will go with our assertion. So expect, so first thing that we gonna assert is that the status code here. So status and the status dot to be, and let me fail this one intentionally and see what happens. Now let's run this one, and here just run this command npx playwright test and name of the test. So you see that there is a failure, and the failure is just because we are expecting 201 and we are getting 200 here. Okay, so simply if I go back here and change this one to 200, and now if I try to run this one, so this time it should pass because our expected and actual result is same. Okay, now if we talk about the body, so I'm not sure about the body. So for that, let me open the Postman here and let's run this in the Postman and see if we are getting any kind of a response here. Okay, so go to the new request, go to the delete here, and simply just go to this particular URL. So let me copy this one from here and let me go to the Postman here and paste it here and simply send the request. So in the body we are not getting anything right now, so if you get anything, so you can simply assert. And if you don't know how to assert the body values, simply go and check out my previous tutorials on put patch, so you will find out how to assert the different values from the body. But if I go to the headers here, so we are getting the headers here, and let's assert this content type should contain application/JSON. So simply just go here, and first I need to get the headers from the complete response. So I will call it as response headers is equals to response dot. So you see that in this response we have the complete response. So response consists of the body, headers, and the status code. So different things actually combine itself and they form a response. So but from this response I only need the headers. So simply I will go with the headers here. And now once we have a header, so simply expect then response headers. And now here which parameter we need to assert. So we are asserting the content dash type, and the content type dot to contain, and it should contain application /JSON. So let me intentionally fail this one and see what happens. Let me save this one and run this one and see what happens. So this time this particular test should fail. And yes, so expected substring. So substring is because we are saying that to contain means substring, and this is a string we received, so that's why it got failed. So if I go back here and change it to just JSON one and save this one, and now if I run this one here, so this time it should pass because now this substring contains this value. So that's how actually you can automate and test the REST API using the Playwright. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hi everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about API chaining in the Playwright. So let's begin. First let's understand what is API chaining, and then we will see why we need it, and finally we will do a practical on this one. So what is API chaining? So API chaining means that we will be extracting a value from one API response and passing that value to the other APIs. Okay. So let's understand this concept more. So again, I will be using this particular website from here. Let me copy this one. Let me open the browser here and let's open this one and just click on guide here. And here you see that we have different APIs available, like creating a resource. So basically creating a post here. Okay. And this is the output of this particular API. So basically this API is a post method and it's creating a record basically in terms of the post, and this is the post. Okay, and as soon as you hit this API, in return this API will give you this response, right? And this is the ID generated for this particular post here. Okay, and now what you need to do is that you need to update this post. Okay, so here is the basically updating post API, and here the method is put, and again you see that you have to send a body in order to update this particular post, and here this is a hard-coded value for the post. So if you provide a value here, it will identify the number of posts, and here you see that we are getting the ID in the response of this particular API. So now what I have to do is that when we are automating the APIs, or when we are basically making the API chains here, or in other words, we are doing some end-to-end tests on the API. So what I will be doing is that I will be creating a post here and extracting this value from here, and I will be passing this value here, and so that I can update the same post which I have created. In the similar way, I will be doing for the patch here, and I will be deleting the same post here. Okay, so it will make a chain. So you don't need to go and provide the hard-coded values. One thing, it will make your test end-to-end, and that's how you can test your APIs. So this is the main concept of API chaining, where you will make a chain of the APIs, extracting a value from one API and passing that value in the other APIs. Now let me give you one more example here. So if I scroll up here So basically you see that if I want to fetch all the posts, so this is a get API basically, and it will fetch all the posts, and this is something we get in the response. Here you see that ID of the post 1, 2, 3 and up to 100, whatever the number of records would be, and we are getting the details. Now what I need to do is that once I will hit this API, I will get all the posts here. Okay, and from that post I want to see how much comments are getting that particular post. So here we have an API. So this is the API /post/1. Again, here 1 is the post. Okay, ID of the post basically. And if I click on this one, so here you see that this particular post ID, here you see there's only 11111, and this particular post has these multiple comments here. Okay, so now in order to automate this thing, what I will do is that I will send a request here. So basically if I go with this one, so let me copy this one from here and paste it here. So here you see that we have all the posts available here. Okay, so all posts are available. So what I will do is that I will extract a value and pass that in the upcoming request so that I can know about the comments for this particular post. Okay, and let me go to the Visual Studio Code here and let's start writing a code. Simply I will create one new file here. I will name it as API underscore chaining .spec.js, and the first thing is that we need to import the test and expect from the Playwright. So copy this one from here and paste it here. And now let's create our test. Name of the test is API chaining followed by async. Okay, and we need to pass a request fixture here. Okay, followed by an arrow function, and this is the body of your test here. Now I will do comments here as well so that you can understand the code. So first thing is that I will be getting all posts here. Okay, and in order to get this one, simply I will create one variable const posts response is equal to await, and using this request fixture, so we will be using request dot, so this will be a get method, so get, and here we need to provide the URL. So let me go to the browser here. So for all posts, this is the URL. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here. And now we have this thing. Now the first thing is that let's assert this thing before we actually make a chain. So we will assert the things in parallel. Okay, so I will go with the assertion expect post response dot status, and status to be status to, sorry, not here, status to be, and the status we want 200. So 200 means that our request is working fine, and if this is working fine, then what I will do is that I will parse the response body to the JSON. So parse response body to JSON. So again, this is really simple. So simply I will create const post is equal to await post response. So post response has all the details of the response. It contains headers, status, response body, everything. So from that I need a response body only, because I will be extracting a value from the response body. So here we have a method called JSON, and it will pass the body here. And now I need to extract a value. So basically, if I want to extract a value, so how I can do this? So simply I will create one variable, because I want to save this in a variable first. So I will go with the first post is equals to posts, and I'm going here with the indexes. So 0 index means that the record on the first record basically. So I'm referring to, because this is an array and this array contains a lot of records here. So what I'm doing is that, so I am getting this one, okay, the first record. So the first record is basically on the 0 index here, okay. And now once I have this complete record from the array, but what I need to do, I need to now pass the value, but still our the things are still not done completely. Here we are getting the complete response, right? This complete post, and from this post actually I need an ID here as well. So now here what I'll do is that I will be using get comments from the selected post. Now this is what I need to do. So simply const, so I will say comments response is equal to await again request dot get, and inside this I need to pass the URL. So if I go back here, so this is a URL, and let me copy this complete URL from here, and I need to paste it here. And now here you see that this is a hard-coded value. I don't need to provide a hard-coded value. Instead, what I will do is that I will pass the value using this one, okay. And from this one I have to provide the ID because it contains all the data. So all data means that it contains the post ID, name, email, body. I need only ID from this one, okay. So again, this is pretty simple. So instead of this one, I need to pass the variable here. So you need to provide a $sign and in the curly braces, okay, and inside the curly braces you need to provide like first post dot ID, okay. So from the first post I'm getting an ID, right? And in order to pass a variable here, is right now is considering as a string. It's not considering this as a variable here. So now to make it this one, so you need to remove this sign and go with this sign. So here now you will see that is basically now your variable is passing here. So first post dot ID. So let me type it again. So this time you will see that we are getting the sessions here as well. So from the first post I need ID, okay. And let me save this one. So once we have this one, now again let's go with assertions here. So let me copy this one here and let me assert this one here. So instead of comments.response, we need to assert this one here. So comments response.status, and we can assert this one. And what else we can do? So we can again parse the body here, and from the body, for example, if we go here and see that this particular ID has multiple records here, okay. Post ID 1 has multiple records, like more than one. So we can assert this thing. So simply in order to do that, first I need to parse this. So again const comments equals to await comments response dot JSON, okay. And now I can go with the expect. So simply comments dot, we have a method called length. So length of this comment should be greater than, so to be greater than, and it should be greater than, for example, 0. Okay. And also you can verify the ID here as well. So simply expect, so comments on comments, and on comments 0 index again. So 0 index means if I go back here, so again here we have an array of the response. So this is index 0. Okay, so index 0 should be, so index 0 dot post ID. So because I'm extracting the post ID from this one, so this post ID 1, okay, dot to be, so it should be equals to the first post dot ID. Okay, so now we are comparing end-to-end things here. So let me save this one and let me run this one here. So simply npx playwright test -g, we are grabbing this test, and the name of test is API training, and that's it. Hit enter and see what happens. So you see that our test is passed, and let me try to intentionally fail this one. So let me go with this one here and save this one here, and let's try this one again. So this time it should be failing because I'm intentionally failing this one. And here you see that we were expecting to 0, 1 and receive 200 status code. So simply if I go back here and put it back. Okay, and if you want to see the information about either your records are getting properly extracted or not, simply go with the console.log, and inside that print the value. Okay, similarly for this one, and for this one comments response, no, so for this one and this one here as well, this one. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here. So let me go with this thing here. So now save this one and let's run this again and see what happens here. So if I run this one, so our test is passed, and so here you see that this complete record has been captured here. So this is the one we are handling here, this one. This is the thing, first post. So we are getting a first post from the response. So this is a complete post where we have a user ID, title and body. Okay, and here we are asserting this value at the end. So that's how you can actually make the chains of the APIs, or you can assert the APIs end-to-end flows by extracting a value and passing that value to the other APIs. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about the API mocking in the Playwright. So let's begin. API mocking, which is also known as API virtualization. So it's basically a software development technique that simulates the behavior of an actual API. Why you need to do this? So this is a question which we need to know. So basically when you are doing a development of your application, you are developing your APIs. So in some cases some API is not yet developed, but still you want to proceed with the development and the testing as well. So in that particular case, what you need to do is that you need to mock or simulate the behavior of actual API in order to develop your functionality or test your functionality. Okay, now let's go to the application which we will use for this particular tutorial and understand this concept more and practically. Okay, so for this tutorial, I will be using this official demo playwright.dev/API mocking. So let me go to the browser here and let me paste this here. So basically, as soon as I hit this one, so here you see that we are getting the list of the fruits here. Okay, now how these fruits are coming here. So let me go here, right click on this one, click on inspect here, go to network here, and in the network tab you need to ensure that fetch/xhr should be selected. Okay, now just reload this page and you see that there is a API hit gone, right? And this is basically a fruits API, and this fruit API is basically, bringing this all the data. Okay, the strawberry, banana, so all data is coming from this API. So what it means? It means that as soon as a user is hitting this particular URL, then an API will get triggered and that API will give us this response. Now, assume that this particular API is not yet developed. Okay, the developer is still working on this one, but you need to test this functionality that as soon as the user hit this URL, okay, then the URL should get the list of the fruits here. Okay, so, and you also know how this API will be working, what would be the response, how response will look like, what kind of a call it will be. So for example, it's basically, if I go to the headers, okay, so it's a get call. Okay, there are some particular headers going on, and in response we are getting this array of the JSON objects. Okay, so now we know that, and now for this example, just assume that this API is not developed, but you need to test that the functionality that as soon as user hit this page, the list of the fruits should be displayed here. Okay, now what we will do is that we will mock the behavior of this particular API. We will be not executing this actual API, because right now we are in a phase that this is under the development. Okay, consider this as under the development. This is not yet developed. Okay, so based on this thing, now let's write a test here. So we simply go to registry code here and let me create one new file here, and let me name it as API_mocking.spec.js. And the first thing is that I need basically to import the test and expect from the Playwright, and simply here we go. And now the first thing is that we will be creating our test method here, and inside this I will be naming the test as mock fruit list and does not call the actual API. Okay, so this is what we need to do exactly, and it will be followed by async, and we need to invoke a page here, page fixture here, and followed by we'll be using an arrow function and the body of the arrow function. Now our body is ready here, and the first thing is that we need to create a mock, because as soon as we hit this one, we should not be calling the actual API here based on our assumption that this API is not yet developed. Okay, so simply what we will do is that we will mock this one. So I will add the comments here as well. So mocking an API. Okay, so simply await page. Okay, so basically there is a method known as route. Okay, so basically this method is used to mock the APIs. So here you see that a global pattern, regist pattern, or the predict receiving URL to match while routing. Okay, So this is basically used to mimic or to mock the APIs. And now inside this method, we need to tell the route. What will be the route which it needs to mock. So let me go here and let me go to the headers here. So basically it's demo.playwright.dev. So this is the main URL, and then /API/v1/fruits. So what we will do is that we'll mock this behavior. So they can be anything here and anything here. Okay. So simply what I'll do is that instead of giving a complete URL here, so go with static, then // and /API/v1/ so let me confirm this again. So /API/v1/fruits. Okay. Now this is what we want to do. And now again we need to use async here. Okay. And now again use the route here. The route will basically the body of the route. Now let's mock the data which we need in terms of the JSON here. So simply I will go here and say cost JSON is equals to, and whatever JSON we want. So I am providing like name colon, so I'm saying it testing and comma ID colon, so I'm giving it as ID 30. And now once our route is ready, our JSON is ready which needs to be mocked here. So simply we'll apply this thing. So await route dot fulfill my JSON here. Okay. And once I do this, so simply I will now hit the page because I have created a route or mocked it. So simply page dot go to, and here we need to go to this particular page. So let me copy this one from here and let me paste it here, and now assert this new value here. So expect, so await expect, and here let's go with the page dot get by. So we will assert this value by the visible text because right now there's no such thing as testing in the page. So here you see that we have different fruits here. There's no such thing testing here. So when we mock this one, so now we are mocking the response to have the testing here. So then this particular data should also be verified here. So simply page dot get by text, and the text here is testing, and this testing needs to be visible. Okay, that's the very simple way to work with this one. And let me save this one here, and now let's open the UI to run this one, so that we can see that actually it's not being getting triggered here. So simply this API mocking is there right now. Just run this one here and see what happens here. So it's executing this one. We will see the actions here. This is our code here, and now it's executing. So this is a success here. Just click on this one. So here you see that the page route has been created here, and when you hit this one, so data is not yet loaded here because right now we are mocking this one. So if I click on this one, if I go to the network here, so even in the network you will not see the API call because we are not hitting the actual API, we are just mocking this one. Okay, so when I click on this expect, so here you see that we are now seeing the testing only, which we are mocking as a response here, right? We are not seeing the other data. Okay, and here route dot fulfill says that the mocking of the API is fulfilled successfully and your assertion is failed. Your assertion is passed here. So if you go here, it says fulfilled, and these are the headers, and this is the response data which actually we mocked here. So this is really helpful because when your API is not ready, but here you need to verify the functionality, so you can mock the API and you can test your functionality here. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the data-driven testing or data parameterization using the JSON. So let's begin. Data-driven testing is a testing where you will be testing your functionality with a different set of data. So let me give you an example here. So for example, if you want to test the registration of your application and you want to test the registration with a different set of data, so you will be doing the data-driven testing. And similarly, if you want to test the login with the different users, then basically you are doing the data-driven testing here. Now, for this particular tutorial, I'm using this demo source application. So let me copy the URL from here and let's open this into the browser. And here you see that they have actually provided the different usernames and the password. So this means that they have provided the multiple users. Now, what I need to do is that I need to test this login with different users. Okay, so we have this standard user, we have this performance glitch user, then we have this problem user. Okay, so let me show you the difference here. So let me provide this username here and let me copy the password from here and login. So this is a standard user, and you see that as soon as we provided the username and password and clicked on logged in, so it's successfully logged in and the whole data is looking perfectly fine here. Okay, so let me log out this one and now let's go with this problem user. Okay, let me copy this one and now provide the password here. So you see that here there might be some kind of a problem, right? So it already says remove, and it's unable to remove this one, right? So this is a problematic user, and even you're unable to add the product to the cart. Okay, so that's why this is a problematic user. Now if I show you this performance glitch, so let me provide the username here and password here. So you will see that it will take some time to log into the application. So this means that this user has a problem with the performance, right? So now what I need to do is that I need to create a test with data-driven approach where I will be providing these 3 different users with their password, and I will see that how my application will work when I will be logging into this application. Okay, so simply go to the registry code here, and here the first thing what we need to do is that we need to create a test data folder. So inside the root folder, just click on this folder option here and name the folder as test data. You can name it any, but test data will is more appropriate here. And inside this one, let's create one new file. So in this particular tutorial, we will be providing the data using the JSON. So I will name it as data.json, and here we need to provide the data. So we will start with these large brackets, and then now inside this one we have to provide the username, password, and let's see, we will go with the expected outcome as well. Okay, so here let's go with the first username. So username colon and the user itself. Okay, so let me go back here. Let me log out this one from here. So this is our first user, so let's copy this one and paste it here. And now let me copy this whole complete thing from here and paste it here. So instead of username, now we need to provide a password, and the password is basically secret sauce. So copy this one and paste this one here as well. So you can also write the expected outcome here. So let me copy this one. So you want to assert the expected outcome, so you can also do this. So any kind of data like assertion data or the data which you need to provide. So any data which you think is useful for your testing, so you can have this kind of data here. So for example, I'm writing here as expected outcome, and the expected outcome is, for example, success login. Okay, and we don't need to provide this one here. So our first data is ready here. So what I'll do is that I'll copy and make the other data here. So now I need to change the username here because the password is same here. So I will go with this problem user. So let me copy this one and change the user here. And now again, I will copy this complete data from here and paste it here. And now again, I need to change the user here. So user is performance glitch user. So let me copy this one from here and change it here. And now save this one. So there is no error. Our data is ready in the form of JSON here. Now what we need to do is that we need to create a test, and test will be created inside the test here. So I will create a new file here and say data driven testing.spec.js, and the first thing is that we need to import, right? We need to import the Playwright test. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here. Okay. Now what we need to do, we need to import a file system because this file is actually in our system here. So if I create a file here, so this is basically in my system. So if I go to my system here and if I go and check, let me see the name of this project, Playwright npm, and the location. So let me see here. So reveal in the file explorer. Okay. So you see that this is inside test data here, and this is the JSON file. So this file is on my system. So in order to get a data from this particular file, I need to use a node file system, which will help me to grab this file. Then I will parse this file and parse the data. So these steps I need to do. So let me go back here, and simply what you need to do is that you need to import fs from, so from, you type fs, so you will see that we have a fs here. So fs here means we are talking about the file system. So this particular package is coming from the node itself. Now what I will do is that I will create variable called as const test data and the path. Now I need to provide a path of this particular test data. So I need to tell this script where my test data file exists. So simply it's under test data slash data dot JSON. So this is the path of my file. Now third step is that we need to read this file and we need to parse this data so that we can provide this data in our test. Still, we haven't write any login script as of now. So simply I will create const variable test data, and this will have JSON dot parse. So using this JSON dot parse, I will parse this JSON, and now inside its function, basically we need to read the file from the system, and here we will be using this fs, which is file system. So file system dot, we will say read file sync, and inside this we need to provide the path. So you can directly provide the path here as well, but it's better to have a variable here. So let me provide this one here. And also what you can do is that sometimes your data might have some particular encoding. So by default usually it's UTF-8. So you can see that they're different, base 64, binary. So depending on the data you are using, so you can select. So right now I'm going with the default UTF-8. Okay. And now what this particular line is doing. So we are reading this file, then we are parsing this file into a JSON. So, and saving this into this particular variable. Why we are doing this? Why we are saving this in particular variable here? The reason is that there is multiple set of data, right? We have 3 different users here, and in order to pass different set of data against login, I need to loop this through. So I need to iterate this one. In order to iterate, okay, so in order to iterate, I will go with for loop, and I say const user of test data, and here's the body of the loop, and inside this I will create my test here. So test, and here as you know that we need to provide the title of the test. So I will say login with user, and then followed by a sync, and then we need to provide here a page fixture here, and which will be followed by an arrow function. So now this is the body of the test here as well. And now inside this one we will be writing our test. So await, then page dot go to, and here we need to provide the URL, and the URL is this one. So let's copy this one from here and paste it here. This is the first step that we need to do. We need to go to this particular application now. So await, then page dot fill, and inside this one we need to provide a locator followed by the value here. Okay, so for this username, let's inspect here, and if I go here using SelectorsHub, so you see that we have a CSS selector hash username. So let's copy this one from here and simply paste it here. Now here actually because we are filling the data, and this data needs to be coming from this test data, right? So simply using this variable user, I will grab the value. So simply here, so user dot user name. So instead of hard coding value, we are just looping this one, and these values are getting saved in this one and passing these values here. And similarly, let me copy this one from here and paste it here. And now I need to inspect this password field, and here the password is hash password. This is CSS selector again. I will change this one here, and here user dot, we need to provide a password. And once we are done with this, now we need to click on the login button. So simply I will copy this one from here and paste it here. So instead of the fill, we just need to click. So we'll remove this part from here and paste dot click, and inside this we will be passing our locator. So this is another way. And in our previous tutorial, what we were doing is that we were using page.locator, finding a locator, and then passing the action on this one. But you can do this in this way as well. Okay, now simply go back here and inspect the login button, So let me copy this relative CSS selector from here, go back here, and this is my selector. Now we are good to go and ready to execute this one. And also here you see that we are getting some error. So error says that duplicate test title login with user. And now why we are getting this one? The reason is that we are executing login with a 3 different set of data. So it will be counted as a 3 different tests, and 3 different tests having the same title is creating a problem here. So how we can solve this one? So simply what I will do is that instead of these course, I will use this one here and this one here, and with this one I will give the user. So dollar curly braces. So I will copy this user.username. So now it will make our test unique every time. Okay, this is a very simple hack for this one. Now you see that we don't have any error. Our test is ready. Our file is ready here, and now we can assert the values, right? So we can simply write our assertion here. But let's execute this one and see what happens here. So npx playwright test dash test, then inside the test we have data driven testing, and I will be running this in a edit mode, and now hit enter and see what happens here. So you see that it in the console it says 3 users, so first user, second user, and this is third performance user. And here you see that the performance user has a bit slow in logging in, but it's logging in successfully, right? And here if I go to this one, so you see that 3 tests and 3 tests all are passed here. So why these are 3 tests? Because of the 3 different set of data which are logging into the application, and that was the reason we are getting a duplicate error here. So in order to make it the test name unique here, we are just passing a data here, user.username. So every test has a different one. So let's now open this particular report here and see npx playwright show dash report. So it will open the report here, and here you see that the name of the test is different here. Login with the user, standard user, login with the user, problem user, login with the user, because we are passing the URL for every iteration, and which makes this test unique. It's not making it duplicate. Okay, and here again you see that we have all the details against each of the test here. So you can see all the details here. So all 3, all passed. You can open any of these, and here in the fill, it's just working absolutely fine. Then it's filling this one, and then it's clicking on this one. So that's how you can make your test data driven, or you can parameterize your test using these kind of a data. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the fixtures in the Playwright. So let's begin. Fixtures are really powerful because it makes your automation testing journey very much easier and smoother. Now, what are the fixtures? Imagine you are building a house. Fixtures are like the pre-built walls and the floors. They provide everything you need to get started quickly and easily without having to worry about the fundamentals and the foundations. So this will save your time and effort and makes your test easier to read and maintain, right? So they provide each and everything which is required for your test. Now let's go to the browser here and let me show you about the Playwright fixtures. So simply type Playwright website, go to the docs here, and in the search for fixtures. Okay, So there are some built-in fixtures. There are some code without fixtures. You can create a fixture using a fixture, overriding a fixture. So there are a lot of things you can do with the fixtures. So basically, Playwright Test is based on the concept of test fixtures. Test fixtures are used to establish an environment for each test, giving that test everything it needs and nothing else. So test fixtures are isolated between the tests. With these fixtures, you can group the tests based on their meaning instead of their common setup. Okay, so far what we have learned is that whenever we go to write any script, so let me show you from the previous tutorials. Like if I go to the alert, right? So here you see that we are using this page. Now, what is this page? So this page is basically a fixture. Okay. And now this page actually represents a single browser. Think of it as your workspace where you will interact with the web page. Okay, so that's why we were using a page fixture for every test. Okay, and now if I go back here, so you see that we have a different built-in fixtures here, like page, context, browser, then request. Okay. Now, if we talk about this common ones like browser, context, and request itself, so browser is basically an entire browser application, like a Chrome or Firefox. Each test gets its own clean browser instance to avoid any interference. Okay. Then we have a browser context. So this is a smaller sandbox within the browser, often compared to a tab. It isolates your test from other tabs and the website, ensuring your results are reliable. And then finally, the request. This fixture lets you to make a HTTP request and test your application's interaction with the external APIs. So if we talk about API, so let me go to the Visual Studio Code here and let me show you some of my API tests here. So here you see that I was using this request because this is something which is required to make a HTTP request. So that's how we automated the APIs. We automated even for the mock API, we use page, right? So page is basically a fixture here. And if we talk about this browser, so let me give an example of a browser here, so that because we already learned about the page fixture, we already learned about the request fixture. Now let's look into the browser and the browser context itself. So let me create a file here and I'm naming it as browser fixture dot spec.js. Okay, and the first thing is that we need to import a playwright. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here. Okay, and now what I need to do is that I need to use a test method. So simply I will be using a test, and here let's say opening google.com followed by async, and then after async we will be now using our fixtures here. So whatever is needed for this fixture, so we need a page, we need a browser, right? So I will be using a browser and comma page followed by an arrow function and the body of the arrow function. Now what I will do is that I will be creating a context, a new context. So what I will do is that I will create a variable. So const context is equals to await, then using this browser fixture, browser dot, so you see that we have a method known as a new context. Okay, so it will create a new context for the browser, and now we will be simply using await page dot go to, and here I need to provide the URL of the application. So let me go here, let me copy, like for example, let me open the google.com, let me copy the URL from here and paste it here. Okay, so simply I'm doing this one, and then after once the page is open, so I will close this context. So await context dot close. We have a method known as close which will close the context. Okay, So let me save this one, and now let's run this one. So simply npx playwright test -g. Let's grab this test. So it's opening google.com, and we will be using a headed mode here. Now let's see how it works. So running test 1, and here let's open the browser, new browser, open the google.com. Inside that one, it actually created a new context and then closes that context here. So this is how you can use this browser. Even what you can do is that you can create a new page from the browser itself. So right now, for example, we have this browser, okay, and assume that we don't have this page here. Okay, so let me move this one, and simply in order to create a page, so const page is equals to 8, and from this browser dot new page. So from the browser fixture you can create a new page, and from the browser you can create a new browser context and use that in your test. Okay, so basically that's how you can use this feature. And furthermore, if we talk about the fixtures itself, so basically if I go back to the website here, so if we say that if we don't want to use the fixtures, then what happens? So basically you see that we have to write each and everything. We have to start from the very basics and completing these things. And with fixtures there are multiple benefits. So when we talk about the benefits themselves, so basically the first benefit is maintainability. Your tests become cleaner and easier to read and understand. So if I go here and show you any of the tests, so you will see that it's really easy to understand because we are using the fixtures, and it's really easy to understand any test. If I open any of the tests, so you see that it's very basic lines of code which makes you understand about these particular tests. So maintainability is easy. Then efficiency. So because we don't need to repeat the same setup and tear down tasks for every test, like opening the browser, closing the browser, maintaining the browser instance, closing the browser instance. So it makes your test more efficient because we don't need to perform these tasks again and again. Third thing is the isolation. So each test runs in a separate environment, so it will actually prevent unexpected interactions. Okay, then reusability. We can share the common functionalities across the test using the fixtures. Now what we need to remember is that we need to choose the right fixtures for the specific testing needs, understand the lifecycle and scope of each fixture, explore other available fixtures like browser type and test info. Okay, and if we talk about fixtures here, so again you see that flexible, grouping, reusable, encapsulate, and with using the fixtures you can easily write your test. And the good thing about the Playwright is that you can create a fixture here as well. So instead of doing it in your test, you can create a fixture, use that fixture in the test, and you are done. So it will again make your test simple, easier, instead of writing all the code inside the test. Okay, so you can create the fixture and then using a fixture just like we did. So in case if you have created your own fixture, just like they have created here a settings page, and they are passing the settings page fixture to this particular test. So they are using this in the beforeEach here. Okay, and if you want to overwrite, so you can overwrite the fixtures here as well. Okay, so again, depending on the scenarios, how you are automating your applications, what is the framework you are using, so based on your requirements you need to use the built-in fixtures, or if you think that you need to create your own fixture or you need to override the fixtures, so all information is available here on this particular page. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to group the test using the test.describe. So let's begin. So far what we are doing is that we are creating our test just like this one, test method, and these are isolated independent tests here. Imagine having a dozens of the tests, like thousands of test cases which are scattered across your code base. So this is your code base basically, right? And sorting through them to find a specific functionality can be a nightmare, right? But you don't need to worry about it. But here you can use a describe because it will solve your problem. Now what is describe here? So think of describe as a way to wrap your test into a logical categories. Okay, so it's just like you're putting your clothes in a label drawers instead of leaving them in a chaotic pile on the floor, right? So basically describe will organize your test into a logical groups. Okay, now why we need to use the describe? Okay, so basically it will group the related tests for the better clarity and navigation. So let me open a notepad so that I can write for you as well here. So basically the first point is why we need to do this. So basically it's organization of tests. Okay, so basically you can group your tests for better clarity and easier navigation, so you can easily navigate to your test. Okay, then the second part is that targeted execution. So targeted execution means that you can only run the specific group of tests, so it will save time and resources. So run only specific groups of tests, so it will actually saving time and resources. Third thing is that it will improve the report, because generate reports that reflects the structure of your test suite. Because if they are grouped in a logical way, so in the reports it will reflect the structure of your test suite. So basically improved reports, so basically it reflects the structure of your test suites. And then final is basically the readability, because when it is organized, so it is easy to read. So readability and make your code cleaner and easier to understand. So there are so many benefits of using the test.describe basically. Now let's take an example here. So for this particular tutorial I will be using this source demo example. So let me go to this particular website here, and here let me open this one. So this is a demo website, and here you see that we have username and password. And now what can be a logical group here? So logical group here, just think like a manual tester here. So if you are a manual tester and you need to test this login functionality, so how you will test this one? So you will test this with the valid credentials, invalid credentials, leaving blank. So you can create a different combination of test data and test this login functionality, right? So with the valid credentials, your application should be able to log in. Now this is one test. Second test can be using uppercase, using characters, using leaving the password blank, leaving the username blank, correct username, wrong password, correct password, wrong username. So there are so many combinations, and now these all are different test cases, but they are linked to test the functionality of the login, right? So you can create a group, and inside that group you should have all these login related test cases. Okay, so that's what we will do here in this example. So let me go here and let me create one file here. I will name it as describe.spec.js, and the first thing is that I need to import the Playwright here. So let me copy this from here and paste it here. Now previously what we were doing is that we were directly writing like tests and creating our test, right? But now we will be using a test.describe. So because test.describe will help us to create a group of tests. Okay, so here again I will give here as soon as I write the describe, so here we are getting some information. So declares a group of tests. So that's how you can use this one, like test.describe. Inside this we have the test method, and we will be using the page fixture over here. Okay, so that's how you can use this one. And then we have another example here, the similar type of example, test.describe, then test.use this, and then test1 and test2. Okay, now we are testing the login functionality. So it's basically source demo in functionality, and I will say this as verify source login functionality. Okay, now just like it will be followed by our callback function here, and inside this, so now this is a body of the group. So test.describe is actually created a group. Now inside this one we will be writing our test. So instead of functionality, let me change to feature. Okay, now it makes more sense here. And now inside this one, test. So our first test, for example, here is that login using valid credentials. Okay, and it will be followed by async, and now we will be passing a page fixture here, and after the page fixture we will be using a callback arrow function, and this is the body of this particular test. So let me copy this complete from here and paste it here. Now you see that this is under the test.describe. We are writing two tests. So login using the valid conditions, and now second test can be verify for example, if we go here and let me provide invalid username, or maybe in the caps or something like that. Let's see what happens. So we are getting some kind of a message here, right? So if I use the caps here, so standard underscore user, and the password is secret underscore source, hit enter. So it says username and password do not match any user. So this is a text. So this is an invalid test case. So we have this valid test case, and now verify user properly. User should not be able to log in using invalid credentials. Okay, credentials. So there's some spelling problem, I believe. So instead of, let me copy this one from here, and this is here. Okay, now our two tests are ready inside this test.describe. So simply what I'll do is that let's create with the first test here. So the first thing is that we need to go to the page. So await page dot go to, and inside this we need to provide the URL. So this is a URL. Let me copy this one from here, and now what I need to do is that I need to provide this URL. So provide this URL here, and then await page dot locator. So first we need a locator of basically the username. So this is a field here. So right click on this one, click on inspect here, and go to the SelectorsHub here. So this is our relative selector, relative XPath. So copy this one from here and paste it here. And you see we are getting some problem because the Playwright uses the different way of accepting these locators. We need some double quotes here. So instead of copy using this one, simply go here and the SelectorsHub, click on this one. Now you have the selector with the double quotes here. Okay, now copy this one and let me go back here. Now paste it here. So this error will be removed from here. So dot fill, and we will be filling the username. So this test is reflecting to the correct username and password. So we will be giving a correct username. So this is our correct user. So let's copy this one and paste it here. Now let me copy this complete line of code from here and paste it here. Now let's change the locator for the password, and we will give the password here. Okay. So simply go here and inspect this field. So this is a locator. Copy this one. Go back here and change this locator here. And now let's give the password. So password is secret underscore source. Let me copy this one from here and paste it here. And after that, we need to click on the login button. So again, let me copy this one, paste this one here, and instead of this, we will be using a click method here. Okay, and let's change the locator for the button here. And just go ahead and inspect this one, and this is a button. Click on this one, go back here and change this one. Okay, now once it will be login, because the output of these two tests will be different. Okay, because if you execute the first test, the output will be it should log in successfully into the application, and in the second test case it should not log in. So assertion will be different. So we will write assertions for both so that we can ensure and verify that our test or describe is working properly here. Okay, and so these things will all again be used here, but only the difference is that with the caps it's not working fine, right? So let me copy this from caps thing here and this is my invalid, and again here, so secret underscore source. Okay, and let's save this one. So our two tests are ready. Now we just need to write assertion. So for this one, so this is the text we are getting. So let's inspect this one, and so let me copy the CSS selector for this one. So let me copy this one, and what I'll do is that I simply create a variable const error message is equals to await page dot locator, and here's the locator, and now from this locator we will be extracting the text. So we'll be using a text context here. Now in this particular variable we have a message. Now simply what we will do is that we will write our assertion here. Okay, so await expect, okay, so expect error message, okay, dot to contain inside this what we are expecting to contain this one. So basically if I go here, so we are getting this username and password does not. So let me copy this part of text from here and paste it here. And now again let me copy these two lines from here and paste it here. And now what I will do is that let me go here and change it to the proper users here and provide this username here, and now I need to provide this password and click on login. So after login, you see that we are getting this swag labs or product, so we can assert anything. So let me assert with this thing. So simply we go here. So this is the locator. So let me copy this one from here and now go back here. So let me change the locator, and also I will say success login. So this is just a name, so you can name it as per your requirements simply. So this one, and now if I go back here, this is swag labs. So we go here inside this one, we have this text. Let me copy this one, and now let me paste it here. Okay, now our test is ready. Now our basically a group of tests is ready to execution. So simply if I go here And now let's just run this one. So simply npx playwright test, and I will run this using this file name. So simply describe.spec.js and press enter. Let me terminate this one because I need to show you this in the headed mode. So let's go with the headed mode and see what happens. So you see that running two tests using this one. So going to this one, and now you see that two different test cases got executed. And now let's open this report here. So simply I will say npx playwright show report, and it's opening the report here. And here you see that our first verify source demo login feature, and inside this we have login using the valid conditions, and here verify should not be able to log in using the invalid conditions. Just click on this one, and here our expected result is this, and we are getting all the information. And similarly, if we go here and we see this, and here is basically successfully logging in and everything is working as expected. So you can, in this way, you can actually group your testing using the test.describe, and also it cannot, mandatory that you can go with the functionality, but you can also go with you can group a test for the smoke, for the functional testing, for the UI testing, for the regression, but it should be logical. Here, logically, it makes sense to group the test cases with the functionality wise or the module wise. That makes sense, but because tomorrow there will be so many regression test cases, and how you gonna manage this, or how gonna you manage even smoke if there are so many test cases? So there should be some other strategy to cater the smoke and regression. However, if you want to really cater the grouping them logically using the functionality or the module wise, it will really help to use this test.describe, and this is the most relevant example for the test.describe here. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to implement the Allure report in the Playwright. So let's begin. Allure reports are very much popular these days, and people are using these Allure reports with their frameworks. So let me show you how they look like. So search Allure report, and just click on images here. So you will see that this is how the graphical reports you will get if you implement this Allure. Okay, so you can have the information about the suits, then the features, stories, execution details, and everything you want to know. So this is how basically these reports look like. Now what we need to do is that we need to install and configure these in our Playwright. So for that, let me open my notepad here, and let me show you the steps which we need to follow here. The step one is that we need to install the Allure command line, because through this we will be installing the Allure Playwright adapter. After that, we will add the Allure Playwright as a reporter. Then we need to set the Allure results folder. After that, we will execute our test. Then we will generate our report, and finally we will open our report. Now let me go to the browser here, and let me type playwright.dev. Click on docs here, and here you need to search for the reporters here, and you just scroll down to third-party reporters. Click on this one, and you see that on the top is Allure report, right? Just click on this one here, and here you will get information about this npm package, how to install this one, how to use this one. So we will follow this one as well. And also what we will do is that, let me go here and let me go to the official website. So this is the Allure report. Click on this one and click on the documentation here. And here, because we are using a Playwright, and as we discussed that people are using for their automation framework, so their framework might have Behave, Cucumber.js, Jest, JUnit. So we are using the Playwright, so we will click on the Playwright. And again here they have provided how to install with the existing project, how to use with the new project. Okay, and again they're saying that install this one. You should have the Playwright already because this is an existing project. Then we need to have this one and this one. So let's start with this one. So let me copy this one from here and let me go here. And this is the project we are using so far for the tutorials. So let me run this one, and our package is done here. Now the second thing is that we need to install this Playwright adapter. So let me copy this one from here, but before that let me show you my file, which is playwright.config file, not the Playwright config but the package.json. And here you see that we have just added this command line, and now if we install the Allure Playwright, so it will install the Allure Playwright here, and you see that we have the Allure Playwright here as well. So our installation is done now, and if I go here, and now they are saying that you need to configure this thing. Okay, so if I go back here again, they are showing us the same steps here, and here now this is the part how to use them. Okay, so in your Playwright config file, in the reporter we can just give this one, or we can pass the reporter in this way like line and then Allure Playwright, or even if we are executing the command line in the CI/CD pipeline or somewhere, so you can use this command line here as well. Okay, so the first thing is that this configuration. Okay, so this is the thing which we need. So let me copy this one from here and open this one here, and let me go to this configuration file, and here let's scroll down. So basically, so this is a reporter. Right now we are using the built-in reporter of the Playwright. So Playwright supports multiple built-in reporters. So far we were using the HTML reporter, but you have other reporters here as well. So if I go back to this Playwright website, so basically in the reporter section you see that we have a line reporter, we have this dot reporter, HTML reporter, JSON reporter, JUnit reporter. So these all are the built-in reporters. Right now we are using this third-party Allure here. Okay, so simply this is the thing we need to configure. So let me copy again, and from here let me change this to this Allure report, and that's it. So this is the one way, because this plugin is suggesting us multiple ways. So if I go here, so you can also do in this way, and you can also do in this way. So this is a pretty easier. So let's go with this one. And now we need to set a folder. Okay, so this is set Allure results directory, and this is my folder. Okay, so let me copy this line and let me edit this line, because I don't want to name it as my Allure. I want to name it as Allure results. Okay, so copy this one and go back here and run this one. So far you see that we don't have any folder in terms of Allure results. So let's run this one. Okay, and after running this one, now what we need to do is that let me go here, and here now we need to run our test. So you can run your test, simply run your test and then generate a report, or you can pass this reporter directly into your command line. Okay, so simply let's run the test. So for this tutorial, let me run just like a test here, which I want to run because I don't want to run all the tests. So we have this test, data-driven testing. Okay, and so let's run this one. So simply npx playwright test, and the name of the test is data-driven testing.spec.js. So let's run this one, and as soon as you start executing, you are seeing that we have a folder Allure-results here. Okay, so once the execution will be done, we will have some JSON files over here. So you see that we are getting some JSON data here, .json, 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 and our 3 tests got passed successfully here. But if I click on these files, so these are JSON. So it is really hard to understand what is happening with your test here. So that's why we need to generate a report from these. Okay. So here, in order to generate the report, simply Allure generate the folder where your JSON file generated, and then the folder where you want to have the HTML report. So again, let me copy this one from here, and let me put a notepad here and let me paste it here. Because my folder is Allure results. So Allure is a command. It will generate HTML report from Allure results, and the -o means the output of that HTML report will be Allure -report. So far we don't have this folder. So what happens is that Allure will create a folder, and inside that we will have that report. And dash clean is basically used to clean these reports whenever you execute your command, because you don't want to overwrite the things. Okay, so simply let's run this one here, and you will see that we have this Allure report folder, and inside that we have this file. So now there are two ways to open this one. Either you can go to this directory and open this one, but the good thing is that you can directly open this one here using this Allure open Allure report. So copy this one from here, and let me go here and paste it here. Okay, so you see that 3 tests, because I have a data-driven test here where I was logging into 3 different users. So let me show you this test here as well. So basically, this is a data-driven test where we are calling the data from the file through this data.json, and we have configured 3 users here. So 3 data, that's why 3 tests, and that's why we are seeing that 3 tests. This is a suit, and inside suit we have this test file, and inside this one we have a test. So we get all the details here, and we get all the the information here. So far we haven't configured the environment, categories, executors, or the features by stories. So you can also do this. Okay, how you can do this? Simply if you go here, but before that you can see that this is the status, this is the severity, duration of trends, retry trends, and everything. Now let me go here, and here you have a different reporter options. Okay, so if you go here, you can configure the output folder here using this configuration. Instead of creating the way just we did, you can directly do it in the configuration file. And also it is by default each step of test step function contains subsections of Playwright API method calls. So basically you can also implement hooks and API calls for this one. And then if you go here, you will get more information about the usage. So in order to having the stories, how to use for story usage, simply allure.story if this is your story, if there's some epic, right? If you want to have some screenshots, so in this way you can do this. There's a use of how to use the attachments here. So if you want to attach something, that's how you. And again, this is really simple because await allure dot attachment, allure dot screenshot, page dot screenshot, allure dot story, allure dot epic, and that's how you can simply link with this. And you can have a allure dot id here as well. Simply provide the id here. Okay, so this is really simple. Only the people challenge here is that they are having problem with the configuration itself. Once you have configured it properly, then there's no problem. So you can use it as per requirement. Just like if you want to have the steps, you can have this usage. Okay, if you want to have some attachment, you can use this. If you want to attach screenshots, use this way. If you want to have some stories, epics, okay, so once you do this, then it will reflect here in the report as well. Now let me summarize this one before we end this session. So simply what we did is that we installed Allure command line, we installed Allure Playwright adapter. Okay, and once you will install these ones, you will see those things in your package.json. So you see that Allure command line and Allure Playwright. in the dev dependencies. Okay, and once you will do this, then you have to add Allure Playwright as a reporter. So simply in your Playwright config file, in the reporter section, you need to provide this one. And how you need to provide this one? There are multiple ways. So simply you can do in this way, you can provide in this way, and also you can provide using the command line directly here as well. Now, after doing this, we have to set the directory. Then we have executed this one. Then we have generated the Allure report, and then we have opened the Allure report. So this is the command we use to generate the HTML report here. Okay, and in order to open this one, like this one, so simply Allure open Allure report, and you will be having this report here. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the device emulation in the Playwright. So let's begin. Device emulation is one of the very good features in the Playwright. So for that, let me open the browser here and just go to the playwright.dev, which is the official website. Now click on the docs here, and here you need to search for the emulation. Just click on this one. And now let's understand what is emulation. So with Playwright, you can test your app on any browser as well as emulate a real device such as mobile phone or tablet. So by this means, we can test on any browser. So we know that how we can change on the different browser. For example, if I go here and we know that if I go to the configuration file from here, so here you can see that we can go with the Chromium, Firefox and different WebKit browsers here. So we can configure from here. Right, and at the same time, if we go here, so we can test on the different browser and as well as we can emulate. So emulate means it's not a real device, but we can emulate a device which can be a mobile phone or tablet. So simply what we need to do is that simply configure the devices you would like to emulate, and Playwright will simulate the browser behavior such as user agent, screen size, viewport, hash touch, geolocation, locale and time zone. Okay, so there are different things which you can emulate, and in this particular tutorial we will be talking about only devicing emulation here. So Playwright comes with a registry of a device parameters. Okay, if I click on this one, so let me show you. So there are different registries available like BlackBerry, BlackBerry Playbook. So there are so many available here on which you can emulate your application here. Okay, and similarly, if I click on using the playwright.devices, so if I click on this one, so using this devices, you can emulate this one. Okay, and if I go back here and let's emulate the different devices. The first way is that we can do this using the Playwright configuration. So in configurations, just like we do for the Chromium, like desktop Chrome, so we can also go with the mobile Safari and the devices here as well. So for example, if I go here and instead of Chromium, let me copy this one from here and let me go to the Visual Studio Code here. So instead of Chromium, I'm emulating this on basically on the Safari as well. So before that, if you go to this property here, use is basically, this is important. So right click on this one, go to definition here. So here you will see that different the browsers and the configurations are available. So Pixel, MotoGP, Nexus, Microsoft, Lumia, iPhone, different versions of iPhones are available. So you can emulate this thing here. Okay, so and also just simply go here and let me copy this from here. So copy this one and let me go to the configuration here, change this to Safari here, and if I go back here, so on Safari I want to emulate the iPhone 13 device. Okay, so simply I will go here, I will say it's iPhone 13 here and save this. Now you have defined a configuration. So any test you will run on this particular mobile Safari iPhone 13 screen size, or it will emulate the iPhone 13 here. So simply let me create one simple test where I will be opening a Google here. So let me create a new file. I will name it as device emulation.spec.js, and let me copy the basic line of code from my previous test. So simply let me copy this one and paste it here. And now we need a test. So let me also copy some very basic tests. So let me copy this one from here. So this is my test. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here. And I will remove all the other lines of code from this one. And simply let's change the name to device emulation. And here we need to go, let's go with a simple, playwright.dev. So let me copy this one and let me open the here on the Visual Studio Code. Let's change the URL. Okay. And now as you know that we have made a configuration here, and we need to ensure that we have saved this one. Okay. Now I will execute this particular test and see what happens here. So simply npx playwright test -g, and the name of the test, and the name of test is basically a device emulation, and I will be using a headed mode here. So let's run this one and see what happens. So it will emulate, and you see that the playwright.dev is actually opened in a iPhone 13 size. It's emulated the iPhone 13 here. Okay. And what else you can do is that simply if I go here and let me change some more configurations here. So let me go to the definitions here, and now if I go to this iPhone 13 Pro Max landscape mode, so let me copy this one from here and simply paste it here. Now this time it will open our website in the iPhone 13 Pro Max in the landscape mode. So let me save this one, and now let's run this one in the headed mode and let's see what happens. So basically you see that this is a landscape mode of iPhone 13 Pro Max, and our website is open in this one. Okay. And furthermore, if I want to override this configuration, okay, so I can directly override here in this particular project section here. For that, simply what I need to do is that if I go here and scroll down a bit here, so if I provide the viewport here basically, okay, and let me go here, and besides this use, if I provide the viewport, now this viewport will override this configuration here, because now I'm providing this width and this one, but it's Safari WebKit, so it will open a WebKit here. Okay, so now if I open this one, so this time you will see that the width would be 1280 and the bigger. So even though if you have provided the device emulated version in this one, but if you provide the viewport will override the changes here. Okay, so you can override using this one here, and you can directly provide this one here as well. Okay, and let me remove this one. Now you know that this is iPhone 13 Pro Max, and if we run any of the tests, it will run our test on this one. But there are so many cases where you want to run your test on different screen sizes. You don't want to run every test on the same device or maybe on the specific resolution. In that case, you can also use the specific resolution in your test as well. Okay, so simply what I'll do is that here, if I go to my viewport settings here, so if I go scroll down here, so here you can see that if I use test.use method here and provide the screen size resolution, now though we have defined our configurations, right? Just like this one, if we provide a viewport here, the viewport will override this one. But here you know that it's a configuration, and if I simply run this one, it will execute on iPhone 13 Pro Max landscape. Okay, but if I go here and for this particular test, if I say test.use, so this test should use this particular viewport, then this will override your configuration here. So in this way, in some cases, you want some test cases to be executed on some specific resolutions, so you can provide those viewports for that particular test. So viewport is basically helpful to define the screen size, right? So let me now run this one. I have saved this one, and now let's run this one and see what happens here. So basically you will see that we will see a bigger screen size because my screen resolution is not that much, it's 16 or something. So that's why it's more than my screen size. And you see that it's overridden my viewport or my emulation which I defined in this my particular configuration here. Okay, so if I go here, if I remove this part from here and save this one here, and now if I try to run this one, so it will execute on the iPhone 13 Pro Max landscape, right? So in this way you can basically emulate the different devices. You can test your web application across different screen sizes and resolution just to ensure that your application is working across a different browsers, different screen sizes. So mainly we are talking about the compatibility testing across the different devices and different screen sizes. Okay, and if you want to learn more about these emulations, what you have, so just go to this package here and you will see that we have Galaxy. So many devices are available. They have some device scale factors available. So there's so many devices available. You can go from this one, and if some resolution is not available, you can specify that resolution by using the viewport. Okay, so in this way you can do this. If you don't know about this particular URL here, just simply go here and go to this configuration and hover this one, property, and right click on this one, go to the definition. So you will find all these devices supported by the Playwright here. So it's a BlackBerry, it's a Galaxy, it's an iPad. So any device resolution you want to run is available here. Okay, so for example, let me go with the iPad landscape. So if I copy this one, so this is really simple here. Just copy this part from here and just provide this value here. That's it. So it's a global configuration. Just save this one, and now if you run this one, so it will run on the iPad screen size. It will emulate the iPad here. So you see that this emulated the iPad screen size and emulated the iPhone here. iPad here. Okay, so in this way you can emulate the devices. You can test cross browser and cross devices and cross resolutions in order to ensure that your web application is compatible across different screen sizes, different browsers, and different devices. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about the geolocation in the Playwright. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that how we can emulate the devices. So in this particular tutorial we will learn how to emulate the geolocation as well. So in most of the cases when your application is basically dependent on the different locations and you need a test based on the location, so in this particular case this particular feature is really helpful. So let me go to the browser here. And let me go to this Playwright official website here, go to docs here and search for emulation here, and here just go to this geolocation here. So basically you can grant the geolocation permission and you can set the geolocation to the specific area. So when we talk about the geolocation, so it's basically depend on two things. One is the longitude and one is the latitude. Okay, so if you know the longitude and latitude of your particular location, you can simply use this particular thing in the configuration. Use geolocation, provide the longitude, latitude, and the permissions equals to geolocation. Okay, and you can easily mimic those particular specific areas. Okay, for example, let me go here and go to bing.com/maps. So currently you see that I'm getting the Pakistan location right now. So because right now I'm based in Pakistan. And if I go here, so it will exactly point out my current location, okay, which is based in Pakistan. Okay, but now for my test I need to emulate this geolocation, maybe some other country. Okay, so I can do this. So for that, simply go to the Visual Studio Code here, and the first thing you need to do is that we need to provide the geolocation things here. Okay, so simply go here, and I will just copy this geolocation from here and copy this one, and let me go back here and provide this thing here. So you can provide this geolocation in your configuration so that it will be applicable for all your tests. And also what you can do is that you can simply have these for the specific test as well. So first, let's see how this works for in terms of the Playwright configurations. And let me go here and create a one test here, and I'm naming it as geolocation.spec.js. And let me copy this previous code from here. So let me copy this lines of code and paste it here. So instead of device, I will say geolocation emulation. And now I will go to this particular Bing maps. So it's bing.com/maps. So let me copy this one from here, and let me go back here and provide this here. So once we will land on this one, and we need to click on the location button. Okay, so this is a location button. So let me right click on this one, go to inspect this one, and let me go to this SelectorsHub here. So this is a relative XPath available. So let me copy this one from here, and now simply I will go here and say await page.locator, and here we need to provide a locator, and we need to click on this particular button. Okay, that's really simple in order to use this one. Okay, now we are good to go. Simply npx playwright test -g, name of the test. So name of test is geolocation emulation, and I will be executing in a edit mode, and so it will open the Chromium desktop version, and it will emulate this longitude and latitude. I'm not sure, so let's see which is the exact location in terms of this particular longitude and latitude. So simply just run this one and see what happens here. So simply hit enter. So it will emulate, and you will see that this time it will be going to some other location here. So as soon as it click on my location, now I got some location, and this location is basically somewhere here in the map. I'm not sure which country it is. And if let me go and let's find the longitude and latitude for Eiffel Tower. So if I go here and go here, this is the Eiffel Tower, and if I go here, so I can click on show details, and actually I want to find the geolocation coordinates for this one. So let me go to the Google Maps, because it's easier from the Google Maps. So go to the Google Maps here, and let's find the Eiffel Tower. So yeah, so this is the location of Eiffel Tower, and if I right click on this one, you see that this is the details. So let me copy this one, and let me go back here, and let me just provide this thing. So this is the longitude, and this is a latitude. Okay, so let me paste this one here and remove this one from here, and now save this one, and let's run this one and see what happens. So ideally it should now point to the Eiffel Tower in the maps. So yes, this is the Paris, it's the Eiffel Tower, right? So this is emulating this particular location here. Now if you do this configuration, so it will be applicable for all the tests. Now what you can do is that you can specify or override the locations. Okay, so simply let me go to this one and let me go to this time maybe some other location in Europe or somewhere. So let me just zoom this out from here and let me go to some other location here. So let's go to this Spain area and just zoom in and let me find some location in Madrid. And so this is some museum, right? So let me right click and copy this one from here and let me go here and just let me paste this here. So we'll copy this one from here, so don't worry. So in order to use this one in the test, which will be overridden, so basically simply if I go back here to the website, so you can use this in the test.use method and provide your location and it will override the location here. Okay, so I can go here, go to this particular test. So before test, I need to provide this one, and now this is the longitude. So copy this one and paste it here, and the latitude. So this is the latitude, and let me paste it here, and we are good to go. Now we have specified that this test should use this particular geolocation, even though if you have applied the configuration in this in the configuration file, but it will override. Okay, so now we know that this is the Eiffel Tower and this particular location belongs to some in the Madrid. Okay, so now let's run this one and see what happens. So it should point to the Madrid location, and let's see what happens. So yes, now we got some location in the Madrid basically. You see, this is in the Spain. So let me run this again and let me show you the location is basically overridden to the Spain location. So it will go here. You see that if I zoom out quickly to show you. So this is Spain. This is not in the France. So that's how you can emulate the geolocation using the Playwright. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about grouping the tests. So let's begin. So for what we are doing is that we are just creating a file, and inside the file we are just creating a test. And now for example, there are multiple tests. So you can create a multiple test inside the same file. Okay, so if I go here and copy this one, so I can paste it here. Now these are two independent tests here. Okay, and now what I need to do is that I need to group those test cases. So for this particular tutorial, what I have done is that I have already created one file. So let me open this file. So grouping.spec.js, and here again I have two test cases here. So again, so when we're talking about grouping, why we need a grouping here? For example, you need to test a login functionality. So think about the different test cases. You would be testing with the valid credentials. You would be testing with the invalid credentials. You would be testing without providing the credentials. The different test cases which are actually belongs to the login functionality, right? And here you see that I have written one test which with the login credentials. I'm opening this particular website or a channel. So let me copy the URL from here and let me open this in the browser to show you. So basically what I am doing is that I'm going to this particular website, providing this valid username and password. So in this particular case, the user should get logged in successfully. Okay, and the other is that if I provide invalid, for example, so this is the invalid user, right? And if I provide the correct username here and press enter, so I will get this particular message invalid credentials here. Okay, so this is what I have done, and these two are independent tests right now. Okay, so this is a test one with the valid credentials, and this is with the invalid credentials. Okay, so now let's run this one. So we can run this using the UI as well as from the command line. So I'm opening the UI here, and we will see the difference of grouping the test and independent test here. Okay. Now if I go here and scroll down here a bit, and here grouping a test, here you see that these two are basically independent tests inside the same file. Okay, and if I go here and click this one, so it will execute these both of the tests here, and it will fail or pass, whatever the status would be. We will see this status here. Okay, and I will also show you by executing into the browser itself by the command line, so that we can see how this code is working right now. Okay, so this first test is passed. Basically all steps are passed, basically you can see, and here the second one is passed here. Okay, so here you see that invalid credentials, and let me close this one for a moment, and now let me run this from the command line. So basically, but opening the browser itself means that we are using the headed mode here. So simply npx playwright test and name of the file, which is grouping.spec.js. Okay, let me terminate this one here. I need to run this in a headed mode here. So we will see that our first test will provide the correct username and password. It will log in into the application. In the second case, we will see that we are providing the invalid user, so we will be getting the message of the invalid credentials over there. Okay, and again, these two tests are belongs to the login functionality. Right now they are working independently, and after this I will group them and see the difference. Okay, so in order to group, simply go here and go to the Playwright website here and go to the docs here and search for describe. Okay, so you see that we have a test.describe. So test.describe declares a group of tests, and that's how you can use. So test.describe, and inside the body of this we have test 1, 2 and so on. So using this principle, I will be changing my existing code here. So let me copy this complete line of code from here, and let me go back here, and on the top I will provide this one and remove the tests from here. Okay, and here what I will do is that I will say validate login functionality. Okay, and inside this I will copy this code from here and remove this code from here and paste this inside this test.describe. Okay, so I have pasted this one, and now let me save this one. Okay, so now let me show you in the UI mode again. So let me open the UI mode, and here you will see a difference here. So grouping test, so here you see that this is validate login functionality. Now inside that I have two tests which actually verify the login functionality here. And if I run this one, either this complete file or the group of tests, I can easily run from here. And again, both tests should pass because I have just put those tests inside the test.describe. So test.describe groups the test in the Playwright. So there are so many cases where you need to group the test cases, and meanwhile they are executing, and you see that the first test is passed here, and eventually the second test will also pass here. Okay, and if I go back here, so we have test.describe where we can provide the title and the callback. So we use this title and then callback here. Then you can also use the simple callback here. Okay, and also you can describe the configuration of this one here. Okay, and just like any other test method, you can also make it .fixme, .only, .test.describe.skip. So for example, if there are two, describe means two source or two groups available, so you can skip or you can execute only one. So for that, let me show you here. So this is our first test. Okay, so let me copy this complete suit here, and paste it here. And here, if I save this one, and if I go back here, let me show you. So test.describe.skip or test.describe.only here. Okay, so I'm changing the name because it says duplicate names. So I'm saying this as a group 2 test 1 and save this one. And again, and let me copy this one and change this one group 2 and this test 2, and I will call it as 1 here. Okay, now Playwright will treat them as a 2 different source here. So for example, I want to run only this one, so dot only. Okay, and I save this one. Now simply we'll go here and let me refresh this one here. So now inside this particular file, we'll go here. Okay, so you see that we have functionality 1 and this is group 2. Okay, and now simply if I close this one and go here and run this file, so this second group will execute it only. Okay, so you can either escape, use dot only, dot fix me. So based on this one, based on your requirement, you can use those. But the main purpose of this tutorial is to make you understand that you can group the logical test together. Okay, so if there are multiple test cases around the specific functionality or the module, you can group them. Okay, now this execution has been completed, and let me open this report from here and let's paste this command here and see. So you see that in terms of the report, you don't see any difference. It will work in the same way, but here this is the name of the basically test actually. Okay, so in the report there wouldn't be any difference if you are using the default Playwright report, but tomorrow it would be easier for you to see which test cases belong to the login functionality, which test cases belong to the maybe the signer functionality, maybe add to cart, so whatsoever. So when you're automating, group those according to your requirement, according to the functionalities. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Playwright tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to implement the page update model. So let's begin. Now, what is page update model? So page update model is basically a design pattern, and this design pattern is specifically used in the test automation to organize your test code. It will improve the maintainability of the code and it will reduce the code duplication as well. Okay, and let's now learn more about the page update model here. So imagine the web page as a building block. Okay, so page update model let you create a separate blueprint for each block, and those blocks are known as page objects. These blueprints contain instructions on how to interact with the elements on that page. You can then use these blueprints to build your test cases, assembling the blocks together. Okay, and for example, you will be creating a blueprint for the login page, and this blueprint will find the username, password fields, find the login button, type in username and password, and then click on the button. Now, we will be using this blueprint in the test to tell the test to use this login page blueprint. Tell it to fill the username and password, then click login. And after that, you can also check either you will be successfully logged in or not. So that's how actually this blueprint and page update pattern works. Now, let's see how things will work if you don't use the page update model. Okay, so basically you are logging into the application, you're writing your test cases. So logging into the application, then you are going to the admin page, testing the admin page, and then you're logging out. This is your test one. Then again, your second test, you're logging into the application, you're going to the leave module, testing the leave module, and logging out. And in the same way, you're writing the 100 test cases. Now, there are multiple problems here. The first problem here is that the code repeatability. You see that login is repeatable, logout is repeatable, right? So we are repeating the code, right? And tomorrow, if there are hundreds of test cases and you're repeating the code in this particular scenario, if there is a change, for example, there is a change in the login here, okay, then you need to go to those 100 test cases and you need to update. So, the problem of maintainability here, okay. So, the problem of maintainability, code repetition, and there's no reusability because we are repeating the code. So, repeating the code, no reusability, problem in maintaining the code if there is change in the application, right? So, if you use the POM model, then how actually this will solve the problem here? So, basically, you will create the page objects, the blueprints, which we talked about earlier right now, okay? So, you will create the login, field elements and their actions. Then you will create admin page elements, actions. Same goes for the logout. And same goes for the any functionality, any page in the application, okay? And then you would be calling those functionalities actually into your test, okay? So your test will actually call those, elements and actions from those objects here. And here, tomorrow, if you have written 100 of test cases, and these hundreds of test cases are actually calling these which are written once. So write once, so you will be reuse them into your multiple test cases, right? And here, if tomorrow, if there is any change in the code for example, the login, so you just need to go to this page objects and fix the problem. And if you are using this login into the 100 test cases, it will automatically be deprecated because those test cases are not actually, having this code, they are calling this one. So that's how actually the design pattern works. Now let's see it practically and get more understanding in the practical terms. Okay. So let me open the Visual Studio Code here and let me go here and yep. Now for this example, I will be using the Orange RM demo website here, and I will be creating a page object design pattern for this login test case here. Okay, simply. Now, when we talk about the page objects, what we need to do is that on the root folder, on the root directory, we need to create a folder here. I will call it as pages. So inside this one, I will be creating a page or the blueprint which we talked about, and I will use those blueprints in my test. Okay. So inside this, I will creating a new file and I'm naming it as login underscore page.js. Okay. And here, what first I need to do is that I need to create a class and I will pass the page fixture to that class, and constructor will utilize that page to initialize my locators. Okay. So, and also I need to use this in my test cases. So I need to export this one. Okay. So I will start with, export dot, and now here I need to give a name of the class which I need to export. So login page, and now this is equals to, now I will create a class. So class will be the same name as login page because this is the class which I need to, export. So export means that it will be, inherited into the other, other pages and other tests. Okay. Now, what I need to do is that I need to create a constructor. Constructor will initialize those changes. Okay, the constructor, and I will pass the page fixture inside this one. Okay, and now here is the constructor body. So what I will say that using this keyword, this dot page is equals to page, and now I need to identify the elements. So this dot username, and I will say this is a username input equals to, And here I will having the page locators like page dot locator, and here I need to provide a locator. So if I go back here and inspect this one, and here, so I'm using the XPath or CSS, so that's why I'm using the page dot locator. So you can use directly the Playwright locators as well. Simply I will copy this one from here and go back here and paste it here. In a similar way, I'll copy this one and paste this one here. Instead of username, I will say it as a password, and I will go here. I will inspect this password here, and this is my password. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here. So this is a locator of the password. And the third thing is that I need to click on the login button. So I need to identify the login. Okay. I simply go here, and instead of this one, I will say login button, and the locator of the login button here. So let me go back here and let me inspect this login. And this is the locator. Let me copy this one and paste it here. Now I have identified these locators, and I know that these are my locators, and these are initialized to the constructor, and constructor is using the page fixture. Okay. Now this is done. Here, what else I can do? I can create a function. Okay, function will actually go to the application instead of providing the hard-coded value here like this one or this one, page.goto. So what I do is that, because we are creating a blueprint, so I will create a function, and that function will actually open the application. So async, and I name it as goto, and this goto will be actually going to the application. So await this dot page dot and page dot goto, and it will go to the page, which is the HRM login page. So let me copy this one from here and let me paste here. So I will just call this function and it will redirect to this particular page. Now I have located the elements which are basically belongs to login page, and also I've created a one function which will actually take to you this particular website. Now the third thing is that I need to create a function. That function will actually be inserting a value, or it will pass the username password and it will click on the login button. Okay, so async, and I will name this function as login, and this function will take two arguments, username and password. So when we are calling this one, so we need to provide the username and password. Okay, and now here where we need to provide the password, so await this dot, you see that username. So this username is basically referring to this particular locator. So either I can write this complete here or just calling this one here. So await this dot username dot input, and what I need to do, I need to fill, right? And what I need to fill, I need to fill a username. So on the runtime, when I actually call this function, we need to provide the username at that time. Okay, so here let me copy this one and paste this one here. So instead of this one, so this dot password input, and here I will say, okay, you need to provide a password, and the third thing is that we need to click. Okay, so await then this dot login button, and we need to simply click on the login button. Okay, now we have created our page object, right? This is a blueprint which will be copied. So if I go back to my this thing, so what I did is that I created the page object and their actions, okay, for the login. And now when I will write a test case, I will just call here in my test cases. That's what I need to do. And now to maintain the hierarchy, I created the pages folder here. where we have all the pages and their locators as well. Okay. Now let me create the test inside this test one. Okay, and let me name it as login pom.spec.js. Okay, and the first thing is that we need to use this import, because without this we'll not be able to run the tests. And here simply I will say test, and here name of the test I will say login to orange HRM, and this will actually follow async and the callback function async, and it will followed by a page fixture, and this page is basically coming from the this particular constructor. Okay, so here we are passing the page fixture here and followed by the arrow function or the callback function. Okay, and here now simply what I need to do is that I need to create an object of this particular login page. In order to use this one, I need to create an object. So how to create an object? I will say const login page equals to new and the name of the class login page, and we need to pass a page fixture, and that's it. So we have created this one, and now what I'll need to do is that simply await, and I will say login page dot. You see that I need to call the functions only. I need to call the functions. So page login page dot. So we have a function called go to. This go to is basically will be coming from here. So we are calling this function. So this function will actually open the application into the browser. So we are calling this function. Okay, and now I need to call this async login function, and here simply await login page dot. The name of function is login, and here you see that it says that you need to provide the username and password here. So this is really simple. I will say admin and comma and you provide the password, and the password is I believe admin123. Yes, admin123. So here I go, and admin123. That's it. Your test case is ready. This is really simple. We created a blueprint here and we use this one, and tomorrow if there's any change, for example if the locator has been changed, you just go here and update the locator, and wherever this particular login function is used, it will be automatically be updated, right? So we are reusing the code. Maintainability is easy and there's no repetition of the code. Instead, it makes your code and test case is pretty much clear and very precise in nature. Okay, and now let's run this test case. npx playwright test -g, and the name of test is login to orange HRM. This is the name of the test, and I will be using the edit mode here. Okay, and see what happens. So it's running our test and we got some failures. The reason of the failure is that it is unable to find the object. Whenever you need to create an object, you need to import the class here. So basically what I need to do is that I need to, just like we are importing the Playwright, so we can also import this login. That's why it is unable to find this one right here as well. So in order to import this one, simply there are multiple ways for import. If I go and let me show you, before that let me show you exactly we are doing as per the session of the Playwright team. So go to docs here and go to this page object model, and here you see that they have actually exported this class. They have created a constructor and they have located the elements here, then again created a goto function for go to this particular website, and different functions in order to perform on that particular for the different test cases. And here you see that in this example test they are calling this, right? They're calling this particular Playwright def because this is the class, the page object class, and they are actually calling this one here. So let me copy this one from here and let me paste this my test. So here's the test, and here I need to, so my class is basically this login page, right? And I need to provide a URL. So // I will go to the pages. So inside the pages I have this login page. Now let me save this one. Now this time it should work. So let me run this one again and see what happens. So now it is going to the application, and it will, once it will open, it will provide the username and password and click on login. And you see that our test case is passed. So in this way, you will be creating your page objects inside the pages, and you will be calling those blueprints into your test. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial.